Chapter 162, Pecking Order. Jake looked at the upgraded skill with a bit of bewilderment. Expert archery, uncommon. An archer's best friend is the bow in his hand and the arrow in his foe's heart. You have proven yourself an expert with your chosen weapon and is fast approaching the level of mastering your craft. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using a ranged weapon. Archery of vast horizons, rare. An archer's best friend is the bow in his hand and the arrow in his foe's heart. Unsatisfied with merely becoming an expert, you have sought beyond mastering common bowmanship, and do not shy away from using magic to enhance your technique. You seek to cross all horizons with your arrows, and your target shall be pierced, no matter the distance, no matter the means. Adds a small bonus to the effect of agility and strength when using a ranged weapon. Adds a small damage bonus to all arrows based on distance traveled and perception. He was bewildered. Was all it took really just to shoot a long distance to get a skill with a weird name? It didn't just upgrade from expert to master or something like that. Instead, it changed direction. Not that he was complaining. The skill was objectively better in every way as it added a damage bonus based on distance and perception. It also said damage bonus, and not that it increased the effectiveness of his stats, which meant it likely worked like his mark of the ambitious hunter. Was it because he had reached some level of understanding of how the mark did its damage? Was it because he had killed a D-grade while only an E-grade himself with his long-range archery? Was it because he used a plethora of different skills besides usual archery? It even mentioned using magic to enhance his archery. Did he really do that? Infused power shot was technically magic, so was blood of the malefic viper if you thought a bit about it. The arrows generated from arrow of the ambitious hunter to be used against the storm elemental also clearly carried elements of his mana control, and he doubted it would be as strong as it was if he hadn't practiced mana manipulations and making those mana bolts as much as he had. The usage of the word vast was also weird. Why not distant horizons? Sure, one could argue that vast included distance, but it also included breadth. Was it talking about how diverse his archery was? He had to admit it wasn't just regular archery anymore, even from a post-system perspective. He actively integrated Gaze of the Apex Hunter to strike harder, used arrows highly reliant on his abilities as a mana user, and everything from his profession. Jake stood in thought as he considered the skill. Ultimately, it was just a straight-up upgrade, so it was good, and now his perception would prove even more useful. Especially the first strike with infused power shot would be stronger, because he really needed it to be. Closing his system menus in satisfaction, he felt like he was forgetting something. Turning his gaze towards the cloud continent, he saw that the birds were all gathering towards where he killed the storm elemental, almost as if they were searching for some shit. Jake yelled out loud as he took flight towards the island. Damn you, fortunate skill upgrade for distracting me. He was flying desperately forward as he tried to keep an eye on what was happening in the distance. He saw the birds chase a lightning rock that had stolen it, but soon a group of flare crows attacked it and managed to burn it before one of the large vultures dove in, smashing its talons into the lightning rock. Jake just kept flapping his wings as he tried to get closer. He tried to use Gaze of the Apex Hunter once in a while to try and stop the bird that he assumed had the orb as he got closer at a pace far slower than he would have liked. Miranda sat in the newly constructed longhouse with Hank, Neil with his party, and a few of Abby's former goons. The last few days had been very fruitful for the city with the influx of 50 or so new citizens. Granted, it was a bit skewed on the gender ratio with only 5 women in total. Herself, Eleanor, Kristen, Louise, and the scarred woman. That woman was one of the people inside the house currently as they discussed future plans. Do you believe it's safe to make contact? Miranda asked. Abby and Donald didn't want to. A few tried to run that night to try and enter the fort, but they were all killed, the woman explained. We quite frankly don't know anything about them. But they were struggling a bit from the looks of it. Miranda nodded as she took in the information. Getting a group of survivors who had spent nearly a month wandering to chase Neil and his friends had proven quite valuable. They had seen many sights on their travels and had learned a lot. The first of which was of a few larger human settlements. Around 20 kilometers outside the forest, a total of 130 or so kilometers, a large settlement was called the fort. The reason for that was simple, as it was an old medieval fort before the system. The tourist trap was now being used with its original intent in mind as many had taken refuge there. But, for a lot of humans to group up in one place also presented challenges. Ignoring all the usual difficulties of running a functional settlement, they also had to deal with beasts' constant assault. A large settlement was the best hunting ground and served as a beacon to attract experience-hungry beasts. It did raise the issue of why no beast ever dared enter the area of their pylon, but Miranda just assumed it had something to do with the pylon itself. Or maybe it was the pylon's owner. Who knows? Either way, they were currently trying to determine if they should contact the fort and possibly offer them to come to the forest with them. But there were many risks and unknown factors associated with that, and they quite frankly didn't feel comfortable making the decision without the owner there. First of all, the fort likely had thousands within while they weren't even 60 people. And while Neil and his party were powerful, they didn't believe that they could ensure any semblance of safety against that many. Whether the owner could, they didn't know either. But Miranda had a feeling it would be okay. Not because of any skills, though. Her intuition skill had recently upgraded to rare rarity and become more specialized towards city management. Annoyingly so, it included better knowing the owner's intent, yet it didn't do jack shit even if it said it did. Can the system be bugged, or is he too strong somehow? Besides, they had plenty of things to do already. They were currently constructing wooden buildings from the abundance of wood in the forest, with Hank taking the lead in the project. The man was growing in levels quite fast and seemed to enjoy himself. Louise helped him and had even managed to evolve her profession to some kind of architect. Mark also enjoyed helping out and would soon evolve his profession too. The family had practically taken over the small city's budding construction industry, and Miranda was more than happy for them to do that. And the first thing they had made after the owner's lodge was assigned to place at the valley entrance. There was unanimous agreement that the valley with the lodge in it would be entirely off-limits for anyone but the owner himself and Miranda when she needed to contact him. Miranda still remembered that he disliked people staring at him while he worked, and she had a strong feeling that he would like his privacy. It was not because of some skill, but by reading one of the easiest people to read she had ever met in her life. With that in mind, they began building outside the valley, but still more than well within the pylon of civilization's domain. They only built to the south side, away from the cliff with the waterfall, making the lodge effectively the city's northernmost point. Was this the most effective when the pylon expanded the area in a circular area? No, not at all, but it wasn't like they needed space. With less than 60 people total, they had only managed to create 2 wooden structures in the new city so far. One of them was the longhouse they were currently in, and the other was a storage building. The third building was also under construction and would be a second longhouse. The longhouses were large enough to house dozens, and they wanted one for men and one for women. Again, the longhouse for women wasn't really a pressing issue, yet due to there only being a handful of them. Miranda had to admit that she liked the vibe of the area they were building. They had purposefully left most trees standing, making everything covered by the canopy of the trees and giving off a very relaxing mood. It appeared to help a lot of the members of those who had been forced into helping Abby. After her death, her leadership profession's effect faded, and a lot of the suppressed mental strain came forth. The psychotic little bitch's profession clearly had a skill that allowed her followers to feel muted about doing horrible things. Now they would have to deal with that themselves. Neil and his party had already gone through all of them with Silas's truth detection spell to ask some rudimentary questions, mainly about things they had done and wrongs they had committed, as well as confirming that they didn't have any thoughts of revenge towards Miranda or Neil and his friends. They had also asked about their thoughts towards the owner, but the response there was just weird. None of them even considered for a second to think badly of him. The reason was that he had killed Abby, but not exactly as one would think. Nearly all these people had been forced under Abby's umbrella early on in the system. They saw the indomitable power that allowed her to crush anything. Consciously or unconsciously, they had already put her on a pedestal in their minds that she was more than human. Now, that impossibly strong person was killed in a one-sided encounter with the owner, crushed and made to look like a weak little girl. Instead of bringing her down from her pedestal to their level, in their minds, they had just seen an even larger pinnacle crushing her. All of their fear, and as much as they hated to admit it, respect of her power had been amplified and transferred to him. It did mean that they worked with almost fanatical intent to help Hank build, and they seemed almost fearful in front of Miranda. The only different one was the scarred woman. Maybe because she had broken out of the spell long ago, she only felt grateful towards the owner, but that was it. So we wait for the owner's return, and then if we can convince him to help us, we make contact with the fort. Miranda asked, summing up their circular discussion, always coming back to, well, if the owner was here. They all nodded, and they proceeded to discuss a few additional minor things before she dismissed them from their small meeting. Hank already knew what to do when it came to building things, and Neil and his comrades were also working hard on their respective professions these days. They all appeared to enjoy the downtime and not constantly to be on the move, but she had gotten the feeling that they would soon like to go out hunting, something they didn't really feel comfortable doing before the owner's return. I do wonder what he's doing right now. Get the fuck back here, you little shit. Jake yelled as he chased the damn falcon-like bird that was flapping its wings desperately with a small orb in its beak. It was damn fast and used wind magic like hockey. He was forced to stop up, fire a quick infused power shot while freezing the bird with gaze of the apex hunter before finally managing to catch up. He had clipped its wing and thought that, finally, he could claim his damn loot. He was already tens of kilometers away from the Cloud Continent, having chased down one bird after another. They had all swarmed the cloud orb, wanting to claim it for themselves. With the Thunder Rock, Jake had been there. He had shown himself slaying the beast, intimidating all of them. Yet now, only a day later, they didn't give a shit about him. Or maybe these were different birds. Some did avoid him, but honestly, he didn't care. It had been far too long since he killed the storm elemental, and he was only running on fumes now. He had used limit break on 20% while bombarding the elemental and couldn't deactivate it again with a period of weakness. The only lucky thing was that he still had more than half his stamina left, as he didn't have to shoot all 5 arrows. But it was draining fast, the flight having already burned through half of his remaining resource pool. His shot earlier had brought down another bird. But just as fast he did so, another one swept in and picked up the orb. Enough, Jake yelled, his gaze freezing every single bird within his line of sight. Blood began pouring from his eyes, but at this point he was honestly just pissed. I killed that fucking elemental, that is my orb. Jake yelled furiously, getting the attention of all the birds fighting for the orb. Now give it the fuck here, or I swear I will make it my personal mission to hunt down every last fucking one of you. His outburst may seem weird, but he already knew a lot of the damn birds understood him, at least on some level. While they likely didn't comprehend the words themselves, they understood the intent behind them. But more than that, his aura intimidated them. A few recognized him as the killer of the Thunder Rock, too. It sure helped even more when he took out the beast core and held it up. The bird currently with the orb in its mouth looked very flustered. It was a flare crow with 3 of its comrades who all gave it a look. It flew towards the human with defeat in its eyes, the pressure from its comrades and all surrounding beasts bearing down on it. It landed right in front of Jake and put down the orb. It looked up at him briefly before quickly scurrying away. By now they appeared to all have realized. The new apex predator of this region wasn't the 2 D-grade titans, but this small human who had slain both of them. Jake picked up the orb and put it in his spatial storage. He was tired and annoyed at having to waste his time chasing these shitty birds. He didn't even bother to go anywhere as he sat down on the ground right then and there, deactivated limit break and entered meditation. Not a single beast willing to get near. Chapter 163, Helping Friends. The 2 hawks sat within the protective sphere while the one Jake had named Hawky helped its mate with the ritual. Its mate, the Mistsong Hawk, was still skeptical but had agreed to the modifications anyway. Hawky needed to stabilize the entire formation, while the Mistsong Hawk redrew the markings on the ground carefully. It was intricate work that took a lot of concentration from both of them for something they weren't even sure would have any point. If the human failed to kill the elemental or didn't want to give the orb, it would all amount to nothing. Now, why would the hawks make this large formation and spend more than 1.5 months feeding it energy as their egg slowly grew? The answer was simple: records. They wanted their chick to start out with as large an advantage as possible, hopefully even getting a powerful race. As a Galesong Hawk and a Mistsong Hawk, the race of their chick was already unpredictable to begin with, and while this entire ritual would make it even more so, it could only lead to positives. As a D-grade, the Mistsong Hawk was already placed highly on the planet's hierarchy, and they both also believed that the Galesong Hawk could reach D-grade, but to reach C-grade or above was a massive uncertainty. As beasts, their natural instincts were, of course, for both themselves and their offspring to become as strong and healthy as possible. They had made this entire formation to make sure of that, collected hundreds of the cloud elemental orbs, but they needed. That is when that weird human suddenly appeared. At first, he was just a shitty flyer that the Galesong Hawk took pity on, and a few of its fatherly instincts influenced it to give some pointers. It wasn't with any specific goal in mind, it just found the human amusing. But then it saw the human fight. It saw the man annihilate the souls of an entire flock of birds with a look, and for him to improve at a ridiculous speed as he hunted down beasts many levels above himself. It saw him kill beasts the Galesong Hawk wasn't confident in facing with a single arrow. It saw him kill a D-grade that even its D-grade mate couldn't beat. That is when the Galesong Hawk realized that it had met a monster. To see him stand atop the Thunder Rock with a disappointed look in his eyes was what made the Galesong Hawk resolve itself and convince its mate to ask his assistance. The Mistsong was still reluctant, but agreed nevertheless. It had tried to pressure the human with its aura, but instead found itself suppressed. 22 hours after the human left, the Mistsong Hawk detected him within its projected aura. A small hole in the barrier opened as the human flew inside, landing on the ground with far more grace than the Galesong had expected the human ever to be able to when it met him only a few weeks ago. Well, that was fucking annoying, the human said as he suddenly began rambling. Seriously, I kill the stupid elemental, and then everything just goes to shit and… However, both of them had already begun filtering out his rant on disrespectful thieving birds after hearing the first part. Besides, they didn't fully understand his words, just the general sentiment behind them. The Galesong Hawk made some noises towards him, and the human looked over. Oh yeah, the orb is right here. He took out the orb and displayed it to the 2 birds. Storm Elemental Orb D-grade contains strong storm affinity mana and the remnant records of a storm elemental. The flight back had been rather relaxing. After recuperating a bit, Jake went to inspect the center of the cloud continent, aka the massive crystal tree. Upon further inspection, he was surprised to learn it wasn't alive, or at least it didn't have a soul. It was just a natural treasure. One that gathered and created lightning affinity mana, and likely also generated the clouds. Jake couldn't do anything to it or move it, so he decided just to let it be. Perhaps he could find a use for it in the future, and if he couldn't, he was fine with it just spawning more degrades to hunt down later. Even if he didn't hunt them himself, the cloud was pretty close, so perhaps some people from his city could go in the future. Back in the present time, Jake was still a bit annoyed as he entered the barrier but felt quite a bit better after ranting at the two birds. He had of course been attacked on the way back by a bunch of ignorant vultures that hadn't seen him earlier. He was happy that his hawk buddy wasn't an asshole that just attacked him at first sight. These two hawks at least seemed somewhat polite, and he did consider Hawky a friend of sorts, and treating your pal's girlfriend or wife decently was just common courtesy. Yes, Jake was now 100% sure that Hawky was the guy and the Mistsong Hawk the girl. Speaking of Hawky. So what should I call you? He thought, looking at the Mistsong Hawk. The bird looked back at him with confusion as Jake stood there, thinking deeply. Well, you are a Mistsong Hawk, so how about Misty? Yeah, let's go with that, Hawky and Misty. Now, Jake wasn't actually delusional enough to think that those names were in any way good, but quite frankly, he didn't care. Even if other people heard them, who would disrespect a level 97 hawk and its D-grade partner? Well, besides himself. The bird didn't particularly mind either, perhaps finding the entire concept of naming things novel. Hawky had already gotten used to the weird human long ago, so it just ignored the human's antics as it looked intently at the storm elemental orb in his hand. Anyway, here is the orb, Jake said as he tossed the orb to Misty, who easily caught it with some kind of magic as it levitated in midair. Telekinesis. It looks pretty weak, so likely not used in combat. Jake saw the two birds continue working after both giving a thankful screech. The human wondered what to do as he looked at the magic circle being redrawn in new patterns. It didn't take a genius to figure out that it was to allow the use of the storm elemental orb, but it did give him an idea. Can you also use the beast core? He asked as he took out the core from the thunder rock. The Mistsong looked at him and the orb for a bit before sadly shaking its small head. Is it because it isn't just pure energy like the orbs? He asked, pointing between the orbs and the core. That one got him a nod. Say, what if I somehow mess with it a bit and make it more like an orb? Can it then be used? This time he got a confused look from Misty. Hawky made some bird noises that made the hawk look at him again with interest before screeching at him in response. Yeah, I'm just going to take that as a solid maybe. Now, what did Jake plan on doing? Something he had no idea if he could even do. A bit of a gamble, if you may. Jake understood that in the eyes of many beasts and pretty much all humans on Earth, a D-grade beast core had to be a priceless treasure, but to Jake, it really wasn't. He would kill countless D-grades in the future, so to mess a bit with one for a mad experiment wasn't a waste at all in his eyes. He wanted to see if he could somehow change the core into something useful. And what better way to do that but poison the hell out of it? But he wanted to do it in a bit of a unique way. So the cauldron he had taken out wasn't his usual one, but one he had yet to use. Cauldron of Myriad Essences, Epic. A cauldron made by infusing a vast array of essences within it, granting it the ability to far easier and more efficiently transform mana affinities. Allows the user to change affinities to elemental affinities the user doesn't possess himself. The cauldron has very high mana conductivity due to the material and the runes inscribed upon it, but it is somewhat fragile compared to many other types of cauldrons. Enchantments, mana conductivity very high, mana transparency medium. Durability low, Myriad Essences. Requirement, LVL 50+ in any alchemy-related profession. He wasn't quite ready yet though. While this was a mad experiment, he still needed at least some kind of plan or approach. Closing his eyes, he entered meditation as he dove into his inner self. More accurately, a small drop of blood within himself. The drop contained records of the Malefic Viper that Jake could dive into and explore with his sagacity of the Malefic Viper. Naturally, it wasn't all the mighty god's records, but a mere fraction of a fragment, but that in itself was nearly boundless to an E-grade like him. And while the knowledge was primarily related to alchemy, not all of it was. As he dove into it, he felt like he got some kind of response, as he briefly felt the influence of Vili himself come down and give him a nudge in the direction he was going, his amusement apparent. Jake found the knowledge wanted as he dove in. Knowledge about records and, more importantly, the evolution of beasts and how to support them in their evolutions. He didn't look for a recipe or anything like that, but just an idea. And an idea he got. But surprisingly, it wasn't from what was within the blood but the drop itself. If the Viper can somehow implement records into a drop of blood like this, can't I do something similar? Not the same way, but something similar. Thinking about it, his thoughtful meditation on full display as he was entirely in his own little world, didn't every part of him already contain a part of his records? Yeah, I'm giving it a go. Still inspired by his thoughts, he opened the lid of the cauldron and without any hesitation, poured in his own blood, infused with blood of the malefic viper. Nonchalantly, he threw in the beast core and began focusing everything he had on the cauldron. The blood instantly tried to dig in and corrode the core, but Jake didn't allow it to. Instead, he began helping the core fight back. This was the reason why he used this cauldron. The mana he infused into the beast core was made to mimic the current mana within it, amplifying it instead of weakening it. His blood surrounding the core tried to dig into it, but instead found itself consumed by the lightning. Lightning affinity had the inherent ability to break down mana. Getting hit by lightning magic would also destroy the mana of what was within what it hit. This also meant that if you used lightning magic on a person, it would drain some of their mana along with their health if you managed to do damage. What did this mean for his blood? It meant that the lightning from the beast core eliminated the mana in the blood around it, draining its toxicity at a rapid pace as Jake allowed it to win out. He wasn't sure exactly how long it took, but soon the blood was entirely drained of all traces of toxicity and seemed almost inert. But Jake knew it wasn't. Because it still contained some elements of Jake that the lightning couldn't destroy. Because while the lightning could destroy all the mana-based poison, it failed to destroy the poison that was entirely based on vital energy. Harkening back all the way to the time he consumed the amalgamation to pass the challenge dungeon, where he encountered his first real vitality-based poison. During the trial of myriad toxins, he had been inflicted with even more types of vitality-based toxins as well as countless other kinds. He had learned from it, and now parts of the poison within his blood were vitality-based. He took control of this energy as he began forcing it into the beast core, meeting much resistance. With most other kinds of poison eliminated in the blood, it was far easier to isolate what was vitality-based and move it. More time passed as Jake slowly infused this vital energy into the beast core, careful not to break it. After he was done, he quickly emptied the entire cauldron and once more poured in new blood. He continued the process once more as slowly the beast core was affected. Hockey and Misty, as this was apparently officially their names now, had been done redrawing the circle a few days earlier already. The human was still sitting there doing his weird ritual of sorts. Hockey had already expressed that this was the same method he used to make the small bottles that restored resources or concocted deadly poisons, so Misty was somewhat interested. They looked on as he kept working, and on the fourth day they saw a small smile grow on his lips. The two hawks thought the human was about done, and just as they were trying to inspect closer, something happened. His hands began to glow a dark green color as he injected something into the entire concoction. A few seconds later, they felt a shift. A presence suddenly appeared for but a fraction of a second, but it was enough to make them both completely freeze up and black out for a moment. Like the harbinger of death and destruction itself had appeared, a phantasmal scaled hand emerged from the void and touched the cauldron before disappearing just as fast. They both knew it hadn't actually happened, but was just a representation of a concept or power far beyond their understanding. But what they did know was that a supreme existence was associated with the human, only affirming their decision even further. Jake opened his eyes as he was close to finishing the crafting process. He activated Touch of the Malefic Viper for the final push, injecting the most concentrated poison he could. He tried to imitate the vitality-based poison he had made so long ago, and while it was only partially successful, it got the job done. His inspiration faded as his smile. The first thing that greeted him was a notification he hadn't seen in a very long time. Ding! Malefic Viper's poison has been activated. The transcendent power of the Malefic Viper has forcefully increased the rarity of your creation to rare, increasing all effects substantially. It was the kind of passive skill that you so easily forgot. Everything it did behind the scenes, especially the bonus effect that had just triggered. It was an effect that quite frankly seemed too strong for a mere rare skill, but then again it barely ever triggered. But when it did, it led to something good. You have successfully crafted Malefic Beast Orb Rare. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned *. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 72 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points *. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 73 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points *. Ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 84 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. 2 levels may seem like a lot, but Jake had spent 4 entire days within his thoughtful meditation to make the item. It was still above his current average speed, but not by overly much. It wasn't really him that had crafted a rare item after all. Jake knew that what he had created was a beast orb, an item that beasts could consume much like how humans could consume elixirs. Instead, it often had a different kind of effect. Sometimes it would help them with an affinity, sometimes it would increase a stat, but it would usually do nothing. Well, nothing isn't entirely accurate as it would marginally help the beast's records, allowing it to potentially reach higher levels or evolutions than it Looking at his specific creation, it didn't really look that impressive. Malefic Beast Orb, rare, a beast core of a thunder rock that has now been thoroughly infused with vital energy from an outside source and has been forcibly transformed into an orb. It contains the remnant records of the thunder rock and fragmented records of the alchemist that has crafted it. Unknown effects if consumed. Unknown uses in alchemy. Beneficial effects if consumed by a beast. Jake took the beast orb out of the cauldron and displayed it to the two birds gawking at him. Will this be of any use? Chapter 164, Rituals. It took another day to once more reconfigure the magic circle for Jake's new addition. Both hawks were more than happy with doing the extra work required to use the beast orb. Their egg had been slowly fed mana for the last 1.5 months as it slowly grew, but here towards the end, they had slowed it down to do a final push. Final infusion of energy and records to kickstart the growth and boost their chick's future potential. Jake had inadvertently become a part of it all as he spent most of his time observing the birds redraw the formation while trying to understand how it worked. Quite honestly, he wasn't doing well, but he did get a few ideas. He also helped speed the entire thing up a bit by liberally giving out mana potions, allowing Misty to work even faster. After the entire thing was done, they all went to their positions. 3 focal points were created inside the formation, each corresponding to an item. Of course, Jake was aware of the Beast Orb and the Storm Elemental Orb, but he wasn't aware of the final item before now. Mistbone Unique, a Mistbone granted by the system to the newly integrated 93 Third Universe. Contains a vast amount of energy and records that will allow any beast that consumes it to grow far faster and gain magical skills and abilities related to the path of mysticism. That actually answers a lot. Jake had wondered how there even were so many D-grade beasts on Earth, especially in an area like the Cloud Continent with only 2 of them. They clearly didn't have anything to hunt, so they must have evolved by consuming special items like this or through some kind of natural talent. He knew that beasts could grow in level without fighting in several ways. Consuming special items, simply through time, or being in select areas and absorbing the energy in their surroundings. But it appears that the system, quite literally, threw them a bone. From the looks of it, the bone had clearly already been partly consumed. It was doubtlessly what had allowed the Mistsong Hawk to evolve, and now it wanted to use the remaining energy within for its chick. In his position in the magic circle, Jake was at the Beast Orb, Hawky was at the Storm Elemental Orb, and Misty was at the bone. While the Hawks couldn't talk to him, he understood what he had to do. He just had to feed mana into the circle and help power it. Misty would be in charge of everything else. At this point, he was just taking this all as a learning experience. He got insights into the birth and evolution of beasts, magic circles of a mystical nature, and all while helping out a friend. Slowly, the formation hummed to life as Misty began the ritual. All of the cloud elemental orbs began shining as the mana within them were drained. In moments, the interior was entirely covered with extremely dense wind affinity mana. Jake felt as if small blades were continually trying to cut his skin. It didn't cause him any harm, but he could imagine an average human would be cut into little pieces in seconds. All of this incredibly dense energy was slowly being poured into the small egg in the center. He saw it being filtered before entering the egg, allowing only the densest and most profound energy to affect it. Around 10 minutes later, the second part began. Hawky lifted its wings as it began channeling mana into the circle, instantly awakening the Storm Elemental Orb. It erupted with energy as the dense wind affinity mana was soaked in the potent storm affinity mana. Small bolts of lightning began jumping back and forth, but were quickly eliminated by the formation. Hawky fell tired to the ground after 15 minutes or so as the last bit of lightning disappeared, and now only pure mana and wind affinity mana remained. Hawky quickly downed a mana potion, naturally provided by their resident alchemist, as it prepared to help support the circle. Next up was the Mistsong Hawk Misty. It activated the formation with the Mistbone in it. This part was, without a doubt, the simplest for a variety of reasons. First of all, Misty was far more accustomed to manipulating the energy found within the bone than any other. The energy within it was also less than the Beast Orb and Elemental Orb, as it was mostly drained already. Clearly, the purpose of this formation had been to infuse the egg with the Mistbone and mana from as many cloud elementals as possible, meaning the formation was primarily designed to accommodate the use of those two. While it had been significantly altered to allow for Jake's contributions, it wasn't a complete overhaul. Deep blue energy exited the bone as it flew through the air, lightly coloring all the wind affinity mana a teal color. It slowly began being filtered into the egg as Misty also consumed its own mana potion. This part hadn't taken as long, but the bird had still spent a significant amount of mana keeping the magic circle going from the start. Finally, it was Jake's turn. He placed both his hands on 2 small magic circles on the ground as he began channeling in mana. It didn't feel that much different from doing alchemy. The main difference was that he didn't have to actually control it much. It was just like opening the faucet. The only thing he had to control was the output. The small beast orb in his part of the circle cracked and spread its energy just like the storm elemental had before. Dense lightning ascended, looking very similar to what the storm elemental gave off too. It was pretty clear that their source of power was the same, likely the giant lightning tree on the cloud continent. Slowly, these bolts of lightning were eliminated, too, as the mana density only grew. But the mana from the beast orb was not mainly that of wind or lightning, but pure mana. He had managed to transform all the vital energies within it to his own pure mana, allowing it to mix with the thunder rock mana. Pure mana mixed extremely well into any environment and easily integrated itself with the dense wind affinity mana. Pure mana was colorless, and the only thing that could make one notice it was the mana density increasing, yet despite it all being pure mana. A small part of it had a distinct green sheen. It was incredibly faint, but they all noticed it nevertheless. The mana from that green energy just felt ancient. After all, the lightning mana was eliminated, and only wind affinity and pure mana, albeit some of it with a green sheen, should remain. A third element persisted, tiny purple sparks that refused to be culled. None of them noticed this, not even Jake with his immense perception or Misty controlling the formation. They were like pure mana, but somehow rawer. They continued to go unnoticed as they were slowly channeled into the egg together with the wind affinity and pure mana. They were flawlessly integrated with the pure mana and only seemed to help strengthen it. The ritual continued for hours as the three channeled mana into it and consumed a mana potion whenever possible. The small egg in the middle of it all looking no different than before as it got infused with extremely pure energy and records. Jake didn't exactly know what he was doing but just followed along. He just went with the flow as he fed his mana into it and mentally gave his well wishes to the small chick. May you grow big and strong and one day peck a dragon to death, Jake thought, going all in with the positive vibes, or his version of positive vibes anyway. The better part of a day later, the ritual completed as the barrier surrounding the magic circle dispersed, revealing Jake, 2 hawks, and a single. Casper stood and channeled his skills into the steel-like surface as he slowly carved the intricate magiscript. Each rune was smaller than a fingernail, but it went smoothly with the small pen in this hand. It was quiet work that he enjoyed a lot. In the corner sat the ghost of a woman in meditation as she focused on absorbing the nearby death affinity mana. The entire area was already slowly getting soaked in it as the first pillar was erected not long ago. With the support of the pylon of civilization, the spread of death affinity mana only went faster. They had been the 4th to claim a pylon, which quite honestly was a lot slower than anticipated. To slay a degrade this shortly after the integration was nearly unheard of, especially for a relatively small planet like theirs. Sure, there were still billions of survivors, but the vast majority didn't amount to much, to put it kindly. A lot of discussions had been had around the camp. The general consensus was that the Holy Church had managed to claim the first and associated rewards. They mainly reached that conclusion because Casper hadn't bothered to speak up. He knew it was Jake. It had to be. Heck, anything else would be ridiculous. Jake was a progenitor, and hence he had managed to slay the degrade during the tutorial and thus had first dibs on the associated pylon. Unless Earth had a second progenitor, he was bound to be first, something Casper very much doubted. One was already far too many for their measly planet. Heck, Casper even knew they weren't the only humans in the 93 third universe, and that their population of less than 10 billion was considered low. Yet planet Earth had turned into an epicenter of action, influenced by many outside sources with far more resources poured in than usual for a world their size. All of it started by the primordial of Versmal and further amplified by the progenitor, Jake. In other words, Casper's tutorial had brought with it immense benefits and challenges to their entire planet. He was one such perfect example himself as a human turned undead through a ritual and challenge dungeon. Lyra, his ghostly girlfriend, even more so. Looking over, he identified her and noticed she had once more grown in level. Blytraith LVL 73, the level was high, but the main reason was that a monster like her tended to level up quickly. In this case, the word monster was not used in any derogatory way, but simply as a means of classification, because Lyra truly wasn't like the others anymore. She had truly died during their tutorial. Casper had made a deal to preserve her soul, and that promise had been fulfilled. Her soul had been sealed in a necklace, and Casper would have to find a way to help her himself. Yet one day, he had been whisked away from his training chamber with an S-rank archlick. That he was training with such an entity was in itself weird, and had made him respected by the other undead. But what happened next was even more surprising to him. The Blightfather, creator of the enlightened undead race and one of the 12 primordials, offered him a blessing, and even with a casual gesture, created a legendary item for him in the form of the locket around his neck. He later found out it was due to Jake being so outstanding that the primordial even bothered with him. Casper was thankful for that, even if it had placed a lot of undue stress on him, and if he was treated differently for having an S-class teacher before, it sure as hell got worse when the Blightfather blessed him. Amplified further when they saw the name of the race of his ghostly girlfriend, Blytraith, Called noble ghosts by many, these spirits were of the highest echelon. Blessed with human intelligence from their inception, they would often lead hordes of specters. They could also only be found within the ghostlands, the homeland of the undead. This was because they required the power of blight. It was conceptual energy that only a select few could use, as it was a concept created by the Blightfather himself, hence his name. And as he had transformed Lyra's soul directly, he had made a monster of the highest echelon. One would think this would give Lyra respect, but it all went to him. Because she was bound to Casper through his locket, she was by most just considered an extension of his powers. A servant of sorts, as much as Casper hated that sentiment. Speaking of the other humans, or well, risen humans, undead, they truly had quite a bunch gathered by now. Nearly 10,000 undead had already reached this settlement, which was quite a lot considering only around 135. Risen exited the tutorial. As undead naturally didn't exist before the integration, the system's way of fixing this was to give everyone who died in the last 24 hours before integrating a second chance. That had meant around 150. Undead in total. Some had died during the tutorial though, so 135 exited. But for 10,000 individuals to reach their base within a month would be impossible if they were all undead, which in fact the majority weren't. They were just people seeking safety or had family there. If they weren't undead, they would surely have way more, but 10,000 was still really good. Many people had worked on crafting small tokens to sense other undead while within the tutorial and handed them out to their fellow risen. This is how they managed to team up so fast. And the second function of the token was to locate the closest pylon infused with death affinity mana. The purpose of the undead faction wasn't some large world-scale domination. It was just to carve out their own little corner of Earth and create a foothold. "I am done," Casper said as he finished up the small metal plate. Lyra opened her eyes as she looked at him. "Great, let's get going then. The diggers and earthcasters should have the cave prepared by now." "Yep," he said, getting up and stretching a bit. Lyra didn't hesitate as she flew over to him, gave him a small peck on the chin, and jumped into the locket. Walking out of the house, he saw the sun was out as he shielded his eyes, more out of habit than necessity. A few people instantly turned towards him, but he ignored them all as he walked through the bustling village that was quickly turning into a full-on city. Large houses were under construction everywhere, and walls were being built to keep beasts and other attackers out while at the same time making a great medium to place protective enchants on later. Casper avoided people as best he could as he made his way to the epicenter of the city. There he saw Priscilla, as she had clearly been waiting for him. "Is everything prepared?" she asked, clearly excited. "Yep, great work as always, Casper," she said with a big smile as she playfully went over to him and patted him on the shoulder. More just brushed her hand on him, really. He felt his locket glow a bit as he felt the ghost's dissatisfaction. Priscilla noticed it too, but ignored it as she kept smiling. "You should really focus more on controlling the Blightwraith. It would be wrong to waste a gift from the Blightfather," she said nonchalantly. Casper didn't even bother arguing with her as he just ignored her comments and stayed on point. "Her name is Lyra, and she will do fine. I reckon you guys are also done with your part, so let's go." The two of them, three counting Lyra, entered the central building constructed like a castle. They then sought downwards into deep tunnels beneath the castle until they reached a giant underground cavern. In the middle was a large pillar with many steel plates on it, all of them made by Casper earlier. The wall around the cavern had also been reinforced with metal, and they were even covered in intricate scripts. The entire cavern a giant ritual chamber. They had moved the pillar there earlier that day, and this entire cavern was made with one purpose in mind: allowing for the living to join the dead. Chapter 165, Taking Charge. Jake had asked a straightforward question before leaving to fight the storm elemental. "What's in it for me?" Now, in all honesty, Jake had kind of forgotten this after fighting the storm elemental and getting emotionally invested in helping with the egg and all that stuff. He had even gained an upgrade to his archery skill and a few levels, so he'd already gained plenty. This is why he was surprised when the two hawks offered him their payment. Jake was currently flying rather slowly back towards his small city, carefully holding the small egg with both hands close to his chest as if afraid of dropping it. He was pretty sure it was more durable than a rock, but he didn't dare risk anything. He had a hawk on each side, following him nonchalantly while keeping an eye on him. It turns out his payment was twofold, though Jake was unsure if either of them even qualified as payment. The first thing was the egg itself. The mother and father bird had pushed for him to pick it up and carry it. They would clearly still follow, but he felt like they were trying to push a parental role on him. The second reward was the birds themselves, according to what he could gather. They clearly weren't that attached to their nest as they both just motioned for Jake to lead the way once they were done with everything. Jake wasn't quite sure what to do with all of this. A peak E-grade bird and an early D-grade were both willingly following him back to his small base of humans, a base where the strongest was Neil. And in all honesty, Jake had a strong feeling that Hawkeye could give him and his entire team a run for their money. With Misty naturally able to beat the living shit out of them, the entire egg situation was also a lot to handle. What did the two hawks expect of him? He couldn't just carry around the egg like this forever, and he couldn't put it in his spatial storage either as it counted as a living thing. It was very close to hatching after the ritual, so maybe they just wanted to relocate their nest to his city. Yeah, that makes sense. And as Jake was the only one of them with hands, he would surely be the best to carry the egg. Yeah, let's go with that, Jake thought, trying to delude himself. The journey back was very relaxed. The two birds and one human had already spent a few hours resting after the ritual to regenerate some resources before heading off, so it wasn't that they were tired. They all just enjoyed a relaxing flight, Hawkie still giving small pointers here and there but clearly not daring to peck Jake anymore. Not because it was afraid of his mighty power, mind you, but because he was carrying the egg. Jake wondered how the small city had developed while he was gone. They had around 60 people when he left, and he doubted they had gained many more. It was located in a very remote location, and it wasn't like they were actually recruiting. Well, he didn't actually know if they were. He was a bit hands-off. It had been more than 2 weeks since he left last time, leaving Miranda, Neil, and Hank to deal with everything. He wasn't afraid of some disaster happening with Neil and his party around. Besides, his guts told him things were fine. The entire city thing was very paradoxical. On the one hand, he was aware that having a bustling city under his ownership could earn him countless rewards, but on the other hand, it did sound like a lot of stuff to deal with. Well, a lot for Miranda to deal with. He chuckled, getting a glance from both hawks, who didn't even bother questioning the human's weirdness anymore. He should probably be a bit less of a shitty boss and at least hear her concerns. Go the whole visionary guru leadership style, well, with less pretentiousness. Jake already had his next plan made, and this one included staying put for a while, so he should have time to deal with some making a magical city in the middle of a forest stuff. Jake spotted the familiar trees and the small hole in the canopies that marked his valley in the distance. He felt them enter the pylon range soon after, both birds clearly also noticing the peculiarity of the area. "Relax, this is my area," he explained. While it wasn't a very elaborate explanation, they both just accepted it without further questions as they followed him down to the valley below. Jake saw that the barrier around the lodge was still active, and from the looks of it, no one had come there since he left. Well, maybe Miranda had, but that was fine. He didn't know if some of her skills required proximity to the pylon or something like that, but the fact there weren't many signs of activity meant they didn't have to take refuge in the lodge. Jake looked at the lodge as he walked through the barrier without any issues. The two birds outside tried to follow but were unable to get through. Yet just as Jake thought about how to let them through, they could suddenly enter. Both of them looked confused at him, but he just shrugged. System stuff. An explanation that even the birds bought wholesale. Inside the lodge, Jake could see that he was mistaken about one thing. There had been people there. Several pieces of wooden furniture were placed around the lodge, such as a table and chairs. They had even moved the bookshelves he had placed inside to a better spot. Jake saw that the chair close to the bookshelves had been used, and reckoned it was Miranda that had come there to read and check out the books. She likely didn't dare take the books out of the lodge as it was his property. Not that he would have minded. The two birds jumped on the floorboards as they slowly made their way towards him. They looked around curiously, Misty going over to one of the walls and leaning in real close. Jake was pretty sure the bird was looking at whatever magic Hank had used to reinforce the building, but he couldn't be sure. "Well, if you two are settling here, I think the valley would be the best place. It's meant to be my private area, so there shouldn't be others coming in here that often," Jake explained. "Make a nest somewhere, and please take back the egg." Jake still stood awkwardly, holding the egg cupped in both hands. He hated feeling like he was carrying precious porcelain, but he couldn't just put it down somewhere. The birds gave each other a playful look before they jumped out of the house, completely ignoring Jake. "You better make a nest, or I will make an omelet." "Oh, who am I kidding?" Jake went into the bedroom and sat down on the bed, carefully bundling up the blanket and making a nest-like shape to place it into. Does it need heat like a regular egg? It shouldn't, right? That and many other difficulties bothered Jake as he saw the two birds land on top of his lodge in his sphere. They appeared to look around while making bird sounds at each other, both flying off in different directions. The poor human stayed in the lodge as the two hawks found a nice spot to place down their new nest. Jake patted the egg with his hand, feeling how warm it was and the dense energy within it. It had changed slightly after the ritual, but still looked like a normal egg in most ways. Time ticked by as Jake sunk parts of his consciousness into the environment to inspect the area affected by the pylon. He could only get a general feeling that the area affected had expanded and not much more. He reckoned Miranda had better skills to manage the city than him due to her profession. And speaking of Miranda, the woman had just arrived at the entrance to the valley. He didn't know if she knew he was there, so he did the polite thing and got up. He bundled up the blanket and the egg as he carried them out the door. Miranda had been meeting with Hank about the newly finished longhouse and who to assign to it. They had gained a small group of 15 or so survivors who had stumbled on their city by accident. Well, not entirely by accident, as they had a caster with a monosensing skill like her own, and he had noticed the peculiarity of the area. That is when she sensed a presence enter the area affected by the pylon. The massive presence made her shiver internally as she tried to keep her calm. She already knew from experience that she couldn't detect when the owner was there, so this was clearly something more. She wasn't sure if there were one or two, but she had to somehow not panic. The issue was, they were making their way straight towards the pylon. Are they trying to take it away? Her first thoughts were logical. Whatever had entered was far stronger than anything before. Even compared to the combined aura of Abby and all her goons, this felt far more dangerous. Yet her intuition skill didn't react at all. Of course, it was entirely possible that whatever had come was too strong for her skill to work on, but she had to do something. Stealing her emotions, she excused herself from the meeting, getting a worried look from Hank, who had clearly noticed something was off. She rushed out of the building as she made her way to the valley. She felt that the presences were already there, right at the pylon. Carefully, she snuck over as it felt like the invaders were searching the area. At this point, she was sure there were more than one. All she wanted to do was confirm that the barrier was still there. Neil and his party were out currently, but they should return in only a few hours. If they stay occupied till then, maybe we can. She stood frozen just as the lodge entered her line of sight, and she saw the owner sitting on the steps leading up to the lodge's small veranda. He was cuddling a blanket with a small egg in it, looking over at her. Next, she saw two birds land on the roof of the lodge, their combined aura bearing down on her. She couldn't help but use identify them, getting a much expected response for the first one. Galesong Hawk LVL, but tensed up when she saw the second. Mistsong Hawk LVL. That. Degrade, what the hell was happening? Oh, hey Miranda, Jake said as he waved to the woman who stood frozen, just staring at him and his feathered friends. Come on over, these two aren't going to do anything. Right. He asked the last part to the two birds, who looked curiously down at the female human. They did the bird version of shrugging before continuing to assemble a nest in one of the smaller trees close to the lodge. Miranda slowly walked over as she saw the not-degrade birds summon wind magic to cut the tree into their desired shape as they slowly assembled a nest-like structure on top of it. What is going on here? She asked, confusion clear on her face. Ah, well, the Galesong Hawk is my friend Hawky, and the other one is Misty, his mate. This is their egg, he said, showing off the small egg in his bundle of blankets. I helped them do some things, and now they decided to stay here. The woman stood a bit there, trying to process all of it. She took a few moments before finally asking, is the Mistsong Hawk degrade? Yeah, Jake answered, a bit confused. Wait, was the question rhetorical? It didn't sound rhetorical. Are you certain about this? Isn't it dangerous? Why would it be? Unless people are stupid and annoy her too much, I doubt she would bother with a bunch of E-grade humans. Besides, she understands that this is my territory, and we play by my rules, Jake explained. Shriek. The hawk gladly affirmed this. Without noticing, both Hawky and Misty had truly recognized Jake as the superior being among them. The fact that he was the strongest, or at least able to kill enemies they couldn't, helping to cement that. How? Miranda asked, still trying and failing to understand the entire situation. Had he tamed a goddamn degrade beast or what? As I said, I helped them. More specifically, I killed a degrade elemental for the two of them, and then I helped them with a ritual for this little guy, Jake said, once more displaying the egg. All right, Miranda said, rubbing her brows. She could feel a headache coming on but decided to focus on the matter at hand instead. If the situation is safe, can we talk? Quite a few things have happened during your absence. Sure, let's head inside, he said as he got up and led Miranda into the lodge, where they both sat at the table. Miranda began explaining what had been going on while he was gone and informed him about the newcomers, her steps to root out potential troublemakers, and their current construction projects. He was happy to hear that they had marked his valley as off-limits, as he did like his privacy. He also didn't doubt that a degrade beast and its mate now living there would also help keep people away. Constructing longhouses was also a good idea for now, and he agreed wholeheartedly with leaving most trees standing to not ruin the foresty mood. It also helped the area in general by providing cover from above, and he was sure some classes or professions could use the trees for something beneficial. Next, Miranda talked about their plans of expansion and their plans of contacting the nearby fort, or well, she was more asking Jake permission. We don't know how many people are there or their levels, but it should be at least a few hundred, maybe even a few thousand. It could prove dangerous to have them integrate with us without our whole base just becoming assimilated. If they truly outnumber us by that many, it wouldn't be weird if they demanded some kind of leadership position, maybe even the title of City Lord. And if, Miranda, Jake said, I appointed you City Lord, end of the story. If you want to give them positions with influence, it's up to you, not me. Just don't abdicate your position without at least asking me first if you don't want it anymore. It isn't like that. I am just unsure how we are to deal with overwhelming numbers. We aren't even 100 people, and they will likely have tens of times our number. If they oppose us, then they can fuck off. Period. This is our city, my city. If they can't accept that, they can just stay where they are. I am fine with allowing them to come, but it's on our terms, Jake said, not leaving any room for arguing. I think it will be hard for people to accept that. Well, tough shit. The world has changed. And I have a pretty good idea how to convince them, Jake said with a smile. Tomorrow morning at dawn. Huh, she exclaimed, confused. We go and give them the offer tomorrow. Gather those you think should come. Are you coming along? Miranda asked, a bit expectant. Yeah, I am, he answered with a slight chuckle as he looked out the window and saw the nest just about done. And I think I'll bring a friend. Chapter 166, Jake and Misty Airlines. We'll be back later today, Hawkie, so just take care. If things get dangerous, just go into the lodge with the egg. I doubt anything can really destroy that thing in a short amount of time, Jake explained as he gave the egg a final pat before parting. Hawkie gave an affirming screech as Jake and Misty prepared themselves to leave. Well, there weren't really any preparations besides telling Hawkie to take care of the soon-to-be chick. Since last night after Miranda left, Jake had gotten a good night's sleep, and this morning he went for a bath in the pond, cleaning himself off properly. He felt great, even if he was a bit worried about what he was about to do. Of course, he planned to have Miranda do most of the talking, but he still felt unsure about approaching strangers. Yet he knew he had to do it if he wanted to improve the small outpost that was their city. Miranda clearly wanted to make some kind of contact. She just needed that final push. So Jake would support her by standing behind her as she went to negotiate, make it absolutely clear that while they didn't have to be allies, they sure as hell wouldn't want to make Jake and his little city an enemy. He knew that he would be a bit intimidating himself, but more due to mysteriousness. He was intimidating because he was an unknown threat. It was a lot easier to just bring a known threat along. Such as a D-grade beast. Yeah, this is just work. Regular old office work where you have to visit a potential customer, so you bring your best people. Yep, totally normal. Also, using animals in marketing is also not out of the ordinary. Jake did a lot of mental gymnastics to justify it in his head, but ultimately they would without a doubt be seen as a threatening invading force. He wanted just to make sure that they were the kind of invading force that didn't result in the other side thinking they could actually put up a fight. No, they would be the kind of invading force where you just give up and let them in. Misty flew around above him as he walked out of the valley, finally getting a good look at the small settlement still under construction. They had already made 3 longhouses and were planning on another. The 15 newcomers had also begun making some smaller buildings for themselves, having quite the versatile caster with earth magic among them. Hank had apparently given them the approval to do this and told them where they could make it and how big it could be. It appeared that Miranda and Hank had the whole construction thing well under control and had even done city planning. No doubt Miranda got experience from doing such things, and chances are Hank would get some too as a builder. Few people noticed him and threw him a cautious gaze before scurrying away. Jake was wearing his mask and full get-up, not comfortable walking about with his face out in the open. Miranda had also emphasized that keeping up his aura of mysteriousness was beneficial to her. It made it all a lot easier when he seemed like an unapproachable entity that only she could manage rather than if he was just another random person living there, even if he was strong. And today he amplified that aura of mysteriousness and power even more as the Mistsong Hawk descended from above the trees and landed on his outstretched arm. As he was practically in the middle of the settlement, with nearly a dozen people throwing glances his way, it sure made a bit of an uproar. Miranda came out of the central building, a large 2-story wooden building that served as the city lord's residence and office, and she threw him a slightly admonishing smile for his theatrics but still greeted him with respect as she put on her professional persona. Sir, the expedition force is gathered inside. If you and your companion would follow me, she said with a bow as she motioned towards the office building. Jake followed her into the building, which was already covered with a barrier of sorts. Jake quickly recognized it as Neil's work, and a quick inspection made him aware of its functions. It was quite simple, actually, just blocking out sound. The office windows were also enchanted with something that allowed them to switch from see-through to one-way. It was quite nice and impressive that they have constructed it all in such a short time span. Skills and magic were sure a game changer for the construction industry. Inside, he saw Neil and his party, as well as a scarred woman he recognized as part of Abby's entourage, and a man he hadn't seen before. He reckoned he was one of the newcomers. Most of you know him, but this is the owner of the city, Miranda said, introducing Jake. Yet the people's attention wasn't on Jake, but the hawk that was sitting on his arm. Neil looked shocked while Kristen subtly moved Silas behind her, and Alina took a step back to create a bit of distance between them. Levi was the only one that didn't move much, but he did slightly move his hand towards his sword. The scarred woman and the man Jake didn't recognize both reacted widely differently. The scarred woman barely reacted, while the man took several steps back with a frightened expression while speaking up. Is the owner a beast? he said with disbelief as he looked at the hawk. What? Jake thought. Wait, did he think he was the servant of the bird or something? Of course not, this Mistsong hawk is the owner's companion, Miranda answered, clearly experiencing a sense of schadenfreude towards the man. Jake got the impression that he was the annoying type. The Mistsong hawk is D-grade, is it not? Neil asked after collecting himself. His party also calmed down as clearly nothing was going to happen. Truly surprising. This is my first time seeing a D-grade beast up close. Quite the aura. Jake looked at Neil and used Identify, seeing that the space mage had also grown a bit over the last few weeks. Human LVL 57, he had been level 53 when Jake first met him 2 or so weeks ago, and while 4 levels didn't seem like a lot, it was a decent pace. Everyone in his party had grown a few levels, though he guessed the majority were from profession levels. They had insinuated that they wanted to take a break, and Miranda had said that they had spent nearly all their time within the small city. They had been on the run for a while based on what Neil had explained, so it made sense that they wanted to relax. Not everyone was a junkie for improving themselves and finding new challenges like Jake. Miranda, noticing that Jake didn't plan on saying anything, continued the conversation. Sir, these two are Lillian and Mikwell. Lillian has taken the role of my assistant, and Mikwell was the leader of our newest arrival of citizens. He led a small caravan of 16 people to join. Jake just gave them both a nod before walking into the room and taking a seat on one of the chairs. All the furniture in the room looked new, which made sense. As it was, he identified the people around the room and got a feel for their levels. Human LVL 49, Mikwell was level 49, which was quite respectable. He had likely been above 40 by the end of the tutorial, making him well ahead of the curve. Of course, he was still beaten by people like Neil and his party and monsters like Jake, but he was better than someone like Hank. Hank had been considered strong in his tutorial's context by being barely level 30, so it did make sense that Mikwell would be looked to as a leader. Human LVL 34, next, was Lillian at level 30. He didn't remember what level she was before or if he had even identified her, but he was pretty sure she was quite a bit lower than that. Is assistant to the city lord a profession? He asked himself before noting the level of said city lord. Human LVL 41, despite the relatively low level, Jake found it very impressive. When he left last time, she was level 34, and now she had grown 7 race levels in total. Her profession clearly grew at an impressive speed, but Jake also heard from her that she had gained class levels too. She still hadn't evolved her class before, so the levels came easy with the many bonus stats. It was good that her level improved. It would give her more credibility to be of a high level, and of course, the stats would make her stronger and make it easier for her to defend the city. While she wasn't much of a fighter, Jake was sure that there existed ways for people to fight even without direct confrontations. The lighting in the room was done by a small crystal-like stone hanging from the ceiling. Jake reckoned it was the work of some profession he didn't yet know of, so he just ignored it as Miranda began laying out their plan as everyone had calmed down and at least partly adapted to the presence of the D-grade bird. We will approach the fort with the people we have here and establish contact. As I explained, we will offer them to come here for refuge and help build the city, but it will be on our terms and our terms only, she said. Some diplomatic concession should be made if we don't want to create dissatisfaction, and if a large number of individuals come, it will be hard to not give some political power to them. It would be easier to just approach with a promise of partnership, Mikwell said, still throwing glances at Misty. I discussed this with the owner, and there will be no concessions, Miranda said firmly. But what if none, Miranda reaffirmed. If we, or more specifically, I find it beneficial for the city to give them influential roles, I will do so. But it will be at our discretion, not a concession. Are you sure about this? Neil said, looking a bit worried. This seems like a very heavy-handed approach. We aren't forcing any of them to come here, we are offering it. While we do need them, based on the reports that your own team brought back, they need us even more. That is true, Neil said as he sat silently in contemplation. Do we even have the capacity for them to come here if they all choose to? Alina asked. While I couldn't get a good head count, the fort is big, and I saw a lot of movement. I doubt they have anything less than 2,000 people. I am sure they will gladly help shape the city as founding citizens and contribute to the construction. We made it without houses for a while, and so can they. We already have a new longhouse prepared we can use if they have some people with special needs, and construction is fast, Miranda said as she continued her explanation. As for land to build on, there are no issues there either. We have plenty of space on the ground within the owner's domain, and Hank and I have also considered building vertically. The trees are far more robust than anything before the system, and I am sure some profession or classes can make the idea of building on them feasible. While she spoke, Jake just sat there stoically, Misty not bothering much with the conversation either, but inspecting the peculiar enchants around the building. Jake was actually very invested in what she said, mainly because he had to admit that the thought of giant magical treehouses sounded awesome. If that many people come, we will have issues with security, They will just assimilate us, and it will be us joining them and not the other way around. What stops them from just claiming leadership? Mikkel asked skeptically. He was clearly against the idea of even making contact with the fort. Why are you here? Jake asked. It was the first words he spoke, and it got a small jump out of the man. I came here with my companions, and I am talking about this room. Why are you here? Jake clarified. As a representative of my comrades and me, you are here because Miranda allowed you to, Jake finally said, answering the question for the man. And so will you leave if she tells you to? They will be no different. The man looked like he wanted to say something more but didn't dare to. Jake understood his perspective. He truly did. He just didn't agree with it, not anymore. Miranda has also begun to come around, likely empowered by having him support her. Jake could totally see the other side wanting to fight, and if they did, he would be sure to instantly crush their spirits. He and Misty would release their auras, perhaps an attack or two, which should be enough to stop the opposition from daring to fight. It was like showing up to a fistfight in a tank. Sure, the other side could have many times more people, but they sure as hell weren't going to start punching the vehicle. The rest of the discussion centered around their general method behind their approach before leaving the building and setting out. Mikkel was coming along together with two other men from his entourage. Both were level 39, so they weren't that bad, but not good either. It would only take a few hours to get the 130 or so kilometers with their fast speed, though to Jake and Misty, it was slow as hell. Who even walks places these days anymore? Jake jokingly thought as they had just set out. Alina explained a bit on their way about the area's layout and the harassment of beasts that the fort dealt with. After having walked only for 15 minutes, Jake could clearly feel Misty feeling restless. Jake made eye contact with the bird that was flying overhead and saw its annoyance and slight anxiety. It wasn't hard for him to piece together that the mama bird was worried for the egg back home and wanted to get this over with as fast as possible. Jake looked up at the bird and it looked at him questionably, the human understanding right away. This is too slow, Jake said. Let's fly. They all turned to look at him, confused as Jake summoned his two wings. Mikkel and his two followers looked frightened, with the others only looked a bit surprised. Jake began weaving two solid ropes of mana as he motioned for Miranda and Lillian to come over. At the same time, Misty touched down as it landed on the ground. The Mistsong Hawk shone in a magical light as mana extended out from her figure towards Neil and his party, along with Mikkel and his two men. Don't resist, Jake said, not even considering that Mikkel and his two followers didn't have any idea how to properly resist foreign mana. Jake wrapped his two own ropes around Miranda and Lillian as he lifted them off the ground. He had practiced lifting boulders for so damn long, and it was finally time to put that training to use. Skillfully, Misty took to the air with 8 people being lifted along with it, some of them trying to suppress screams as they were forcefully lifted. Jake, on the other hand, struggled quite a bit to keep the ropes stable, not in the sense that they wouldn't break, but in the sense that it would be very uncomfortable for the two women to be lifted as if were they just tied to him, dangling beneath his flying figure. It took him a bit longer, but soon they took to the air, a winged human and a magical blue hawk flying through the air with 10 people telekinetically lifted along. Chapter 167, One-Sided Negotiation. Jake concentrated as he flew with Miranda and Lillian in tow. It took quite the toll to keep himself moving fluidly and make sure that the two women weren't tossed around by any sudden pulling. He couldn't do the tactic where he just touched them with mana as it wouldn't work on living beings, so he had to use the mana ropes. Misty had just used her mana to directly affect the outer layer of the 9 people's bodies. It was an application of mana far above Jake's own. He wasn't even sure if it was a skill, but hey, the bird was D-grade. It only made sense. He already knew that the Mistsong bird had a larger mana pool than himself by quite a margin from the ritual. Once more, not surprising, considering it was a D-grade beast focused solely on magic. He did take a bit of inspiration and visibly improved while flying, making the ride for Miranda and Lillian a bit smoother. Miranda looked like she was using every sliver of her willpower to remain calm, while Lillian looked relaxed, like being carried after a winged human wasn't that far-fetched. Jake couldn't help but think about what kind of shit Abby had dragged that entire group through. Neil and his party also all looked relatively calm. They were more experienced and had spent plenty of time doing teleportation and whatnot. Of course, it also helped that Misty was a pretty damn smooth flyer and mana controller. As for Mikkel and his goons, they looked like they were contemplating the life choices that led to them being carried through the air by a bird that could kill them at any point if it got annoyed. At least they had the decency to remain still to not make it harder on Misty. The trip that should have taken hours was completed in 35 minutes. 15 minutes of that spent walking when they first began, and the rest finished soaring through the air. They landed a few kilometers from the forest, but still a fair distance from the fort. The area was the same plains that Jake had traveled initially to reach the woods, but another section. This part had many more hills, and the grass was rather tall in most places. It actually reminded him a bit of the Lucenti Plains, though no stags or deer anywhere. Well, he did spot a few from above when flying over the forest, but none of the Lucenti variant. Touching down, Jake, pretty elegantly if he had to say so himself, put down Lillian and Miranda. Misty landed together with him, depositing all 9 human packages on the ground too, a bit harder than Jake, as one of Miquel's men fell on his butt. All right, that was awesome, Kristen said as she didn't mind her ruffled hair. I want wings now. I am sure there are ways to fly or at least levitate without wings, Levi said. Heck, I can nearly fly with my wind armor. Who cares? Neil jokingly said while trying to get his hair under control. Teleportation is way better. Alina and Silas both just shook their heads. Silas did go over and check if Miquel and his 2 followers needed any help, but they were clearly okay, just a bit shocked at the entire situation. Why did we even bring them along? Jake wondered. Well, it was Miranda who had decided who would go, so it was on her. Bringing Neil and his party, Jake understood. They were all useful to some degree and relatively strong. They worked well as a team, and there was something to say in power in numbers. Also, it would allow Jake to not bother with weaker things and just let them handle it. Their band of 11 people and 1 bird walked the rest of the way at a more than steady pace. It didn't make sense to just casually stroll when they all had rather high stats, so it didn't take long for the fort to enter their view after passing over a small hilltop. Jake observed it with his high perception, allowing him to practically zoom in on it. He quickly got a grasp of the fort. It was large and clearly some kind of medieval exhibit, or maybe even an event spot before the world changed. Didn't look damaged in the least, but looked like an old fort from the 1600s transported to the present day. The fort was the kind of defensive structure built in the past with functionality prioritized over aesthetics. The walls were thick, placed on the top of a hill with an open view of all sides. It looked very easily defensible. A good spot, Jake nodded internally, approving of those who had taken refuge there. The old cities were dangerous as they had many nooks and crannies for monsters to lurk in. Powerful beasts didn't necessarily have to be large, hawky, and misty, case in point. But the fort also had its issues. Not many beasts were in the surroundings, and it was the only structure for many kilometers. Jake guessed it had wells for water as the ground was well moisturized, and hunting beasts were of course an option when it came to nutrients. After evolving, humans needed way less food or water. Jake practically didn't need either after becoming E-grade, and whatever he did need, he got through eating random herbs for his palate of the malefic viper. Eating was instead done to gain potential benefits from the food or to regenerate resources faster. Breathing was a bit of the same. Breathing increased both mana and stamina regeneration by a very minor amount by drawing in some of the atmospheric mana. Jake didn't know if all living things had some kind of hidden ability to transform it into helpful mana and stamina, but clearly it worked. Water was of course in the same boat, but that was for E-grade. F-grade still needed some food, and with so many people there were bound to be many F-grades to feed. The environment, such as the wind and weather, wasn't an issue for any humans, really, as the body's natural resistance made regular sickness a thing of the past. I guess that also confirms viruses and bacteria don't get levels, Jake thought as he stood there considering all these things. Oh, but fungi does. Oh shit, I can already imagine someone getting a fungal infection from some high-level mushroom. Like that D-grade indigo fucker. I really need to get rid of that damn thing. Sir, Miranda asked as she saw Jake just stand there staring into the distance. The fort little more than a small blob in the distance, even with her relatively high stats. Let's go, Jake said, coming out of his stupor, but not forgetting. The mushroom would soon meet its maker. But first, time to do some one-sided negotiations. Jake gave Misty a nod as the bird summoned several runes that swirled around her. First, he felt her aura disappear, and then she vanished from sight, turning invisible. Damn those magic birds and their many tricks. Of course, Jake himself could still see Misty, not with his eyes, but in his... He had long realized that all those magical techniques didn't work against it. Like back in the sewer dungeon, his sphere was just too damn overpowered. They had decided to have Misty remain hidden, at least in the beginning. This was mainly due to the encounter with Miquel, who somehow got the idea that the bird was controlling them or that they were willingly serving it. Actually, considering the magic bird, that could totally be true. 11 people and 1 now invisible bird made quick progress towards the fort in the distance. As they had passed the hill and were now within line of sight from the fort, Jake felt it. A gaze had landed upon them from a distance, and he returned the look. A human stood on the fort's wall in the distance and looked through something that resembled binoculars. Jake made eye contact with the man through the device, and he saw the man quickly turn away in fright as he turned to yell something. Of course, Jake was too far away to tell what he said, and lip reading wasn't in his skill set. Does lip reading even work correctly with the translation skill? It should, shouldn't it? We have been spotted, Alina said a few seconds later. Jake had already seen a few more people appear on the wall, and it was likely that movement she had caught. An aura of nervousness spread in the group, and Jake purposefully walked so that he was all the way in the back. Miranda and Lillian took the front with the party of 5, and Miquel and his 2 goons followed at the sides. Their speed was fast even though they didn't rush, and soon they saw something coming their way. A small drone was flying towards them with a net hanging beneath it. Jake could see the small net held what looked like a walkie-talkie. Well, this is unexpected. He hadn't encountered much technology since his return to Earth. In fact, he had encountered none. Back when he made his way out of the city, he did spot some people with tools that resembled more modern weaponry, but he didn't think much of it. None of those with Abby or Mikkel had any modern weapons either. All were using the same medieval weapons as Jake and the others. Yet now he saw a drone flying towards him. The others were also surprised, but quickly collected themselves as Miranda stepped forward. The drone was clearly remote-controlled as it floated down. It was a quadcopter type, but Jake did notice something when it got closer. He felt mana coming off it. A magic drone. Nice. Not seeing a camera on it, Jake wondered how the person controlling it knew where to go. Though he had to guess that the individual controlling it had a skill to make it all possible. It made him wonder if it was a profession or class, or maybe someone with great synergy between the two. Robot, builder, or engineer, coupled with a class for controlling them. These were just some of the distracting thoughts jumping around his head as Miranda got to the actual negotiation part. Miranda threw a glance back at the masked man before the drone landed, hovering with the net holding the walkie-talkie right in front of her. He just gave her a small nod as she took it out of the net, and without any prompt, a voice came out of it. "Please identify yourself," the voice said in a rather authoritative tone. The woman just picked up the walkie-talkie and inspected it for a while. Her face was stoic as she said, "I must admit, I believed all technology to be gone, but then again, it was only a matter of time before human ingenuity allowed them to recreate things. Tell me, how does this device work?" "A craftsman made it. Now identify yourself and your intentions for coming here," the voice answered, sounding a bit surprised at Miranda's casual demeanor and question. Miranda smiled as she had already considered her approach before coming here. She had come to realize that they genuinely did hold all the cards. The question was never if the forest was a better settlement than out here, or if it was worth it for the fort's humans to join them. It unquestionably was. No, the issue had always been the disparity in numbers and the fear of diluting her own influence. But the masked man had opened her eyes to how little that mattered now. No matter what happened, he would be in charge. No leader would be appointed without his say-so. She could be replaced if he so wished, and she wouldn't be replaced if he opposed it. She had utter faith in the owner's capabilities, too. She had spent plenty of time with Neil and his party ever since they joined their little city, and he had also spoken of degrades and how they were all absolute monstrous existences. They knew they wouldn't stand a chance against one. He told her that the disciple of Kalox in the tutorial he was in also served as the final boss. That disciple was only a projection of what the disciple had been capable of just after entering degrade, and that was already enough to dispel any thoughts both he and Abby had ever to challenge him, as well as cementing how powerful degrades were. Yet the masked owner had casually waltzed in with a degrade bird companion that he called Misty, and the degrade beast clearly listened to him. She saw the relationship between them, and it was clear that it viewed the owner as superior in power. So with that in mind, she realized that she indeed held all the cards in this negotiation. Would they like more people in the city? Sure, did they need it? No, there was plenty of time for people to come naturally like Mikkel. This entire thing was them offering something to the fort, not the other way around. In fact, it couldn't even be called a negotiation. It was just extending an invitation and proving how much the fort truly needed them. With all that in mind, Miranda happily answered the man at the other end of the walkie-talkie with her pre-prepared sales speech. "My name is Miranda Wells, city lord of a nearby settlement. We have come to offer you and the other residents in the fort a place of refuge and a safe zone to build a home. Away from the hordes of monsters, a place where no beasts dare enter." What followed was silence from the other end for 5 or so seconds before a voice came from the other end, one different from the first. "I find that sentiment hard to believe. Moreover, we have not noticed any settlements in our immediate surroundings." "That is understandable. There is a bit of a way there," Miranda said with a light smile. "Of course, we would also assist with travel as much as we can, but who might I be speaking with now?" "Philip Morgan, the one currently in charge of this settlement." "Well, nice to meet you, Philip," Miranda said. "How about we stop playing telephone and have a sit-down to discuss things?" Once more, there was hesitation on the other end. Several seconds passed as Miranda had thrown the ball in their court. They would have to admit weakness to refuse for a small group with less than a dozen to approach, or they would get a face-to-face meeting. "I am uncertain if that is wise," the voice said from the other end. "I believe it is safer for all parties to negotiate at a distance, free from the interference of any skills that could affect the situation." Ah, a cautious one, Miranda thought. She hadn't considered that one. It was actually quite wise to use a drone and communicate like this to avoid any auras or other mental skills. Heck, she had an aura herself, making her appear more trustworthy, as well as some other things she had gained with her principal city lord profession. "While I do certainly respect and even applaud your caution, I can assure you we did not come here with any intentions of bringing harm to anyone. We only wish to extend this offer and talk it over. Fighting would be unproductive for both sides, Miranda said, adding, so with that in mind, see you in a bit. She threw the walkie-talkie in the net of the drone, gave it a friendly wave, and turned to the others. Let's go. Miranda couldn't help but throw a look towards the masked man who stood with his eyes closed. Once she laid her eyes upon him, he opened them and looked straight back at her, making eye contact. With a small nod, he seemed to approve of her way of doing things. Feeling a lot more confident in her actions, she turned towards the fort with a big smile on her lips. Chapter 168, Philip. If anyone asked Jake how confident he was in their current strategy, he would give it a solid 8 out of 10. Miranda had shown an adequate amount of courtesy without seeming weak or meek, while also making their position clear. She had emphasized that they were not coming as enemies, but to negotiate. The strategy revolved around not needing to fight or even having to reveal Misty. No, Misty and Jake were the backup plans if things went south and the primary strategy failed. But Jake also knew one other little snippet of information. 90% of all strategies fail. The primary cause of failure was outside sources, or emergent factors from within that didn't conform with the organization's existing culture. Individual actors taking on roles to operationalize undiscussed tactics, such as shooting a bullet straight towards them. Now, individual actors making these decisions sometimes had severe negative impacts on the organization as a whole, a media manager making a lousy tweet, or a salesman trying to go off script and losing a big client. But sometimes, it ended up having close to no impact, as the actor simply didn't have enough institutional influence or social capital to accomplish anything. This did result in quite the uproar, and not from the party of 11 except Miquel, who jumped with fright, but from the direction from the fort. Miranda couldn't help but flash a small smile that Jake caught with his sphere, and he got it. They had just significantly weakened their own position by being the first aggressors, effectively justifying any violent retaliation. Or, as Miranda planned to leverage it, make them appear benevolent for not counterattacking. It even had the added benefit of making absolutely clear how unthreatening they found the attack, and how big the power disparity truly was. Neil and his party alone were enough to overpower most forces, Jake reckoned. They were all above level 50 in their races, and all of them appeared to focus mainly on their classes. His barriers were even stronger than Abby's had been, which meant that he could easily block almost all physical attacks. Of course, a monster like Jake could still shatter it, but he doubted anyone at his own level could do it without using a powerful skill. The fort was clearly restless as they approached, but no more bullets were fired. Instead, a few dozen people jumped down from the tall walls while a line of gunmen lined the wall itself. And while they didn't point their guns at Jake and his companions, they looked ready to do so at a moment's notice. Jake observed the people that had jumped down and noted the man in front, a large man with a buzz cut, followed by a squad of people with similar hair and demeanor, military. Annoyingly so, their stances and aura reminded him a bit of Richard. He used Identify on the front man and got an unexpected response. Human LVL. Jake felt like something blocked him from seeing the level. The others around him were clearly also surprised at being unable to identify him correctly. Jake himself was the only person he knew of where it was blocked, and that was due to a divine rarity skill. But while the others were stumped, Jake instead sharpened his gaze. He refused to believe that it was impossible to see through. His yellow eyes lit up as small parts of gaze of the apex hunter activated. He peered through whatever obscured the man's level as his soul lay bare before him, and he used Human LVL 59. He saw the man on the other side shiver and throw a look towards Jake. Jake quickly averted his gaze to one of the other men, trying to act innocent. Likely not a good idea to spook them. Inwardly, he was happy that he succeeded in circumventing the skill. It likely wasn't a very high rarity, as it only blocked a basic Identify. He was a bit surprised he didn't get any notification about his Identify upgrading or anything like that. On the other hand, was it even an upgrade? Even Jake, with his transcendent instincts, couldn't tell when someone used Identify on him, other than the apparent staring, so his current use of the skill that was far more invasive couldn't be called strictly superior. He didn't even really do anything different. It was more like stepping around a wall that obscured your vision to see something better. Well, that was a rather rude welcome, Miranda said, breaking the silence with a light jab at the other side. The man broke out of the stupor created by Jake as he steeled himself and answered, I apologize. He got nervous because a group of strangers was threateningly approaching us. I believe threatening is a strong word. Besides, why would we threaten you? Miranda answered, still smiling. Neil's invisible barrier remained in front of her in case anything went bad, with Jake a single one-step mile away. You never know with which intentions people approach in these trying times. We have had issues before with new people, he answered. Well, Philip, Miranda answered with a bright smile. We truly have no interest in the fort at all. To my knowledge, you have nothing of interest besides potential citizens for the settlement no city we are creating. Jake saw the man frown a bit, clearly not expecting things to go as they currently were. Jake got it. He doubted many people would come here, and the only reason to do so was to seek refuge. I find this entire matter highly questionable. You claim to come from some enigmatic location safe from beasts and want us to follow you there. I don't want to insult your intelligence, so please don't insult mine by acting like that sounds reasonable, Philip said sharply. It is an acceptable outcome for us just to leave now, but it would be a disservice to all the survivors within the fort, Miranda said. I haven't lied, we truly have a safe zone. I came by here before joining them a few weeks ago, Lillian added from the side. I and the others who joined were under unfortunate circumstances then, but they helped and allowed us to stay. It truly is a safe place. I second this, Mickwell spoke up, finally making himself useful. A small group of a bit over a dozen I was leading stumbled across their settlement a week ago, and I truly haven't seen a single aggressive beast in the area. Philip looked at the two people and considered them. Even if what you say is true, the fort is already a safe haven. Lie, a voice spoke. Silas, please, Miranda said with faux outrage before apologizing. I am sorry. Silas here has the skill to determine lies from truth. It is a bad habit of his to call out lies. The military man clearly looked uncomfortable, and a few of the men behind him also shuffled a bit on their feet. Not as much from the fact that he could apparently determine lies, but more so that their leader, with his silence, clearly admitted that the fort indeed wasn't safe. Jake was thoroughly enjoying all of them working together to negotiate. They seemed to have things under control, and he could just stand at the back and observe. Way more relaxing than being forced to negotiate himself, that's for sure. Delegating tasks for the win. Misty was sitting on the grass at his side, clearly bored by everything that was happening. Jake could feel its impatience as it wanted to get home as soon as possible. If these matters took too long, he planned on letting her return early to lessen her anxiety. She spent a long time guarding and nurturing the egg. It was understandable that she would prefer to stay with it till it hatched. Fine, while we do face our difficulties, I find it very hard to believe that there is a place more defensible than this. We have a clear view in all directions, and tactically it is impeccable. We have yet to have a single casualty to any beasts entering our premises, Philip said, arguing back. When it had become a discussion if the fort was safe, Jake didn't know, but he still decided to inject himself into the conversation to speed it up. Are you the strongest one in the fort, Philip? Jake asked, bringing the attention of everyone to him. The man looked over Jake. A few people had their eyes on him from start to end, clearly already aware that they failed to identify him. I am among the ones with the greatest fighting capabilities, yes, he answered. He likely knew that the human lie detector would call out a bluff, so he decided to remain honest while still hinting at others with around equal strength to himself. I sense no worthwhile enchantments on any of the walls, and while the shield generated by the magic circle is commendable, it won't matter if a powerful beast comes, Jake said with disappointment. What are you getting at? This fort isn't safe at all. You have no magic circle or formation able to ward off enemies and no individuals strong enough either. Unless you or others make massive progress within a short time, I can only see this place falling within a few months at most. Then we would evacuate if that happens. We will see any beast coming from far away and can react adequately if that happens. They won't even get close, and I doubt there are many beasts out there we can't collectively hold off. Nothing is sneaking up on us, Philip answered, making his stance quite clear. He obviously wanted to keep his valor in front of his men and not lose face. There was just one issue. I find that doubtful. Considering a beast powerful enough to destroy the fort already did, Jake said, shaking his head. Misty, the bird was more than happy to dispel its own invisibility and let its aura loose and finally get things moving at a more bearable pace. As for who wasn't happy, well, practically everyone else. Miranda, Neil, and his party, and even Mickwell handled it okay-ish, but the opposing faction sure didn't. Clearly not used to the aura of a D-grade beast, many of them whitened, and a few men even stumbled back. Philip and the men around him all went into a defensive position as his eyes darted to the small hawk sitting lazily in the grass beside Jake. Jake thought it was a bit funny that the bird didn't even have to look intimidating at all. She just looked bored as she propped herself up a bit, trying to at least look a little majestic, which was quite easy for her with her vibrant blue feathers. Wah, one of the men yelled as he raised what looked like a small handgun and aimed it at Misty. Philip was too slow to react as the second premature discharge of the day was released. A bullet flew towards Misty but was blocked by Neil's barrier. Stand down, Philip yelled, red in the face. He seemed incredibly flustered, yet he never took his eyes off Misty or the man standing beside it. Miranda turned towards Jake and Misty and gave them a nod. Jake reacted by poking Misty with his foot, making the bird disperse its aura once more with a small huff. Jake just smiled beneath his mask, finding the entire situation oddly entertaining. If I didn't know better, I would think you were looking for a fight, Miranda said calmly to Philip, who tried to remain stoic as much as he could, but Jake could clearly see the drops of sweat running down the military man's back, as he was a mess internally. I told you before. We didn't come here with any bad intentions, because if we did, we wouldn't be talking. Philip managed to collect himself as he answered, Is that beast D-tier? Yes, Miranda answered, happy that at least the man knew about them. The Mistsong Hawk is one of the owner's companions. The owner is the one in possession of the land where we built the safe haven, and I am the one he appointed to manage it. I assume you are this owner, the man asked, turning to Jake. Jake just stared back at his eyes, letting gaze of the apex hunter go a little as he nodded. He felt like he had spoken enough and would let Miranda handle the rest. He had already discussed his role in all this with her beforehand, and that role had now been fulfilled. His only job left was to look scary and enigmatic. He was taking this entire thing as just a work thing. It somehow felt more relaxing to put it in a corporate context than to really think about the social situation. Philip shook once more from the gaze, freezing him for a fraction of a second before he looked away. So, should we go inside and discuss things or stay out here under the sun? Miranda asked, breaking the silence that Jake had created by tickling the opposing leader's soul. Will you force your way in if I say no? Philip asked with defeat in his voice. He had begun to realize that he was solidly out of his depth. No, of course not, Miranda said, seeming genuinely offended. How many times do I have to tell you we are here with good intentions? I'm just saying that it would be easier to discuss this somewhere that isn't in the middle of the plains. All right, he sighed. Let's head inside. Please allow us to escort you. But does the Mistsong Hawk need to come? Having such a powerful beast inside the fort will only lead to panic. Miranda threw a questioning gaze at Jake, who turned to the Mistsong Hawk. It just tilted its head a bit as runes swirled around it, and it disappeared. Is it? Philip asked, unable to sense any trace of the hawk any longer. Does it matter? Miranda said a bit helplessly. Let's just head in. The man looked a bit hesitant but motioned for them to open the gate anyway. Jake followed along with the others and an invisible bird floating behind him, looking around at all the different kinds of enchantments made on the gates and walls. All were of a low level, but as a magic bird, Misty liked to study them nonetheless. It was magic of an entirely different philosophy, and Jake was sure that it would help her develop. As long as she doesn't begin ripping the walls apart to test their durability, Jake thought, chuckling internally. As he walked, he also looked around him and noticed that the fort, quite frankly, sucked. It was just too small for the number of people. He saw hundreds just inside the gate, all looking cautiously at the newcomers, some of them gasping at their high levels and it being unable to identify Jake at all. Philip motioned with his hand to calm them down as they headed towards the fort's central building. It was one of the few intact buildings, as most other structures were just tents placed around a big courtyard in the middle of the fort. Once more, it kind of sucked. He also saw something he hadn't yet since returning from the tutorial children. The Viper had told him children would find themselves in tutorials where they could safely reach level 10 in their race and evolve to F grade no matter their age. But no such safety remained once back on Earth. It was up to the parents or the kindness of strangers to make up for it. They were mostly hidden away in the tents or hiding, all looking rather lost. Jake saw a small smile creep onto Miranda's lips as they saw how bad the circumstances were, and he perfectly understood. With the fort in this state, even Jake believed he could convince a majority of the decrepit survivors to leave. Chapter 169, The Fort. The inside of the keep was quite spacious, but what hit Jake first was how hot it was. The building was split into several sections, and he felt heat emanate from one of the side rooms he looked towards. The others also looked at it. Philip explained with a bit of pride, perhaps just happy to feel like he was not losing any conversation currently. Inside there, we have our smithy. Lots of talented men and women who focus on their professions have managed to create old-world technology with new magical means, he said, leading them into the room, happy to show off the good parts of the fort after walking through the terrible situation outside. Inside the smithy, Jake truly felt the heat as he saw several contraptions and work tables scattered around the room. It all looked somewhat chaotic, with the only real order being to split the furnaces and anvils away from the workbenches. Nodding his head towards one of the men sitting in the corner, Philip brought their attention to a small, thin man intensely working. The man hadn't even noticed them, or maybe he didn't care. He was sitting with what looked like tiny electronics, and Jake saw a drone on the table like the one they encountered earlier. That there is Arnold. He is the one who made the drone and nearly all our more advanced equipment. He made the walkie-talkie too, a real genius, that one. The rest mainly focus on weaponry and armor, and we produce a wide variety of both cold weapons and firearms. Philip explained proudly. Interesting, how do firearms work with the system? Miranda asked. Calling them firearms is actually a bit silly now. They are more like magical weapons now and generate their own bullets. Not that much different from wands in many ways. They also use mana, of course, so there honestly isn't much difference between a mage and a gunman, he said before continuing his explanation. Yet guns do retain one of their most useful features from before the system. They are easy to use. While each weapon has a level requirement to use, they aren't that different to operate than a pre-system gun. As a ranged weapon, they are far easier to use and still vastly superior to something like a bow. Jake scoffed, getting the man's attention, but he didn't dare inquire further. While the hunter did see some usefulness in guns, he vastly preferred bows, the reason for that being relatively simple. A gun only used your magic stats, and it was far easier to, one could say, customize your attacks with a bow. When using a bow, Jake used nearly his entire body. He even used his magic stats with infused power shot, and in cases where he didn't use them for the shot itself, he used it with his arrow of the ambitious hunter or his poisons. Oh yeah, that was another major thing. It was far easier to poison arrows than bullets. Sure, you could build a gun specifically to use pre-made bullets and then make poison bullets, but at that point, you should just get your shit together and use a damn bow. The only possible advantage Jake could see bullets have was with range and while using a sniper rifle. But even then, one just had to ask the Storm Elemental if Jake wasn't also deadly at extremely long range. Anyway, Philip said, trying to act like he hadn't noticed Jake's protest. We have managed to arm nearly every individual, and with our tall walls, we have managed to defend the fort from any beasts. As a large settlement, we appear to attract a lot of attention. Not surprising, Neil said, cutting in for the first time. You are effectively a bag of experience waiting to be claimed by those strong enough. I reckon there are quite a few levels to be earned for any beasts managing to break through and enter the courtyard. Yeah, Eleanor added. The only reason you haven't been overrun is that you aren't worth it for the stronger beasts. While you all level and get stronger, you will also begin attracting stronger and stronger enemies. It is just a matter of time before a degrade comes. What makes your settlement any different from ours? Philip asked. He appeared to understand their logic, and a part of him knew the fort couldn't stand forever, but that didn't mean some other place was safer. Because it's my territory, Jake answered without even thinking. Everyone turned to him as this part certainly wasn't part of their practice. They instead had planned on Miranda explaining how the forest was safer, how they had a talented space mage, and then finishing by mentioning that the owner and the D-grade beast would defend them. Mainly the D-rank, actually, as that was a kind of power more quantifiable than the enigmatic Jake. I don't see how that matters. An army of beasts could still easily Beasts aren't as stupid as you think, Jake said. They know to stay away from where they don't belong. It's simply pure instinct. A beast does not willingly enter the domain of a hunter. When he said those words, Jake came to a realization he probably should have a long time ago. The area claimed by the pylon was his, that was clear. His mana signature was in the atmospheric mana itself, making it clear it was his. And like a beast marking its territory, so had Jake marked what was under the influence of the pylon. It wasn't the pylon keeping beasts away. It was that it was Jake's pylon. They all felt the faint aura of Jake, and their instincts made them aware that they should stay away, because it was the territory of the Primal Hunter. As Jake stood there, he had unknowingly let some of his aura spread out as he came to the realization. And while he wasn't a D-grade, that didn't mean his aura was any less powerful, but it was different because it didn't stem from the natural suppression of grade, but from everyone's instincts warning them. Even Misty looked uncomfortable as she was clearly affected too. It wasn't the kind of suppression that had any physical effects. No, it was purely mental. The bird gave Jake a small nudge with its wing, and Jake noticed what he was doing and swiftly retracted his aura. Shit. He thought, afraid that he just ruined Miranda's strategy. The owner had truly gone above and beyond. Miranda felt cold sweat run down her back as he proclaimed the city his territory. She felt his presence even more than when the Mistsong Hawk had released its aura. Like every fiber of her being, especially the small lizard brain all humans had practically yelling at her that she should not mess with the man in front of her. Philip looked like he had just been splashed with a bucket of cold water, the sweat visible on his face. He looked genuinely scared, and it appeared he just realized. The Mistsong bird was not the strongest member of their group. Sir, please, Miranda said, throwing the masked owner a look. She needed to communicate that even with his power, he was still human, and at least listened to her advice. It would strengthen her position not just in this negotiation, but even more so if they decided to join. He looked back at her with those yellowed beastly eyes and almost seemed apologetic. No, she must have read that wrong. Truly skills that could read others weren't flawless, especially not with one so much more powerful than herself. The aura had already dispersed as the room became calm once more. I apologize if I offended you in any way. I didn't mean to question your words, Philip apologized while not daring to even look towards the owner. It's all right. Being skeptical is to be expected and even encouraged. Now, should we find a place and talk about what comes next? I would also be very interested in hearing some more about the fusion of magic and technology. Miranda skillfully led Philip away as she sent a glance towards the owner, asking him to stay. Neil and his party followed while Lillian stayed with the owner. Mikkel also followed her, likely just wanting to get away from the scary masked man. The setup was perfect. Miranda believed she would never have an easier time convincing the man than now. The owner had truly played his role well. She's so mad at me, Jake thought as he stayed in the room while Miranda led Philip and the others away, leaving him only with Lillian. She went over to his side and just stood there, Jake not entirely sure what to do now. Miranda didn't want him to follow, that was clear. He had made everyone uncomfortable by forgetting to restrain himself. He had known since childhood that one had to be controlled or you would scare others. Before the system, Jake had just thought he had a scary face when he got mad or something. But after the system, things began to make a lot more sense, thinking about it. That was clearly the bloodline, wasn't it? His parents had never had any reactions to him, but his brother had. He remembered that Caleb would be scared if he got too close while emotional, and it was only when Jake got older and more reserved and meeker in front of him that his brother stopped being afraid. As brothers, they naturally developed a rivalry. Jake unconsciously always competed with him, and Jake assumed that must have been hard for him. I really need to sit down and figure out what exactly this whole bloodline business is about. Sir, Lillian asked as Jake had now just been standing still for a good 15 seconds, deep in thought. Jake blushed slightly below the mask as he praised the Malefic One for no one being able to see his face. Yes, let us go check out his fort. The three of them, 2 humans and 1 invisible bird, exited the keep, and many eyes turned to them instantly. Jake just did his best to ignore their gazes, while Lillian seemed to genuinely not care. As the only woman surviving the hellspawn that was Abby and her sadistic fuck of a father, Donald, she, without a doubt, had a strong mental state. Jake walked away from the keep as he looked around the fort, and man, did he mention that it sucked. It looked like a sad campsite mushed together in the courtyard. The courtyard was large but far from large enough to accommodate this many people. He took the time to try and determine how many people lived there, and a conservative estimate would put it at around 2,000, likely closer to 2,500. That was a lot of people, but his territory was also big and expanding by the day. He could already imagine the many levels Miranda would get from recruiting this entire base, and he reckoned Lillian would also get her fair share. On that note, did Miranda allow you to get a profession related to this? The woman looked at him a bit before she waved her hands. A barrier appeared around them. It was invisible to the eye and only had the simple function of blocking out sound. Neat skill, and handy for an assistant. Yes, Lillian answered. Principal City Lord's assistant is the name. She also granted me the title of Lord along with it. I believe there was discussion about making Neil a Lord as she could appoint 3 Lords and 1 Baron, but nothing is settled. She gave me the title as without it, I would be unable to access certain functionalities of the pylon of civilization. I see, so she told you about the pylon. Jake asked, frowning. He was pretty sure that was meant to be a secret between them and not info just to spread willy-nilly. Lillian seemed to get his meaning and quickly clarified. Yes, but only after I signed a system-enforced contract that bans me from discussing anything related to the pylon with anyone but Miranda and you, sir. A contract, huh? Jake asked. He had read about contracts in the books, but he always assumed they were just regular old contracts like the one he made with Miranda. Was it possible to make them system-enforced? It must take a particular skill. What is the punishment if you break it? Death, she answered calmly, but I can only break it if I do so willfully. As an example, if I am under the influence of anything affecting my mind or someone can listen in without my knowledge, it does not count as breaking it. If I purposefully try to break it, I get warned by a massive headache, and if I break it anyway, I will cease to be. Jake looked her over as he nodded. He could hear in her voice she had experimented with it, without even caring for her life, apparently. But Jake didn't really have much to say about other near-suicidal people. He had done equally stupid stuff himself, and in the end, that stupidity had led to gains. Also, he would have totally done the same thing as her and pushed the contract to its limits. I see. Well, keep up the good work, Jake said in acknowledgement. Wait, didn't I just tell her to continue to do reckless shit? I will, she said with a smile. Well, who cares? Everyone likes positive reinforcement, he thought in response. Jake walked with her through the fort as he looked the place over, and at the same time, considered if it was really wise of him to come along. Misty alone could have done the same job of being intimidating, and at least no one expected a bird to make conversation. But on the other hand, he didn't want to be just a freeloader. While he was totally fine with having Miranda do 99% of the work, he did feel like he should at least do something to contribute. He was technically her boss. Shit, that means I am Lillian's boss's boss. Without really noticing it, they had made their way up to one of the walls. Lillian was just following along silently, while everyone they came across got out of the way. It was somewhat unsurprising that people just tried to avoid the unidentifiable masked guy whom even their leader looked meek in front of. Jake stood on the wall and looked out over the landscape. There were a few soldier-like people on the wall too, but they all kept a good 10 to 15 meters from the two of them. He honestly found it a bit annoying as he wanted to borrow a gun from someone. As he stood there, a somewhat unaware soldier was walking while reading something and passed by. Jake stepped in front of him to ask if he could see the rifle he had strapped over his shoulder. Lillian instantly noticed that Jake was staring hard at the rifle and went up to the soldier. Excuse me. The poor guy said as he looked up, seeing a scarred woman and a masked man with piercing yellow eyes both staring at him. He recognized them from when they entered, and he remembered seeing that monstrous bird too. Sorry, I didn't notice that he began, but Lillian interrupted him. The city owner would like to ask if he can have one of your firearms to inspect. Of course, he said as he quickly ran off. He returned less than half a minute later with a rifle nearly identical to his own. Here you go, sir and madam. This one is unbound and even better than my own, he said as he handed the rifle to Lillian. She in turn gave it to Jake, who stoically accepted it. Couldn't I have just asked for it myself? He wondered. I guess she knows what she is doing, so let's just go along with it. He held up the rifle and inspected it, and it was nearly as disappointing as the state of the fort. Bolt-action imitation rifle inferior. A rifle that can conjure and fire inferior rarity bullets, made to mimic a bolt-action rifle of old. It is created by a newly integrated craftsman, and while there is much room for improvement, it is nevertheless solidly built and durable for its rarity. Requirements: LVL 20+ in any humanoid race. Well, I guess if it works, it works. Jake had to remember that these were mass-produced by crafters, with only a few months' worth of experience at most. That they could even make these rifles, to begin with, was impressive. He spent the next period of time inspecting the rifle's enchantments, and he even felt the subtle probing of Misty. It indeed was relatively simple, but the magic circle scribbled on the inside of the rifle was still a bit impressive. Jake bound the rifle to himself as he tried injecting mana into it and felt as a bullet was conjured in the chamber. It appeared only to be able to create a single shot at a time, which was disappointing. As for how strong the bullet was, well, he had a feeling he would soon be able to test it. The soldier that had given him the rifle had never left but kept staying a few meters away, almost as if waiting for orders. It had been nearly 2 hours since Jake got the gun and began tinkering with it, so the young man jumped a bit when Jake spoke. You got incoming. Huh, incoming what? The soldier asked, confused. Jake pointed out into the horizon. Quite an army of beasts, big, 4 legs, looks like fat hairy cows. The man looked out into the distance and saw absolutely nothing. He looked confused back at the masked man again. He stood there confused for a minute or two before one of their snipers called out, I think I see something approaching in the distance. The young man instantly went white as he yelled to those below, sound the ALARMS, stampede incoming. Chapter 170, The Battle of Forts Deep. Jake had to admit that the fort was really well positioned when it came to defending against enemies approaching on the ground. He had seen the beasts nearly 10 minutes before they would get there, as they were approaching from a slight downward angle. With Jake's insane perception, it was effortless to spot anything getting close. From a small watchtower, the sniper that had yelled out earlier had also finally been able to spot the beasts, and now the entire fort was in full swing. Jake just stood there with Lillian as people ran around him, looking out at the approaching beasts. The soldiers all narrowly avoided him, and he heard Philip and Miranda in the courtyard below making their way towards him. Does this happen often? He heard Miranda ask as they moved closer. At least once It is exhausting, but it allows us to rake in levels and materials, Philip answered, walking up the small rampart to the wall together with the woman. Is it always a horde like this? Yes, it's always a stampede of weaker beasts, few reaching above level 30. Sometimes stronger ones up to level 60 are present, but the strongest so far was 71, so we have yet to encounter anything we couldn't handle. But it is getting worse, Philip said with a bit of resignation. Well, just a better reason to go with us, Miranda smiled. Philip smiled back as he subconsciously made a small nod. It looks like Miranda is doing pretty well, Jake thought, seeing the man borderline convinced already. Well, they had spent a few hours in the building, and it seemed like he just needed the final push to agree. As they got onto the wall, Philip and Miranda spotted Jake, and both went over. They seemed relatively relaxed despite the apparent panic of the soldiers earlier. Well, the man was a higher level, and from what he had seen, the charging beasts were pretty damn weak. He identified one of them for the heck of it, and it was a bit disappointing. Roughhide bovine LVL 33, sir, Miranda greeted, bowing slightly towards him. We really need to find something else to call me, Jake thought. Wait, did she even know his name? Thinking back. He had never introduced himself, and when he signed the contract back then, he did it with a cursive abomination his dad taught him to make, because apparently the more illegible your signature, the more professional it is. Philip gave him a nod, too, as he turned his gaze to the approaching horde. More roughhides. Most seemed to only be standard bovines, with a few bulls mixed. No herd leaders spotted as far as I can tell, he said as he scouted the group, speaking out loud to both Miranda and some of the other men that had followed him. Turning to the young man they saw in the workshop with the machinery earlier, he ordered, get a drone in the air and try to get an estimate of how many there are. The man nodded as he brought out the same small drone he used earlier. It flew up quickly, and the man somehow projected a screen in front of him showing all the drone saw. Very neat, Jake approved internally. Jake looked at the screen and saw the horde from above. Well, he could just summon his wings and go for an aerial look himself, but it was pretty entertaining to watch the screen instead. There really were a lot of them. He also spotted quite a few larger versions of the normal bovines, and he assumed those were the bulls. Finally, towards the back, they saw one larger than any of the others, a herd leader. Philip said with a bit of resignation before explaining to Miranda. The herd leaders are far tougher than the others and higher level too. The strongest one so far was level 71, and it took quite a while and many injuries to bring it down. It was a miracle we didn't lose anyone. Hopefully, this one is We-73. Jake had already identified it as he looked out over the wall long ago. Identify didn't work through the screen. Roughhide herd leader LVL-73, Neil and his party had also made their way over together with the others, and Levi cockily spoke up. Heh, worst case we just handle them. We have taken down Whoa, no, Jake said, getting a few confused looks from everyone, Miranda included. Needless to say, the fact that the fort would be attacked during their visit was not a part of their strategy and thus not discussed. So Jake was not going by practice, to be seen as enigmatic or like a mysterious being. He was just saying his genuine thoughts. This is not our fight, it's theirs. It would be rude of us to butt in and steal their experience points or challenge. Besides, what is there to gain from slaying a bunch of weak beasts? Have the ones who have something to gain do the fighting. Everyone was looking at him at his point, and Jake honestly felt a bit awkward. What was up with their looks? Did he say anything unreasonable? It wasn't like he was telling anyone to go die or anything. He just said that people should do their own fighting. How else would they gain any levels? Can we interfere if it gets dangerous? Neil asked. Once more, Jake felt a bit awkward that he was asking permission, but then again, he had basically just given them an order. Fine, Jake answered. He reckoned having guardians behind them would negatively affect the soldiers' experience gain, but based on their size of relief, he got the feeling they didn't mind. Ahem, Philip said, getting the attention back to him. I believe we should get in formation. You are all free to stay and observe, but please do not get in the way unless you plan on assisting. Jake nodded, and so did the others. Miranda and Lillian stuck to him, while Neil and his party stayed with Miquel and his goons. Miranda, Jake, Lillian, and the invisible Misty walked back into the courtyard as they tried to stay out of the way of the many people running about. The people just living there seemed to barely react besides the many that got up and grabbed a rifle and headed for the walls. It indeed appeared like these attacks were a usual thing for the inhabitants of the fort, but if it could occur more than once a day, it made sense that they had begun being desensitized. Let us watch from above, Jake said as he motioned to the invisible Misty. She understood his intentions, and without any warning, Jake and the two women began floating upwards with the still invisible bird. Whoa, Miranda exclaimed, surprised at suddenly being lifted. Did you? She asked, looking towards Jake as they slowly ascended. Misty, he answered, motioning with his head towards the invisible bird. From Miranda's point of view, it looked like he was just pointing towards the air, but she seemed to understand right away as she just nodded slowly. Lillian didn't have any significant reactions from all the happenings. Quite a few glances were also thrown their way, but they soon turned back to the approaching horde. Apparently, the thought that the mysterious masked man with a D-grade beast following him around being able to make people float wasn't that amazing. Are you certain we should not interfere? Miranda asked, floating well out of range of any listeners. Yes, Jake answered. These beast hordes are a golden opportunity for these soldiers to earn experience. When else can you sit comfortably behind a wall and have the prey run headfirst into you? I understand your point, but would it not also be worth it to display a show of force? She asked, looking at the still approaching herd of bovines. They would soon be within the range of the first shooters. Perhaps, and if it becomes necessary, we can still do that. But as it looks, we won't need to. This will also allow us to get a feel for the fort's overall power level and abilities. I am personally quite a bit interested in the fighting style they have developed with their modern weaponry. All right, I just hope we can avoid any unnecessary deaths. We do hope to have these people be our new citizens, after all, Miranda answered with resignation. Jake nodded, agreeing but not intending to interfere still. They could handle this and he would just be the observer. He wanted everyone to at least hold some power. If he always had to be around to address minor issues, he wouldn't have time to focus on his own challenges. As he waited for the herd to make it, he couldn't help but take notice of the magic that was currently affecting him. Using pure mana for telekinesis was something Jake had practiced quite a lot, but he had only really done it with inanimate objects. For a stone, he could just inject mana into it through a tether and lift it like that, but that method didn't work for living things. What Misty did was very similar, but instead of injecting mana into an individual, she erected a membrane of mana around the person. The mana was flexible and perfectly coated the body, making it so no movements could really affect the membrane, yet it was also fragile. Jake felt that he could dispel it with little to no effort. He wasn't sure if Miranda or Lillian knew how to dispel it, but he reckoned most people at a high level did. All it required was to release some mana from your body and blow it away. but the membrane also reminded him of another technique he had developed, his water walking. When he walked on water, he basically erected a membrane around his feet with a small, constant upwards lift. It allowed him to more or less act like he weighed less, and now, Jake was considering why he hadn't taken that further. He closed his eyes and focused on the mana around him. Misty lifted herself with the same mana technique she was currently using on all of them, meaning she could clearly lift herself with it too. Jake concentrated, and invisible mana soon covered his feet, pushing away Misty's. Misty noticed what he was doing, and Jake opened his eyes briefly, throwing her a look. The bird understood as she dispelled the mana that kept Jake floating, yet he didn't fall. Instead, he fell a few centimeters before he stopped, standing solidly in the air. Airwalking successfully unlocked, he cheered internally, wondering why the hell he hadn't thought of it earlier. Well, it took quite a bit of concentration, and he was unsure if he could use it in combat for anything, but it was a neat thing. It was handy for a situation like now, where he didn't bob up and down from Misty keeping him afloat. Miranda and Lillian didn't even notice that Jake was now standing in the air instead of floating, both being somewhat distracted by the loud war raging at the walls of the fort below. Whoops, nearly forgot about that, Jake internally joked as he turned his gaze to the war below, and man, was it a war. It was right out of some fantasy movie, except the elves with bows were replaced with humans with guns, and the orcs and trolls were replaced by cows and even bigger cows. The humans stood valiantly at the wall as they fired out over their defensive line, hitting the cows below. On the other hand, the cows were either smashing into the wall or trying to climb it by. Well, smashing into it, he saw an explosion go off from the ground below, and inspecting it further with his insane perception, he saw fragments of what looked like a mine fly up. That one took out an entire cow while it injured 2 others, but the herd appeared almost endless. Jake wondered, what was the goal of those bovines? They appeared to have no plan and seemed almost to be berserk as they just kept charging. The bulls had yet to make it to the wall, having all stopped a reasonable distance away, out of range of most attacks. They stood with the herd leader that didn't appear to have any interest in entering the fray quite yet. The constant sounds of explosions from different weapons were deafening, as the humans didn't hold anything back. The rifles themselves didn't really make any noises, but the mines and mortar-like weapons they had sure as hell did. He turned his gaze to Philip and saw the man fully in his military mode. He was yelling out orders left and right, while also attacking plenty himself. His rifle looked like most of the other soldiers, but his bullet's power was more potent than anyone else. Moreover, he was clearly using several skills as he shot. Some of his bullets exploded upon impact, some penetrated through a target, and some appeared to stun the beast it hit temporarily. His most impressive display was when he suddenly began firing his rifle like a machine gun, every bullet exploding, as more than 10 giant booms sounded out every second from him alone, the bovines below cattle to the slaughter. Jake had to admit that while the soldiers with guns did work, they weren't the only ones. Not every individual had chosen a firearm as their preferred weapon, but fought with styles closer to those he already knew. He saw quite a few power shots being fired from archers, bolts of all different kinds from casters, and some healers and other mage-like classes were even buffing up the soldiers. One formed a cloud of poison gas that swept through the plains, another made the earth tremble and spikes fly up and penetrate into the cows from below. Jake did notice that these people tended to be of higher level and were gathered together. If his guess was correct, these were individuals from other tutorials that had joined them later on. He would have to ask Miranda if Philip had talked about that. To be honest, the fighting was just dull to watch. Like shooting fish in a barrel, it couldn't even be called a fight. He saw snipers on the towers above shoot at the beasts below as they killed one strategically to make some bovines stumble over others. The human side had yet to take a single injury, but Jake had already realized the herd leader's plan long ago and hoped that could lead to something interesting. By now, the many dead beasts were beginning to form a ramp up to the fort. Philip had also clearly noticed and ordered some of the mages or those with explosives to get some of the corpses away. Sadly, it appeared to be too late for that. The herd leader made a roar. Jake was pretty sure cows, or bulls for that matter, couldn't usually do that, as the eyes of all the remaining cows turned red as their bodies began to swell. At the same time, the bulls all began charging straight for the ramp of their comrades. Let's see how you handle this one, Philip. Chapter 171, perhaps too easy. Philip frowned as he yelled to the snipers to take down one of the bulls leading the charge. He used a skill of his to mark it, making everyone under his leadership instinctually aware of which one he was talking about, an instrumental skill for this kind of fighting style. 4 loud bangs sounded out as the bull was hit, 2 bullets hitting its head, one its body and one its leg. It immediately stumbled and fell, getting trampled by its comrades. Those that trampled it also ended up falling with the sudden obstacle in their way, creating a domino effect of cows tumbling over each other. The one saving grace of this entire shit show was that the beasts in the daily attacks were stupid and didn't have any proper fighting tactics. They would just charge until they got killed, only the herd leaders showing even a modicum of tactical prowess. Yet even their tactic didn't go beyond having the weaker beasts make a ramp with their corpses. Philip could already imagine tens of ways they could do it better, but he was just thankful for their stupidity. When the herd leader enraged the bovines, he ordered their group's mages to push back the beasts. The wall itself seemed to come alive as the outer layer got pushed out. A grating sound was heard as the massive pile of corpses were slowly being pushed back, and Philip saw earth mages all sweating buckets as they exhausted their entire mana pools to pull off that one trick. But the trick worked, as they had now effectively created a second layer of walls. A practical method of constructing fortified cities or castles in medieval times revived to face huge magic cows. Of course, this plan didn't come without cost. The fort's wall had lost around a third of its thickness to create the second wall. This wasn't the first time Philip had done this, though, and they would get to reconstructing the wall as soon as the fighting was over. He couldn't help but look up back towards Miranda but found her gone. Just as he was about to question someone, he looked up and saw her floating a few hundred meters above the fort. She and her assistant appeared to be floating while the masked man stood in the air. He felt his eyes momentarily meet his, and Philip shuddered. Is he truly human? Miranda had assured him this city owner was human, but Philip still felt some doubt deep in his mind. His eyes were that of a beast, his entire body and face covered, and his power far above anyone Philip had ever seen. He even had a degrade monster willingly following him around. Philip felt like he had done all he could to adapt to this new world. He had entered a tutorial with around 5,000 others. It was a survival type, and he had quickly taken charge and ensured as many people survived as possible. He had entered with a few of his fellow veterans who had helped assist him. He had recruited people, negotiated with other minor factions, and eventually managed to ensure that 9 out of 10 survived. He had got rewarded for this and was even recognized with the Lord title. Putting it all together, he had already guessed what this masked owner owned: a pylon of civilization. Philip had planned on claiming one himself after he got the title, and had even used one of his 5 purchases to buy information on pylons, as well as the location of the one closest to him. He had gained plenty of information, but the only thing he had gained concerning the location was a vague "go north." But what he had learned did raise some questions. Many questions, in fact. The first was related to claiming a pylon, as one had to slay the degrade tied to it. He hadn't disclosed to Miranda that he knew these things, so when she told him that the owner had claimed the area weeks ago, he was shocked. Had he killed it shortly after exiting the tutorial? Or maybe. During the tutorial, it seemed impossible, but if all her claims were correct, he had indeed done so. Philip did have the theory that the degrade beast following him around was the actual owner of the pylon, but that also didn't really hold water. Why would it then leave its area and follow the human willingly? Some details about the pylon were off, though. Miranda said that no beast ever entered the area, but pylons didn't have that effect. It could be a lie, or maybe this mysterious owner had done something. It could also be due to the degrade beast if it were acting as some kind of deterrent. Either way, he saw not many other options than to join her, and hopefully he could get some influence that way. It was quite an issue that she apparently didn't know much about the owner, leaving him indeed an enigma. But seeing him standing on fucking air, glaring bored down at a horde of beasts, who was he to question his methods? Clearly it was working for him. Firebombs release, he yelled as he returned his full attention to the battlefield. Several giant fireballs were fired from catapults behind him. They wanted to make a more mortar-like version of those, but they hadn't gotten it working with the casters quite yet. The giant fireballs fell on the approaching bulls, injuring all of them but not killing any. Philip frowned as he noticed many of the men and women already wet with sweat, their hands slightly trembling as they kept shooting. Their mana was about to run out, and looking at his own tank, he was also beginning to run low. Parts of him wanted to ask that man Neil for help, but his pride didn't allow it, not if it wasn't strictly necessary. He felt like he had already suffered too many losses today. He refused to fail here. He saw that the herd leader had also begun moving. So he pulled out the big guns, literally so. He took out what looked like a missile launcher as he knelt and began channeling his strongest attack, the epic-rarity skill he had bought for nearly all his tutorial points. Jake saw the man began to channel some hefty magic as he saw the shape of what looked like a rocket appear in his hands. It reminded him a lot of his own arrow of the ambitious hunter, but was instead a rocket. Rocket of the ambitious hunter. Yeah, it just doesn't sound as good. He had to admit that big magic rockets were cool. He just hoped that the power it packed was equally as cool. Philip took nearly 2 minutes to create the missile while his second-in-command, a man that had silently always just been by his side, took charge. Once the missile was prepared, he placed it inside the launcher he had brought out. Jake was pretty sure it was actually just some kind of tube with magical propelling. Just a worse way of firing it than a bow, he scoffed. The only advantage was that the entire process was purely magical, meaning you didn't really need any physical stats worth mentioning. Jake felt that you needed those stats anyway, though. Sure, as humans, they gained some to all stats at every level up, meaning everyone had a bit of everything. The issue Jake saw with being too focused on mental stats was, what the hell was your plan when a person used one step mile right in front of you and attacked with a good old stab? Mana barrier. That consumed mana far more than Jake would spend in stamina by dodging, teleporting away yourself. It could work, but once more, way more resource-heavy than just leaning to the side. The only real mages Jake had fought of somewhat high power were Abby and the King of the Forest. Abby was weak defensively, and that was even while using space magic, a type of magic offering excellent physical defenses. As for the King of Forest, Jake was unsure if that monster could even be called a mage. His physical defenses and stats were utterly insane, surviving having a mini-nuke of dark and light mana blow up from within his damn body. The point was, Jake felt like everyone needed a bit of everything to truly excel. His encounter with the Cloud Elemental had taught him that focusing purely on physical combat wasn't the way either, as he felt utterly useless in front of the incorporeal elemental. Well, if one went far enough on any path, those shortcomings would disappear. Jake's current arrow of the ambitious hunter was in the realm of physical combat, but one just had to ask the storm elemental if it wasn't effective. He also reckoned that just progressing far enough in anything would make you eventually iron out most weaknesses. Of course, it could be argued all this only really matters when fighting alone. When fighting in a large group or just a small party, you can make up for others' weaknesses. Neil and his party were an excellent example of this. Kristen was tough and could handle most hits and intercept enemies, but she couldn't protect herself against everything or heal herself, so Silas helped her in that department from behind. Both Silas and Kristen had bad to non-existent damage, which is where Levi, and to some extent, Eleanor came in to provide the firepower while themselves being defended. Eleanor was also serving as the scout, and Levi served as the one to take down high-damage, low-defense attackers. Neil served as the core, supporting every facet while not standing out in any particular area besides allowing the entire group's movement. He could teleport others or himself, and even had several offensive options. Neil was a bit harder to place, but it clearly worked for them. Jake could see them being hell for any dungeon boss to battle. The fighting style of those in the fort also facilitated focusing more on one aspect of fighting at a time. Jake was pretty sure that nearly all the gunmen had invested all their free points into intelligence and wisdom to increase their damage output and how many shots they could fire. Jake couldn't precisely say their approach was wrong. He just felt like it wasn't sustainable in the long run. At some point, the walls would no longer provide an effective defense. The soldiers would have to team up with an army of builders and trappers to hunt anywhere and set up fortified positions even before reaching that point. He frowned a bit the more he thought about it. This entire scenario of the fort being attacked by progressively stronger beasts all the time just seemed implausible. That it happened only about once a day, even more so. They hadn't tried having two groups attack within a short while, always having time to refortify before the next wave. It felt designed. Jake was momentarily distracted from his train of thoughts as Philip finally released his attack. He hoisted up the launcher and fired his missile straight towards the herd leader. The beast reacted too slowly, as it appeared to command a few of the bulls running with it to block the attack. The red-eyed beasts jumped in front of the rocket, but Jake saw the man who'd fired it wave his hands as the rocket suddenly flew upwards over the bulls before heading straight down for the herd leader. Okay, I can't do that with my arrow of the ambitious hunter. Yet, a loud explosion sounded out as the herd leader was struck on its back. Blood and gore flew everywhere as a large part of the beast was blown off, and even some of the bulls around it were blasted away. The explosion was impressive. It appeared to be made out of pure mana mixed with a shitload of fire affinity mana. Thinking about it, the man had also used explosive bullets earlier, so it made sense that he had some kind of fire affinity. After the dust settled, the form of the gravely injured herd leader was revealed. A large part of its body was blown apart, and portions of its hide were still burning with crimson flames. Yet, it didn't appear to be down for the count at all. The flesh where it was injured wriggled as it was regenerating in real time. Jake saw a few injured bulls around it fall to the ground, dead, as he understood what it was doing. What a vicious cow, consuming its herd to strengthen itself. Philip, at this point, was looking like a mess. He was sweating as clearly the attack had taken a lot out of him. He wasn't like Jake, with a very robust body that could handle utilizing so much power. He didn't make any more attacks himself, but switched to exclusively yelling out orders. The heavily injured herd leader was slowly healing as it continued trotting forward. Philip had already ordered the soldiers to attack it, and it was pelted by sniper bullets, grenades, and a plethora of spells. All kinds of attacks slowly killing it and the many other beasts. Roughhide was a good descriptor for them as they were tough, but that was really all they had. Their rough hides appeared very resistant to many of the attacks, but the bullets looked to be nearly unblocked. from start to end. This entire battle was just a one-sided slaughter. The human side's only real issue was running low on resources and having things to repair, rebuild, and perform maintenance on after the battle. Jake couldn't help but frown as he got a closer look at the herd leader that was now already on its last legs. Its eyes looked hollow, like there weren't any thoughts or even proper instincts behind them. Something is off. No one else appeared to notice, but the herd leader was acting weird to Jake. It just didn't move as he would expect a beast to do, and everything that had happened so far just didn't make any sense. Why would it direct its herd just to charge as it did and make a ramp? Not because making a ramp was a bad idea. In fact, it appeared to be a too good idea for the cow to come up with, especially when compared to its plan of just charging headfirst into the wall of the fort. Towards the end, it didn't even look like it was trying to dodge. Actually, was it even trying to win? But if his thoughts were correct, why do this? Why practically throw away your lives and sacrifice yourselves to level a group of humans holed up in a fort? What could the reason possibly be? It reminded Jake of people feeding in video games. Wait, was someone feeding the fort, not food but levels and crafting materials? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Philip had said that these attacks had been going on for weeks, progressively getting stronger, yet they hadn't lost anyone but were just slowly growing in levels and power instead. Of course, this led to another question. Why, but perhaps even more importantly, who or what was behind this? Chapter 172, A Monster to Hunt. Neil frowned as he listened to the cheers of the many soldiers. The fort's inhabitants in the courtyard below didn't join in, but instead began getting to work like it was just an everyday occurrence. They gathered their tools and went to fix the walls, with Neil overhearing how they talked about the fight being a bit shorter today than usual. He and his comrades hadn't had to interfere at all. In fact, the soldiers won the fight just before they would have to. The timing of the fight ending was so perfect. What is going on here? Jake stared into the horizon towards where the herd had come from. He squinted his eyes, seeing nothing but more hills for hundreds of kilometers. It was sloping slightly downward, making him unable to see as far as he would like. Something had designed this. He was sure of it. It was too perfect, too convenient. He gave a signal to Misty as she began bringing down Lillian and Miranda. Jake himself lowered the mana output on his feet as he also started slowly falling towards the ground. Jake saw Neil and his party walk over towards their landing position, already talking to a tired-looking Philip. I just feel like this whole ordeal is off. Beasts usually don't act like this, he said, his companions nodding along. They all felt like things seemed off. While I understand that you find the situation suspect, is the situation truly that off? Beasts and monsters all acted unnaturally during the tutorials, and it shouldn't be that surprising that they act unnaturally out here in the real world too. It was like that because the tutorials were designed to be that way, Jake butted in, landing right in front of Neil and Philip. They both gave him a confused look, Philip's gaze being more confused than Neil's. What do you mean by that? Neil asked, being the first to open his mouth. The system designed the tutorials with input from other powerful beings, some tutorials experiencing more input and customization from these entities than others. But they were, in the end, tutorials. Everything was made easier for us in many ways by hampering the enemies we were to face. But this is the real world. If what we face still acts like there is some grand design behind their actions, chances are it is because there is a designer behind them, Jake explained, dropping knowledge he had learned from Duskleaf and Villy. In retrospect, it was quite the bomb, but Jake hadn't really considered if he should share it. The two men just stood there staring at him, confused after Jake shared something so massive like it was just common knowledge, both equally critical of his words as they wondered how he knew such things. Assuming they were true, that is. Jake saw their gazes and honestly didn't feel like explaining how he was actually good friends with a god, and he had heard this while drinking vodka with him. Anyway, it means there is someone or something behind this. That is what's important right now. Alright, let's say your theory is correct. Why would anyone or anything send these bovines here to be slaughtered? Philip asked, clearly really wanting to ask about the tutorial business but holding himself back. I don't know, but I plan to find out if I'm right, Jake said, turning to Neil. Take care of the business here with Miranda. I'll head out and search for what might be the cause of this. He didn't bother to say anything more as he summoned his two phantasmal wings, much to the fright of Philip and the other soldiers. A few of them even moved their hands towards their weapons, assuming another enemy had appeared. Jake didn't give them time to do anything or adequately process what happened before he, with a great flap, soared into the air. Misty didn't bother hiding any longer either, dispelling her invisibility and following Jake. Once again earning a scared yelp from a few terrified humans, Miranda turned to Philip, making a faux apology. I apologize, the owner is a bit eccentric, but if he believes there is something off about this entire scenario, then it would only be wise to believe him. Well, he already left to investigate, so I'm not sure what to say, Philip sighed with defeat, asking both Miranda and Neil. What was that business about powerful beings and design tutorials? The system made the tutorials, and they were managed by that humanoid being in the introduction area, weren't they? I thought it was designed by the system too, but in retrospect, it does make sense, Neil began. The tutorial we entered was managed by someone calling himself the Disciple of Kalox, with Kalox being a now-dead space mage that had left his legacy behind in the tutorial. The entire tutorial was essentially just a tool to find potential inheritors of this legacy. I thought it was just the setting, the story spun up by the system, Levi frowned. Did this Kalox actually exist for real? Did you actually accept some inheritance from a dead geezer? Levi, if we assume Kalox was a real person, show some respect, Neil said, throwing him a look, getting a slightly apologetic sorry back from Levi, who backed off. Interesting, Philip said as he listened to them. Our tutorial was just an overgrown, abandoned city with the only objective being to survive. We didn't meet any living beings that weren't monsters trying to eat us at all. Not us either. But there were huge message boards with writing on them informing us of different things at different times, so someone was clearly watching. I assumed it was just the system doing it, but it may as well have been creatures from other universes, Miranda reflected out loud. Most of the survivors here came from the same tutorial as me, but I think we should have done some more information gathering about exactly what type of tutorial everyone experienced. There could be a lot of valuable information to be found through that, Philip said. All the more reason why you should join the owner's city, a place that will most certainly become a beacon of hope in this new world, Mikkel spoke up, making himself known once more. He hadn't been useless throughout the fighting, but had actually gone around and talked with the other camp survivors, trying to learn more about the fort. He found that there was borderline no resistance to leaving. In fact, most wanted out of there. They had been confined to this fort ever since leaving their tutorials and traveling here. But at the same time, they were afraid of leaving because of the potential danger of the surrounding area. Indeed it is, Miranda smiled. Now then, should we continue our discussion behind closed doors once more to find a way for all of you to leave this place? Philip gave her a nod and a smile as they left for the keep, Philip throwing out a few last-minute orders to get the wall repaired. Miranda kept her smile as she looked at the many eyes on her, their gazes showing signs of hope as they had heard what she just said. Everything was really going just as they had hoped, and in some ways expected. Nothing as of yet. Jake flew with Misty towards the direction where the herd leader had led its herd from. The path was straightforward to follow, as unsurprisingly, a horde of giant cows left quite the trail. He also felt a part of him activate as he flew across the landscape. Some instinctual knowledge he so far hadn't had any use for, namely, hunters tracking. Granted, it didn't really help much as the trail was obvious, but it still gave him some insights. Some of the tracks were older than the herd of the day before. Most of them were, in fact. The further he got away, the more trails he found, as clearly the bovines had been led down this specific path towards the fort. Philip had mentioned they came from the same general area every day. How the hell didn't he question it as being weird as fuck? Did he really think that the system is still helping humanity out? To Jake, that notion didn't make much sense. But he did have more knowledge than others. He knew that apparently, things like the mistbone or the giant crystal tree on the cloud existed natural treasures that allowed beasts to progress their levels far faster and reach degrade before any human could. In some ways, it could be said that the system favored the lucky beasts that encountered these treasures more than the humans who got their tutorials. Sure, the tutorials had helped humanity plenty. But it hadn't allowed them to suddenly gain 100 levels and grow to an airliner-sized rock. If Jake had to take a guess, then the source of this entire scenario was one such beast. He knew that some beasts could show extraordinary intelligence, such as Hawkeye or Misty. It wasn't a given that becoming degrade would make a monster intelligent, though. The rock was pretty dumb, and the storm elemental was just, well, an overgrown cloud elemental. He kept flying forward for many kilometers, Misty easily keeping up. If Jake had used one step mile, he could likely outpace the bird, but flying was better for this kind of scouting. With a trail so apparent, it made sense to track it from above, allowing him to see anything that stuck out, such as when he noticed that the trail was actually a collection of many different paths. He saw more minor signs of bovines slowly joining the herd as they made their way towards the fort, likely called there by the herd leader or whatever was behind this situation. It would make sense if the herd leaders could collect the bovines, with their name heavily implying an ability to lead the herd. About 300 kilometers from the fort, the terrain finally began to change away from the never-ending plains and resemble farmland. Jake looked ahead and saw what looked like buildings off in the distance and motioned for Misty to follow him. He saw that the more extensive trail was leading on forward, but a small path was pointing towards the farm he was heading towards. I guess this answers some questions about what happened to farm animals after the system came, he thought when he arrived, flying over the large estate and inspected the state of things. The barns and the countless pens for cattle were ripped apart, and it looked like a tornado had gone through. Magic had washed over the world, and the cattle had suddenly gained strength and levels beyond anything before. Maybe they had stayed put for a while, but when hunger and boredom set in, they must have broken loose and entered the wider world. When he thought about it, the plains outside were filled with bovines when he made his way towards the pylon on the first day after returning to Earth. Maybe they were out feeding or had escaped from a farm like this. Landing at one of the barns, he entered it and began looking around the area more closely. He didn't see any blood stains or signs of fighting, so it appeared the bovines remained non-aggressive towards each other even while breaking out. But there was clear aggression shown towards the facility itself. It was needlessly broken, as the escaped cattle appeared to have gone out of their way to break things. It was a miracle the building was even standing. After he was done looking around, he went to the central house, and he didn't even need to get close before a faint scent entered his nose, one he had experienced many times before. Blood, or more accurately, human blood. It was at the estate's main house and where the owner of the farm must have lived. Jake saw a few bloodstains on the door hanging limply from its broken hinges, and the upper part of the doorframe shaved off, making the door entrance look more like just a hole in the wall. He saw what looked like hooves at the entrance, and he knelt down to inspect them further. Something felt off about them. His tracking skill was active, but he didn't need it to notice the huge, glaring issue. Only 2 hoofprints, bipedal cow, a minotaur, he thought as he frowned and entered the house, telling Misty to stay outside. The inside was even worse. Everything was ripped apart as whatever beast entered tore through it. Yet some signs of habitation remained. An old fireplace looked like it had been used within the last few weeks, and he even saw a few signs of cooking being done. People had clearly been living here even after the tutorials ended. Likely been deposited back to their farm by the system and taken refuge in the house. Jake could see that with the system displacing everything, the farm was relatively secluded with no neighbor within sight, making the inhabitants believe it was the wisest move to stay, and it likely was dependent on their levels. The many bovines' levels weren't high, but he could see an unsuspecting family be trampled by a horde of the damn things easily. On the other hand, the bovines likely wouldn't come to the house en masse, making it comparatively safer. Not that the house had turned out to be safe in the end. Jake saw the tracks of the bipedal bovine continue into the house, leaving dents in the floorboards. It was too heavy for the structure, and if the atmospheric mana hadn't made the wood more durable, it would have gone through the floor without a doubt. He also saw a few more bloodstains leading into the living room. The room was also giving off the most pungent scent of blood. Jake carefully made his way into the living room, and even if his sphere had already made him aware of what he would find long ago, the sight was still less than pleasant. 5 people were in the room, a man, a woman, and 3 children. At least, that was what Jake estimated. It was a bit hard to tell. Only a single corpse was even halfway complete, that of them. He had been strung up by poles of metal clearly taken from the pens of the barn outside, his arms and legs impaled through as he stood rooted to the floor. He looked like he had struggled before bleeding out. His struggle, clearly caused not only by his own will to survive, but what happened to the 4 others. The corpse of a woman had been ripped apart into several pieces and strewn across the floor. Meat hooks hung from the ceiling, with limbs too small to be that of adults. Jake didn't see any heads, but he estimated there must have been 3 children. Jake felt repulsed. He understood hunting and killing. He had come to realize this as a normal part of life, and he didn't view the act of killing other sapients the same as before. But this wasn't just killing, it was just cruelty. They hadn't been killed with any other purpose than to bring them all more suffering in their final moments. This had all happened at least a week ago, likely even longer. For that long the family hung there, disgraced and forgotten by all but the culprit behind it. Closing his eyes, he even suppressed his fear as he collected himself. He left the house and walked outside. He already had enough information. He had remembered the tracks, and in its slaughter, the creature had stayed there for a period, leaving plenty of traces of its presence for Jake and his hunters tracking to pick up. It had taken its time. Jake turned to the house as he held out his hand, conjuring a transparent flame. He willed it forward as it took hold of the house, and with his control, he set the entire building ablaze with an all-consuming flame. He stayed there to make sure it all burned down for the next half an hour as he reflected inwardly about his next steps. Misty sat at his side, glaring at the fire, confused about what he was doing, but sensing his mood, it didn't say or do anything. It just waited and let the silence only be broken by the crackling embers remaining where the house had once stood. He gazed at the ashes, not a single trace of the corpses remaining. Jake let his sphere spread once more as he carefully observed everything, and turned towards the direction the hooves had left. "Misty, please head back. This may take longer than I first thought. I know you want to get home to Hockey and the egg, but I can't come back with you quite yet, and this may be a lot to ask. But please go and defend the fort in case something happens," he said, smiling at the bird apologetically before finishing. "I have a monster to hunt." Chapter 173, Mental Magic. Jake walked slowly towards his chosen prey's direction as Misty looked to be in internal conflict, so he decided to make it a bit easier for the bird. It's degrade. Clearly intelligent. I have no way to determine its exact power without meeting it, so it will be dangerous. This isn't your fight, so I won't drag you into it. Just go back and take care of things." Misty looked at him with a bit of concern, and he understood its doubts. To pursue an enemy of unknown strength wasn't the safest or wisest course of action, and the two hawks had placed many expectations on him. "Relax, I'll be able to escape even if things go south. In fact, I'm pretty sure I'm faster by myself than with you or Hawky," he said with a smile, assuring the bird. Jake saw it fly off as he turned towards the trail with the hoofprints, his smile gone. Degrade, he was sure of it. With the combination of his sense of the malefic viper, Hunter's tracking, high perception, and natural talents, he could sense the presence left behind by the monster that had stayed in the house to torture the family. Not just sense it, but truly feel it. And Jake felt the aura of a degrade monster, which only made him all the more determined to hunt it down. Based on the family not leaving, he assumed they had all been on the weaker side, and yet a degrade had gone out of its way to kill and torture them. With a power disparity like that, it was just pure cruelty. Clearly, the monster that did it hated them, but it had sowed karma through its actions, and Jake was more than happy to be the reaper. With 1 step mile on full display, he followed the tracks away from the farmhouse. He crossed the vast fields in only a few minutes, each step crossing nearly 100 meters. It was far faster than his flying speed, and he quickly came to his next destination. It was in the middle of a field, with countless tracks of bovines present. It looked like hundreds, if not thousands of the bovines had been gathered for a period before they all headed off in another direction, directly towards the fort. The degrade had stopped there too, but hadn't followed the herd. He felt its presence soaked into the area, indicating it must have been there a while, likely using plenty of skills and mana. With its presence so obvious, it didn't take him long to find the direction it had left in. Jake followed the trails for the next few hours and traveled from destination to destination with great speed. He came to several more old farm estates, all of them looking a lot like the first. Many of them were utterly broken, and he found even more corpses of humans around or inside them. His mood soured for every new farmstead, but it also served to reaffirm his decision to track down the monster. He wanted to kill it, but also to know why. He knew some creatures were just assholes, liking to play with their victims, humans being principal case studies of this. But even so, Jake still wanted to know why. He felt the trail get more and more fresh as he moved forward. By now he was hundreds of kilometers from the fort at least, showing exactly how much Earth had been expanded. He seriously doubted the farmers lived 100 kilometers from their neighbors before, after all. Besides the farmhouses, he also saw the trails left by herds of bovines, but oddly enough, none of the beasts themselves. Have they all been gathered up by herd leaders? The number of bovines there had to be in the tens of thousands based on how many pens there were in the barns, yet no more than a single herd leader with a following of less than 1,000 cows attacked the fort every time. If they all attacked at once, the fort would have been run over long ago. He frowned as he kept up the chase, soon finding a small farmhouse that looked like it couldn't contain more than a few dozen cattle at most. The trail was still incredibly fresh, and he could smell the scent of human blood from far away, but he also felt something else. Jake quickly rushed into the small house and was immediately taken aback when he saw the interior. 2 corpses were lying on the ground, their bodies still emanating heat, proving they had died not long ago. Yet they weren't the most noteworthy thing. It was the person still standing there. A young girl looking no older than 10 or 11 stood there with a sword in her hand, just staring down at the 2 corpses. Jake wanted to say something but saw the eyes of the girl. They were entirely blank, and if he didn't know better, he would guess she was sleepwalking. In fact, it reminded him a lot of the eyes of the herd leader he had seen before. "Hey," Jake said anyway, trying to get her attention. He got no response as she stood there, utterly unresponsive. She didn't even react when Jake took the weapon or brought her out of the farmhouse. He really didn't know what to do. Misty had already been sent back, and Jake couldn't see himself just leaving the girl there alone. But at the same time, he didn't want to give up on his hunt. "I'll have to return her to somewhere safe." Jake stood there, thinking if he should just rush back to the fort with her and return here again. But was that really the best thing to do? She was under some serious mental manipulation right now, and who knows if they could dispel it, or what dispelling it could cause. He didn't know much about mental magic, so he could only guess. And even if he disregarded the mental magic, what if she remembered? The bloody sword and 2 corpses were leaving little up to the imagination as to what had happened. "I can't leave her here. Hopefully, someone back at the fort can help." Jake picked up the bloody girl, who didn't even react to being picked up. He took her in a princess carry as he took his first step back towards the fort, nearly 70 meters crossed. Less range than before and increased resource consumption. But nothing I can't handle, he thought as he evaluated the effects carrying the girl had on his 1 step mile. He picked up his pace as he crossed the plains at an unprecedented speed. He didn't have to watch for any tracks, and he used the pylon as a compass of sorts to remember the direction of the fort. Even if it wasn't 100% accurate, the plains were flat and open enough that he couldn't miss the giant fortified settlement. His pace was that of a light jog, but as every footfall took him further than should be possible, he didn't take long to return. It took him less than 8 minutes to go from the small farmhouse till he saw the fort, and another minute before he appeared on the wall, scaring the living shit out of the soldiers standing there. They pointed their weapons towards him on instinct, but Jake froze them all with a quick glance. "Do you have anyone with skills related to mental magic?" he asked the frozen soldier. "And maybe a psychiatrist or someone good with kids." The soldier just kept staring at him, but another one below who had heard him ran off towards the central keep, Jake not bothering to stay there either. Glancing up, he saw Misty sit on top of the central keep, not even caring about staying invisible. It gave him a look, but he shook his head and motioned to the girl. The bird seemed to understand and closed its eyes again. Jake was just thankful Misty had chosen to stay at the fort. It made him feel a bit better about leaving his employees there. He met Philip, Miranda, and Lillian outside of the keep as they rushed out to see what was happening. They saw Jake carrying what looked like an unconscious young girl and looked at him with perplexed expressions. "I found her while on the trail of the instigator of the attacks. She is under a mental skill of some sort. Got any healers who can help with that?" A psychiatrist or someone with experience with regular mental issues may also be a good idea. Jake briefly explained what he had found as the two stood there listening to his explanation with shock. Philip deeply frowned when he mentioned that the perpetrator was likely some kind of D-grade monster who enjoyed torturing humans, while Miranda looked with pity at the girl. "Here, let me," Lillian said as she walked out from behind Miranda to take the girl from Jake. He gladly obliged and handed the still unresponsive girl to her, with her handed off. Jake turned right around again as he said, "I'm off again." "Be careful," Miranda said with a worried expression. Jake smiled a bit below his mask as he took a step forward, appearing on the fort's wall and another to appear on the plains below. "It's whatever fucker did this that should be careful." Silas sat with the girl inside the keep, using the room where they had just had a meeting. Everyone else was also there, including a man who used to work as a psychologist at a high school, which was the closest they could get to a mental health professional with experience working with children. As a healer, Silas had many different kinds of skills, and some of them even dealt with dispelling foreign mana from others. He had gotten especially good at that, having to deal with Donald's curses. While mental magic was quite different from that, some of the same concepts applied. He placed his hands on her head and closed his eyes as he focused on the skill. He felt his mana sink into the girl and begin searching for any foreign influences. It didn't take long before he found the source. Silas pushed towards it to try and dispel it, but the second he made contact with it, he felt a rush of mental energy strike back at him like a sledgehammer. "ARGH. He yelled as he let the girl go and fell off the chair, blood flowing from his nose. What the hell happened? Neil asked in fright, but Silas was more concerned about the girl. He didn't hesitate to place his hands on her again and inspect the energy, fearing it would harm the girl more. The energy within the girl had locked itself completely down as it seeped deep into her soul. He felt an almost taunting intent from the mana as he was forced to let go again. I can't dispel it, and even if I could, I am unsure how to do it without harming or even killing her," Silas said with regret as he shook his head and looked at the poor girl. Drool was coming out of her mouth as she stood there. "Is there nothing we can do?" Lillian asked, her face still stoic but her voice concerned. "I can't, but I remember Donald's curses all stopped working the moment he died, so if the caster dies," Silas hesitantly said, quite a bit unsure. "Let us have faith in the owner then," Miranda said. 4 minutes and 47 seconds. That is how long it took him to return to the small farmstead where he had found the girl. It was quite a lot faster when he didn't carry the small girl along. He had remembered the path back, as it was more or less in a straight path. Drinking a stamina potion to replenish himself, he began sniffing out the trail of the monster, based on the girl. The monster was bound to have some mental skills. It was predictable considering the herd leaders, but he was still a bit worried now. Part of Jake had assumed the skill only worked on other bovines. Perhaps it was some kind of herd overlord that could control herd leaders to do its bidding. He hadn't expected it just to have mental magic in general. From the girl, it even appeared quite powerful. Jake knew that mental energy affected some of the soul's outer layers, so he had considered if his gaze of the apex hunter could have somehow dispelled it, but it was too much of a risk. Besides, even if it worked, all he would get out of it was a young girl confronted with what she had done, or if she didn't remember it, questions about her parents. He didn't have any mental defense skills, and while he did have a decent amount in willpower, it was still his second lowest stat, only ahead of intelligence. It should, in theory, be a bad matchup for him. But even with his lingering worries, he didn't even once reconsider chasing down the monster. In some ways, it just made him all the more excited. It was a different kind of opponent, one he was more than happy to kill. Picking up on the monster's trail once more, he began following it a bit slower this time. Based on the clues from his hunter's tracking, the fact that the girl was still alive and the 2 corpses in the farmhouse still were warm, he assumed it was close. Soon, he spotted another large farmstead in the distance, directly in the direction of the trail. It was larger than any of the other estates he had seen, and he could almost feel the presence of the many creatures there. He even saw a few bovines in the plains around the large farm, slowly meandering about. Jake was well outside their detection radius, and he noted how they were all just normal bovines around level 25. Summoning his wings, Jake took to the air as he flew high up into the air to get an aerial view. He flew towards the farm as he scouted it out from above. And what he saw was an army, tens of thousands of bovines gathered in the estate or around it, dozens of herd leaders and bulls. The strongest herd leaders were above level 90, with some of the bulls getting as high as 75. If that wasn't enough, he felt the presence he had been tracking inside the large barn. The barn was the largest he had seen so far and looked like it could house thousands of cattle at a time. Before the system, this had, without a doubt, been a massive operation, but now it had been taken over by the creatures it once kept as livestock. Jake didn't hesitate as he flew down towards the barn. He wasn't interested in any of the beasts, except maybe a few of the herd leaders. No, he was heading straight for whatever monster had managed to subdue them. Chapter 174, Minotaur Mine Chief. Jake landed on top of the barn as he looked through a broken rooftop window. He saw even more bovines inside, but they weren't the first thing he noticed. It was the huge creature standing on top of an elevated platform, looking straight back at him. "So, you are the one who's been tracking me?" it asked in a rough voice. Jake saw no reason to hide as he leaped through the window and landed just inside, standing in midair. He saw a hulking minotaur standing on what looked like a small stage, wearing simple garbs and wielding a staff. It was a bit over 3 meters tall, with curling bronze horns extending from its head. It looked quite familiar to the creature he had imagined, and his identify made him aware that this was very likely the creature he had been tracking. "Minotaur Mine Chief LVL. That would be me," Jake answered as he stared down at the monster. He could feel its presence and get an estimate of it as he considered if he could fight it. Stronger than the thunder, rock, and storm elemental, but differently. But his intuition and danger sense didn't scream at him or warn him like when he faced truly powerful enemies, yet he still had some reservations. "Did you enjoy my work?" "It was liberating to do," the Minotaur said as it smiled up at him. "I sincerely hope you can appreciate it. It is rare to find one who walks the same path." Jake looked confused down at the monster but decided to play along. He felt like there was some kind of misunderstanding, and if he could exploit that, he was more than willing to. "It wasn't exactly my style," he answered. "To crush the humans is something one should take pleasure in, is it not? Those accursed monkeys are now but prey to us." The Minotaur chuckled as he motioned towards the back of the room. Jake had already noticed them before, but looking at the cages at the back wall closer still made him frown. There had to be at least 100 people stashed into small cages, lined up neatly. All of them stood, sat, or were on the ground, their eyes totally blank as they just stared into empty space, all under the mental influence of the mine chief. "A bit crude and unnecessary," Jake answered, a bit of contempt leaking into his voice. "Ha, one of efficiency, I see," the Minotaur chuckled, not at all offended. "But what other reason but pleasure is there to slay these monkeys? They are inferior now, remnants of the past to be crushed and forgotten." Jake frowned a bit again as he finally put 2 and 2 together. "It thinks I am a monster, one that kills weaker humans as it does. It honestly shouldn't be that surprising." While Jake did look humanoid, the only actual body part visible was 2 beastly eyes. The 2 wings on his back were surely not helping him look human either. He couldn't even be identified, making it even less obvious what race he was. As to why it believed he hunted humans, well, because he had plenty of human blood on him. The girl he carried earlier hadn't exactly been clean, and he had also come into contact with plenty of blood as he chased down the monster in front of him. "I can use this, but..." "Awfully talkative," Jake said, wondering quite a bit about that part. While it didn't exactly fall into the trope of the evil villain explaining his plans, it was pretty damn close. "Ah, I apologize. It is not often one encounters other sapients, much less one's able to speak. Even fewer again, those that do not attack at first sight," the Minotaur said, shaking its head. "It can be isolating to be the only one of your kind smarter than a stupid animal." The Minotaur looked around at all the bulls inside the barn with pity. They were all just standing there, sometimes bumping into their neighbor or looking at the ground for signs of food. They didn't act differently from normal bulls, and the normal cows outside conducted themselves rather cow-like too. Without a herd leader, Jake guessed these creatures would be mostly harmless. As a very antisocial person, Jake couldn't really relate to the constant need some people felt for companionship many had, but he could understand it. People were just built differently, and while he could do fine alone for a while, even he got sometimes wanted companionship. Bovines were also social animals, so had the poor genocidal Minotaur really just gotten lonely? "Why are you keeping humans in cages?" he asked the Minotaur. If the overgrown cow wanted to kill them, he could kind of understand it, but why keep them alive? "I am glad you asked," the Minotaur said, and Jake was already regretting his question as the monster began monologuing. "This place was used for auctions before the initiation. Auctions of what, you may ask?" The monster began as the Minotaur's mood suddenly turned murderous as he roared. my kind, sold as items to the highest bidder, to be slaughtered or forced into perpetuating the purgatory that was our existence. He breathed in calmly as he tried to relax. After I awakened, I finally understood, and I remembered every second of every day. I was forced to breed, my life and the life of my kind treated as if we weren't even alive. Born with our only fates being to bring more offspring and then be slaughtered and devoured. The Minotaur smiled as he motioned towards the cages. So is this not fitting? The roles reversed, with the humans now the cattle and we the lords of their lives and deaths. The humans are weak now, while we are strong. Now is the time to strike fear into their hearts and claim our place at the top. Jake looked at the insane Minotaur for a while. Okay, yeah, he kinda got its need to kill a few humans and farmers based on how the farming industry tended to treat cattle, but on the other hand, Jake didn't really care. He had never been one to bear grudges, and even if he did, the worst he would do was to kill. He didn't need to humiliate or torture. This Minotaur was clearly different, as it seemingly wanted to crush the entire human race. An ambitious goal for sure, if short-sighted. What's up with the human settlement in the plains, then? Plenty of them there to go kill, but instead you have sent your kin there to die, Jake asked, genuinely interested to know the answer to that one. Well, did the monkeys not feed us and fatten us up before slaughter? The monster smiled. I need them to be big and strong before it is time to reap the benefits and put them down. By killing your kin. They are the failed ones, those who reach their limits and can no longer progress. Their fates are to wait for death anyway, better for them to help the next generation. A herd too large can be detrimental, and it is only right to weed it out for the entire group to grow stronger. The Minotaur looked out towards the many herd leaders outside as he spoke with sadness. For my kin to ascend as I have has proven difficult. I am merely helping one of them do so. Let the human settlement become the feast that shall be the birth of another degrade, the first of many to come. Now it finally turned towards him. Now tell me, why come here? I welcome you to join my herd, even if you're not of my kin. And why would I do that? Jake asked. I see that you have yet to cross the crevice. Is it not an honor to serve those more powerful? I sense your power, but that final step is not easy. I would be more than happy to have a sapient companion join me. Jake looked down at the monster. It was hard to compare the creature that created the gruesome scenes in the farmhouses and the polite cowman that stood in front of him. He had yet to show even a single sign of aggression, and while he wasn't sure how it would react if he rejected, its offer at least seemed sincere. Heck, it hadn't even tried any weird mind magic as far as he could tell, despite that being its specialty. He could even recognize that Jake was still an E-grade, and all logic dictated that the Minotaur was stronger than him. Jake felt like at least giving the creature a proper answer, knowing what was to follow. I am a hunter, my path is too far removed from yours. You find pleasure in taking revenge on those weaker than yourself. Without going into moral classics and arguing how you are becoming that which you hated, I am just going to make it easy for you. I am a human, he said. Was it the smartest thing to do? Would it be way smarter to get in a good sneak attack, for sure, but Jake had decided to show the monster the basic fucking decency that it hadn't shown anything else. Besides, he didn't feel any fear. The Minotaur Mind Chief said, looking up at him with a confused expression. Impossible. Humans are weak, feeble creatures. You carry the presence of a predator and a monster, not that of a hairless monkey. See, that's the thing about us humans. We are a race with quite a high level of variance. Some humans are weak, some are strong, some are cruel, some are kind. To blame the entire human race is just stupid. Quite a few humans in the old world were even fighting for your kind, Jake said, as he made a light smile and made his mask invisible. Veganism was on the rise, you know. The Minotaur just kept staring at him in confusion before its facial expression changed. From the rather kind-looking smile and welcoming demeanor, its eyes got a red sheen as its entire face contorted into one of rage. It didn't even speak before Jake felt it. A stream of energy came towards him, and Jake swiftly dispelled the mana on his feet, and with a flap of his wings soared up through the window he had entered through. You created a path revolving around hunting down weaker prey, pursuing revenge against them. A limited path with no future, far too confined. You don't need more power to do what you wanted, satisfied to stay in this small area. It was a path with only one ending, stagnation and death. Flying upwards, he stopped only 100 meters up as he began channeling infused power shot. He had marked the monster with mark of the ambitious hunter before he flew up and knew exactly where it was. A figure suddenly appeared in his sphere from behind the Minotaur. His mark told him it still stood unmoving inside the building below. But he trusted his sphere more than any skill. Jake dodged to the side as a staff swiped down as he turned and saw nothing, with his eyes that is. He dodged another swipe from the staff as he fired a blast of mana from his gloves towards the invisible monster. It flew back a bit as suddenly it was revealed. At the same time, Jake's mark also snapshotted to the figure in front of him, making him aware it indeed was the same creature, mental magic of some kind. Why struggle when the fight is already over? A voice echoed in his mind. Jake felt the pain moments after, as he felt his insides boil and several holes opened up all over his body, spewing out blood like geysers, and Jake remembered how the staff that penetrated his body several T. He ducked under the staff and grabbed hold of the monster's arm, using touch of the malefic viper. It quickly wrested his hand away, but Jake was already upon it with a dagger coated in dark mana. It managed to dodge and move back, but the blade extended at the end, leaving a gash on the Minotaur's chest. How? It spoke, this time not using any shitty mental shit. It stood in the air, not unlike how Jake airwalked, though it did seem quite a bit more skillful at it than him. He assumed it had a skill to do it, primarily to make himself feel better. Instincts. Jake flew forward to keep the creature within his sphere. It disappeared from sight again, but soon appeared at his left side and swung its staff. Jake ignored it as it passed straight through him, and he instead ducked under a swipe from the right. He closed his eyes as he ignored what his other senses told him and only relied on his sphere. He suddenly felt like his leg cramped up, followed by intense pain, but he knew it wasn't real. The pain was as real as it could get, but it didn't come with any actual damage. It was all in his head. The Minotaur was fast, but not compared to the other degrades he had encountered. What made it dangerous was its insane mental magic that even Jake couldn't even correctly detect, and it did have some ridiculous strength. Sadly for the Minotaur, it could fool his mind but not his body. His dagger stabbed into its leg, and this time it was coated in his own blood too. The monster screamed in pain, his intuition telling him it was not fake in the least. For a moment he felt the creature slip up as its hold over him disappeared, and his phantom pains disappeared. But it was enough time for him to land his eyes on the creature. It froze up as Jake charged it, stabbing his dagger into its chest just as it became able to move again. His blade penetrated quite a bit before the Minotaur exploded with mana, sending Jake flying back hundreds of meters before he was able to stop himself. He had blocked with his arms, and they were both now burned, his armor not doing that well either. It wasn't an illusion, as his sphere and intuition confirmed the damage. Not that it mattered. Jake just looked at the heaving beast in the distance with pity. The Minotaur Mindchief was a lot stronger than himself, and the strength behind every swing was enough to crush him. But he was also slow, and his moves obvious, proving he clearly hadn't fought many other powerful foes before. When you could just make your opponent unaware he was even being hit, you didn't need to be fast or even good at fighting. You just needed enough raw power to crush someone into a paste. Is this the power you hope to challenge an entire race with? Jake asked the monster, shaking his head. I don't know how you avoid it, but your mind is utterly undefended. No, it does affect you, you just ignore it, the Minotaur said, frowning. Instincts, you say, but isn't it instinct to not hurt your kin? Jake looked confused for a moment before his eyes opened wide. A massive wave of almost tangible energy washed over him as he felt the entire world around him shift. He felt his head hurt as he looked at the Minotaur. What were we doing? He asked his old pal in confusion. He remembered that they were chilling just before this, talking about going out how to deal with a nearby hive of enemies, but now he suddenly found himself fighting. It didn't make sense, it was, what? Having a duel, his pal said. I won, so no you didn't, Jake said, shaking his head as things snapped into place and looked up at the damn monster with deadly intent as the energy within his head was swiftly dispelled. All right, fuck you. Worth a shot, the Minotaur said, taunting him as it smiled, seemingly having gotten an idea. Fuck this mental magic bullshit, what the fuck is this? Jake began closing off his mind as he tried to stop thinking about anything and just move. He had just begun when the Minotaur turned to him and said with a smile, clearly having gotten an idea it believed clever. I believe it's time for the auction to begin. Chapter 175, A Journey of the Mind. Jake saw the creature disappear, but instead of attacking, the monster appeared inside the barn below. He wondered what the hell the Minotaur was up to. His sense of the malefic viper made him aware that his poisons were being quickly eliminated, hinting at the creature having quite a lot of vitality, not so much toughness based on how easily his dagger penetrated his skin. He didn't follow right away but stayed up there, inspecting the remnant energies still in his head. Mental magic was some real mindfuckery, as it basically implanted fake ideas, concepts, or signals. It made him see things that weren't real while masking what was. But it didn't work on his sphere or instincts at all. He also could now feel how the energy implanted on his body was slowly being fought off passively, meaning whatever influence the Minotaur used on him was temporary no matter what. This also boded well for the girl he saw, as the energy affecting her should dissipate naturally with time. The more complex or foreign any manipulation was also made it less effective. Jake felt pissed at the memory of briefly seeing the monster as an ally, even if he swiftly dispelled that idea. It was just too contradictory, and he quickly broke that spell. But he could imagine some fucked up things a real mind mage could make people do if they were significantly stronger than their opponent. How do I know someone hasn't already infected me? I have met gods. Could they have done something that I have no way of feeling? The thought occurred, and was just as quickly dispelled. It may be hubris or absolute arrogance, but Jake believed that not even the malefic viper or any other god in existence could truly fool his instincts. They could fuck up his mind, but they couldn't fuck up his bloodline. Hell, the only real mental interference I should be scared of in the long run is what is caused by my bloodline, if that can even be called interference. Not that I can change anything about it, but try and be aware. Jake shook his head as he tried to expel all the distracting thoughts as he kept inspecting the foreign mental energy. It truly moved unobstructed through him, encountering only the natural resistance caused by what he assumed was his willpower stat. While he could deal with the mental interference pretty well, it was still annoying. The damn monster could make his archery borderline useless, and for some reason, as he needed it to remain in his sphere, he didn't even detect the energy that invaded him during the fight. Likely because it also implanted the idea that the energy wasn't something worth noting. So annoying. He would get Pride of the Malefic Viper shortly, so that should help. It wasn't going to help him today, but he didn't see himself losing. Sure, the Minotaur was actually the strongest opponent besides the king he had ever met, and without his bloodline, his head would have been smashed in before he even noticed the attack coming. But he had his bloodline, and the Minotaur's power just sucked against him. It was like the opposite of a cloud elemental, like the path of this stupid monster. His strengths are short-sighted too. Would the mental magic even work on an elemental, or what if he encountered a creature with great mental defenses, or a human who fights using instincts? Well, lose, I guess. He had to admit that the monster's strength was immense. He gazed about and saw a few craters below, with even a few bovines that had died from wayward attacks. It was just the remnant shockwave left by the staff's wide swings, but it was enough to crush nearly anything. If the Minotaur Mindchief had fought the Thunder Rock, he would have won easily. He was also pretty sure it could handle something like Misty easily too. In fact, he was happy Misty hadn't come along but stayed at the fort. He was pretty sure the Mindchief could dominate the mind of the hawk for at least a period, making the battle into a 2 versus 1. And even if he couldn't, he sure as hell could make the bird disorientated enough for him to kill it, as Jake was relatively sure Misty wasn't the most resilient to physical attacks. Without tarrying any longer, he summoned a bolt of mana and fired it down towards the barn. The roof blew up, leaving a gaping hole as he was able to see inside. "Took you long enough," he heard a voice say, the friendly tone of the Minotaur back, but with an insidious undertone. When the dust cleared, Jake saw the interior of the barn. The Minotaur was back on the stage, but he was no longer alone. He was now surrounded by humans who all stood blank-eyed, staring into thin air. Jake flew down and landed in the middle of the barn, the Minotaur just within the range of his sphere. He also did it to confirm if the humans were actually real or just mental illusions. They were. The bovines in the barn had gone outside, leaving just Jake, the Minotaur, and the human captives behind. "I must admit I underestimated you. You are a champion sent by your race to end my ambitions, fighting for the survival of their species. You are without a doubt the pinnacle of their talents, trained to battle me, but in your arrogance you forgot. I am a king, not a soldier." The Minotaur laughed as suddenly all the humans drew their weapons. "But I will give you a chance," the monster said as he waved his hand and summoned a string of rune-like text in the air. Jake saw it and noticed that he somehow understood what he said. It was a contract. "This is an auction after all, so tell me, what would you give to free your fellow man?" The monster spoke as he laughed. "Serve me, and I promise safety for these hairless monkeys and those you wish to keep alive. I am a generous king. I shall allow a sanctuary to keep your race alive and for you to lead them." Jake had to admit it sounded like a terrific deal. At least he thought so for a fraction of a second before Jake dispelled the mental energy in his head, at which point it sounded like hot garbage, spewed out by an arrogant asshole who couldn't even keep his own beliefs consistent. He looked up at the creature as he shook his head. "You are utterly pathetic, and certainly no king. You can only bully those weaker than yourself, taking pleasure in torturing them, while you run away like a scared child before anyone who can challenge you. You can't even stick to your chosen path. Stop embarrassing yourself and at least die with a shred of honor and dignity." The Minotaur looked at the masked human, confused for a few moments before his face turned to one of rage. "I am the one in charge here." He opened his eyes wide, sending a command to his thralls, as suddenly 10 of the around 100 hairless monkeys turned and attacked the person next to them. A single swipe of a sword and 10 heads fell to the ground. He had even made sure to include a few of their young. It tended to irk the humans most when he did that. A suffering or preferably broken mind was far easier to intrude and manipulate. Even if the Minotaur couldn't make the human kneel willingly, he could shatter his psyche through killing his kin, whittling down his resolve until finally he relented. He had done it before, and it was pure ecstasy every time. "See the result of your actions. Now kneel," or he was interrupted by a loud sigh as the human that claimed himself to be a hunter just shook his head again. "I told you, humans are all different." The Minotaur looked the human in the eye and saw only indifference and a small spark of rage, not a single trace of despair or regret. This human does not care for its kin, but it led me outside to avoid killing them. He had skimmed that thought in their fight earlier. To understand the basic intent of an opponent or read surface thoughts was a fundamental aspect of mental magic. For some reason, he couldn't quite read the human's thoughts in combat, but he could most certainly read his intent. He had avoided fighting in the barn to avoid killing his fellow man, so why not bat an eye when they died now? Very well. If this human does not break from this, I shall crush him with everything I have. He shall be my thrall, willingly or not, because while the Minotaur Mind Chief was weak in many aspects, he stood at the pinnacle of mental magic for a monster on his level. Jake looked with disappointment at the oversized cat. He saw the humans die with a single command, and he felt only his anger grow. It kept perpetuating the needless killing. It didn't do so with a goal. It wasn't even a hunt. He didn't mourn those who died. He only pitied them. In some ways, they died the moment the Minotaur Mind Chief claimed them. He took a step forward as he appeared right in front of the Minotaur. The monster blocked his blow as if he already knew Jake was attacking, because it did, but he didn't know where next he would strike. Because Jake didn't think about it, he just let his body move where it wanted. The dagger flew forward, and the Minotaur was cut on his chest once more, the old wounds far from having healed. Jake felt the mental energy invade his mind, worming its way inside. It was looking for something, an opening. I will have to kill it quickly. He kept attacking, the creature slowly backing off. The humans around him also all charged at him, but none of them could get close as they all froze up. It was a bit tiring, but he would have to keep them frozen with gaze of the apex hunter for at least a bit. Jake pushed forward, ducking under another wild swing. He placed his hand on the stomach of the Minotaur, releasing a blast of mana that sent it flying back through the back wall of the barn. Yet the stream of mental energy kept pouring into him. The Minotaur wasn't doing anything other than reading his movements, and whatever the fuck the monster was currently trying. The wounds on the monster accumulated as the poison seeped deeper into the Minotaur's body, but Jake felt a sense of crisis grow as he began to feel weird. Jake stepped back, teleporting with 1 step-mile as he drew his bow and began charging an infused power shot. Human and Minotaur stood just staring at each other, less than 10 meters between them. Neither moved as both seemed satisfied with channeling their skills. After a dozen seconds, Jake released the arrow, and the Minotaur just raised his staff to try and block. He blocked the blow, but the arrow exploded, sending the Minotaur flying back. Jake pelted him with even more arrows, and soon a dozen were sticking out of his chest. The wounds began festering as the necrotic poison did its damage, and the Minotaur had visibly weakened. Yet, even as the Minotaur's power waned, Jake felt his sense of crisis only grow. He tried to do as much damage to try and kill the Minotaur, as his sense of danger practically exploded with warning. The Minotaur looked up at him and smiled. Behold the true power of the Mind Chief. Jake felt a stream of energy unlike anything before smash into his head as 5 words echoed in his head. Wayward journey of echoing reminiscence. Back at the fort, Silas was sitting in a side room with the psychologist. The girl was still unresponsive like before, but they didn't want to risk anything. Silas wanted to stay close if he could help with anything, and the psychologist just seemed happy to finally feel useful as he apparently wasn't the best at fighting. The girl began screaming out of nowhere, Silas hurrying to her with a startled expression as he tried to calm her down. He placed his hands on her head and felt the mental energy that was there before was disappearing at a rapid rate. It didn't appear like it was dissipating, but returning. The one who had caused it clearly couldn't keep all these effects active any longer. It had to go all out. The owner. He worried, but he didn't have time as the 2 men in the room tried to calm the child. The Minotaur Mind Chief felt the confluence of mental energy as the bridge was established, and their minds became one. Together, he and the human would walk a journey. In the realm of the mind, or more accurately, the soul, time meant nothing as 2 figures appeared. One of them was the human in a suppressed state and a silent observer, and the other the Minotaur Mind Chief. He walked forward as he saw the memories one by one, the goal simple. The Minotaur Mind Chief believed that every sapient being had a weakness in their mind, a reversed scale that could be exploited to dominate them. It was hard to hold back a smile as he imagined the human as his thrall. So powerful and not even degrade yet, the hunter was the champion put forth by his race, their hope of defeating him. He would turn their cultivated weapon against them and have him be the harbinger of their genocide. The memories were unnoteworthy to begin with. The Mind Chief needed a trauma, something hidden deeper. He tried to go back to see what happened when the human was but a child. He had learned that is where most traumas were to be found. Yet he was stumped early. The early memories were, what? Never before had he seen such a fractured memory, the moments of reminiscence nothing but selected scenes. There were some things, such as the betrayal of a friend or minor scuffles, but nothing the Mind Chief found worth exploiting. No memory worth flaring to life to crush the human. Had another mind mage sealed memories? No, he saw no signs of tampering. Even if the memories were repressed, he should be able to find them, but they appeared just to be gone. Gone or sealed somewhere that even a legendary skill of the highest order couldn't help him find. But as he went forward, suddenly everything returned to normal. It was only the first years that were so fractured, but everything became usual after that. Did something happen during that time that broke his mind to the level of memories disappearing? Or did someone or something truly seal them away? He did notice that the human became more muted. The fragments in the start displayed a human of action, a wild child with never-ending energy and disposition of a creature standing at the apex of his species. For some reason, however, that seemed to just disappear. The next many years were more tedious as the human was hard to recognize. It was hard to compare the muted human he saw with the hunter that had nearly ended his life. The Minotaur was confused. The memories began to feel faded. Not in that they were hard to see, but everything had a gray aura. The emotions tied to the memories had an underlying sense of apathy and boredom. Ah, I found it, the thing to exploit. The human was far weaker then. From those early years to only a few months back, besides a few sparks here and there was not much. No, it would need to find the trigger that made the color return and the world be attractive to the human again. It didn't take long. In fact, it was the very same day that marked his own ascension that the human found his meaning once more. But it wasn't right away. The palette changed as the human called Jake entered the vast forest, the world brightening ever so slightly. No, the return came after the sun had set. At a moment of life and death, the world was flooded with light, as the Minotaur Mindchief felt the human experience what could only be called absolute euphoria. Truly, he had found his meaning once more. And the Minotaur smiled, for he had found the weakness. If what had awakened inside him that day had brought him meaning, the Mindchief would just have to take that away. So he dove deeper. He needed to know the exact cause. He tried to move ahead, but some dark spots appeared. The human had entered a dungeon, but that place was full of unnatural voids, ones the Mindchief had seen before, as it was memories related to things above his station. It was likely the system's way of protecting him that he couldn't see those things. No, I need to go back to that night. He needed to truly discover what the human had experienced. It wasn't as straightforward as just reading his mind. He had to truly find it. Dive deeper and discover the actual source. Discover it and crush it into smithereens, using that opening to shatter his mind. And as he dove deeper, he found that the source was inside the human. A sudden moment of enlightenment, an idea appearing or a concept understood. Finally, it was typical. Like the piece of a puzzle, it was all about finding that one piece to complete the entire picture. Without the piece, the human would feel incomplete. It could be so many things dependent on the person. Sometimes they found their soulmate or even a specific item that they placed all their raw emotions into. That day he had found his light, and today the Mindchief would take that away again. Seal whatever enlightenment or concept deep inside the corners of his mind. Make his world gray again, and his mind open to dominance as he suffered from suddenly losing a large part of himself. It would take the Mindchief months, if not years, to fully recover from the wayward journey of echoing reminiscence, and he would lose all other thralls. But it was worth it. Rather than 100 pawns, he would have someone who could just flip the chessboard. So he dove deeper into the deepest parts of the human. It was deeper than the Mindchief had ever gone before, and he felt his skill and own mind be pushed to their limit. Yet whenever he found a wall, he overcame it as he dove deeper. When he overcame the first, he was proud, but at the 10th, he understood. The human was inviting him inside. Whatever he was looking for wanted to be found, welcoming him to challenge it and attempt to seal it. Truly a foolish human, to dare meet him in a battle in the mental realm found within the soul. A final mental step later, the Mindchief appeared at the memory. With expectation, he gazed upon it and saw a man, the human himself, the one he had sealed that floated behind him in an ethereal shape. No, it was slightly different. It was him and yet not him. A part of him that he had lost and now regained, or the human turned as the Minotaur Mindchief gazed into his eyes. The human behind him was now gone, merged with the figure before him. He smiled as the Mindchief screamed. The man moved an impossible act. It was meant to be but a memory, a fragment of oneself, nothing but an echo. Yet it noticed the Mindchief as he couldn't stop screaming. A part of himself that he had suppressed after ascending was screaming at him from the bottom of his soul. It was those instincts inherent to every animal on the planet. That faint primal feeling it would get when confronted with a predator, making the Minotaur Mindchief utterly aware. He was prey. Outside in the real world, Jake opened his eyes as he gazed upon the Mindchief that slowly tipped over and fell to the ground, his eyes wide with fright. You have slain Minotaur Mindchief, LVL 114 bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 96 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points asterisk. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 97 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points asterisk. Ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 85 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points asterisk. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 98 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points. Jake just shook his head as he went over and looked down on the corpse, contempt in his eyes. A fool and a coward to the end. Chapter 176, From the Mist They Came. Jake couldn't help but be disappointed in the Minotaur. He had felt it invade his mind as he struggled to fight off the energy. He couldn't move, and he just stood there, less than 15 meters separating him and the monster. His sphere made him aware of the outside world, but nothing more. Yet inwardly he also felt something. Half an hour passed like that, the two having a battle of the mind. Well, it was more Jake in a bit of a haze, slowly fighting off the mental energy and the damn Minotaur trying to find a weakness to exploit. It was all just a shame. Jake believed he could have actually had a good fight with the D-rank. He was faster, but it was stronger and had its mental magic to at least throw him off here and there. And while its body wasn't that resilient, its vitality was high for sure. The wounds caused by him earlier were mostly healed on the dead body of the mine chief, just through the passive consumption of health points to heal it. Jake was also pretty damn sure the monster wasn't anywhere close to out of mana or other magic tricks. He doubted the fight would have ended within the next hour even if they just slugged it out, and Jake had been looking forward to it, yet it died, not because of running out of health, it had just given up. Jake had allowed it in, not bothered to resist its mental exploration of his memories. He didn't know where it was looking, at least not to begin with, but he soon got the feeling the Minotaur was seeking towards a deep part of his soul, one the Minotaur could usually never approach, but Jake allowed him closer. And as soon as the mine chief caught a glimpse of what it had been looking for, it chose to end itself, a fucking coward. It was just a bull that had gotten lucky and found some item that allowed it to evolve quickly. Jake didn't think all beasts would gain memories from before they evolved, but clearly the Minotaur had, perhaps due to its skills, not that it mattered anymore. Jake walked forward to check out the corpse of the monster, and the first thing he noticed was the staff. Pillar of Encumbrance, rare. A metal rod made of a type of metal with the natural ability to change weight based on the intensity of the mana infused within. Incredibly durable. Requirements. Jake looked at it and was honestly a bit surprised. It wasn't even a weapon. It was just a rod of metal that could get heavier if infused with mana. It didn't even have any requirements. The weapon did fit the Minotaur fantastically though, and Jake also happily picked it up. The monster hadn't had any other equipment, leaving only its body behind. That is also when Jake heard the yelling behind him, and he suddenly remembered that the large barn behind him had been filled with mind-controlled humans. Jake deposited the Minotaur's corpse and the Pillar of Encumbrance before he quickly made his way into the barn to see what was going on. He entered it and instantly felt dozens of eyes land on him. All the people held prisoners by the mine chief were now clear-headed and out of whatever hypnosis kept them passive. The appearance of a masked figure walking into the barn quickly got their attention, their wariness clear. None of them spoke but just looked hesitantly at him. From the looks of it, they had broken out of mind control a bit ago and had time to try and get a basic understanding of their situation. And Jake was more than happy to clarify what had happened for. The Minotaur is dead, Jake said, summoning its corpse. Now that got their attention. Did you kill it? A person in the front asked, one wearing a familiar uniform. I did. Are you from that fort led by a guy named Philip? Jake asked, tossing the Minotaur back in his storage immediately. Yes, do you also come from there? I didn't see you before, are you? Where are all the bovines? Jake asked, cutting the young guy off. Maybe it was a bit late. But Jake clearly remembered the area outside the barn filled with bulls and quite a few herd leaders. I saw some run off towards there. A voice cut in, pointing out the large gate and into the distance, directly towards the fort. The beasts left a good while ago, just as we all began waking up. Well, ain't this just great, Jake thought, quickly having put together what had happened. Perhaps it was a failsafe or an ingrained command, but it appeared like the Minotaur mine chief had ordered every single bovine to charge towards the fort. A real asshole move, entirely in line with its personality. Even if it lost to Jake, it would still at least succeed in wiping out the settlement. Jake shook his head and turned to the people still in the barn. He was pretty sure they were all there, likely too scared or confused to leave. Wait here. I will have a group sent to escort you back towards the fort within the day, after I go fix things there. He didn't bother explaining more as he left, using one step mile to quickly head back to the fort. By now, it had to have been 45 minutes since the bovines left, which meant that, by his estimate, they had likely already arrived there. Not that Jake was anxious. Neil and his party were there, and they could surely buy some time even against the herd leaders that were closing in on the level cap for E-grade. Oh yeah, and Misty was also chilling there. Get ready. Mags pushed the wall. Philip yelled as he looked out into the horizon, cold sweat running down his back. We will need your help or we will all die, he said, turning to Miranda's group, Neil just nodding in agreement. How many? The space mage asked, and after Philip listened to one of the snipers on a walkie-talkie, gravely answered. More than 50 herd leaders counted and based on their sizes, some of them appear to be above level 90. They are followed by an army of rough-hide bovines and bulls. We should maybe evacuate. In other words, way too fucking many. Chrisen buted in, getting a nod from Philip, not even bothered to argue against it. He turned to Miranda and sternly asked. Is this the doing of this owner? Did he go and provoke them into attacking us? First of all, Miranda said, why the hell would he do that? Secondly, if there was an army on standby not far away, ready to charge here within an hour of him leaving, don't you think they planned on attacking all along? At worst, he just made them push up their attack plans slightly. Philip just looked at her before shaking his head. Doesn't matter, we need to evacuate as soon as Poe. He was interrupted by an eruption of light, stemming not from the approaching herd but within the fort. More accurately, from the top of the central keep. Spectral blue feathers began raining down from above as a giant blue hawk lifted itself slightly off the keep, floating in midair. It had a wingspan of nearly 10 meters, and what looked like blue mist floated all around it, taking on different shapes. It was the D-grade brought by the masked owner. Mistsong Hawk. Mana hummed to life as the mist began condensing and forming magic circles in the air. All the humans within the fort found themselves suppressed. Even the powerful ones like Neil and his party felt the pressure. It was magic with power above anything they could handle. The many circles of magic floating above began overlapping, and soon they formed a huge, perfect circle. Blue light began being emitted from the center of the large circle, soon covering its entire center. A few more seconds passed, and the shining blue plane floating above began slowly pouring out even more mist. It looked like a shining blue vertical lake had suddenly appeared in the air, one with a diameter of more than 20 meters, making it look more than a little intimidating. Just as the ones below began wondering what the D-grade was up to, the surface of the metaphorical lake rippled as something came out of it. It looked like some kind of giant cat, but before anyone could get a good look at it, the second creature exited, and then a third and a fourth, before soon dozens of animals were floating in the air above. All of them were blue, with mist emanating from their bodies. They looked semi-transparent, and when Philip identified one, he was shocked. Mist Beast Philip was level 59, so a beast below D-grade he couldn't identify had to be at least level 89. And he couldn't identify a single one of the blue beasts, but that in itself wasn't as shocking as the fact they could even be identified. Were they summons of some kind, or were they teleported there from elsewhere? He didn't know, and he doubted the giant blue bird would share. After the portal summoned more than 30 mist beasts, it stopped spitting out more. No two of the summoned beasts were identical but varied widely, from cat-like beasts to birds, and even one that looked like a mix between an elephant and a rhino. With a simple wave of its wing, the Mistsong Hawk ordered the summons to move. The mist swirled around each beast as they ran on a trail of mist forming beneath their every footfall. Philip could only watch in astonishment as they stormed towards the approaching herd. The Mistsong Hawk was already churning up its next. Looks like we can avoid an evacuation, Eleanor said with a small smile. Did you know the D-grade stayed behind? Philip asked Miranda, who had been looking relatively relaxed even after the Mistsong bird unleashed its power. Of course, did you think the owner would leave the fort defenseless in his absence? She answered confidently while inwardly thinking the exact opposite. How the hell could I know? He didn't say anything, and the damn bird is hiding in invisibility the whole time. But that didn't mean she wouldn't take advantage of the situation nevertheless. Heck, while the owner had gone off-script more times than she liked, boy had it worked out well. He managed to display his own power, the power of his companion, and at the same time create goodwill towards all the inhabitants of the fort, if he was to be seen as a protector of the city. Proving exactly how capable he was at protecting them by wiping out an army of beasts was a good start to build a reputation. So with anticipation, she watched the battle that was about to unfold. Neil also looked out over the walls as he turned to his party. "Wanna join in? Quite a few of those herd leaders should be well worth hunting down." "Sure thing," Kristen said. "As long as those weird mist creatures don't attack us too. Let's hope they don't." "Begin to prepare, we'll go the second Silas gets here," Neil finished as he began to take out some weird stones and crystals from the Orb of Kalox and began placing them down as a magic circle on the ground. Once he was done, he gave each of his party members a small crystal. "Emergency teleports," Neil explained to Miranda and Philip. Miranda just nodded with understanding, while Philip looked very interested. He didn't know exactly what the party of 5 was capable of, but teleportation certainly did sound impressive. 10 or so seconds later, the first clash of mistbeasts in the herd of bovines happened, and it wasn't a fight. The sharp claws of a cat-like mistbeast ripped 3 rough-hide bovines, all only around level 30, apart with a simple swipe. The giant elephant-like beast trampled them easily, as it soon began wrestling with a herd leader around its own level, coming out on top. Neil and the others soon joined in, leaping over the wall only a few seconds after Silas arrived. They all landed on a floating disc as Neil brought them closer, Levi already beginning to buff himself up. Eleanor didn't wait either, but had already fired a power shot before they landed. She stayed up on the floating platform, floating 10 meters above as her party leaped down. Kristen took the front as they headed straight for one of the largest herd leaders. They needed to challenge themselves to keep progressing, and a beast near the peak of E-tier was a fitting opponent. Levi jumped in, cleaving long scars of fire on the ground with every swing, sending bovine parts flying. None of them hit Kristen as she pushed forward, knocking away overgrown cows with her buckler, or just straight up killing them with her blade. Neil summoned 2 discs of space mana that he controlled like 2 circular razor blades. It was basically just taking a space barrier and tilting it, turning it into a powerful weapon. Of course, they could be broken, such as how Jake had done it, but they were pretty helpful when unblocked. Elena released a barrage of arrows, using a skill similar to splitting arrow, but instead of making one, it made hundreds. The difference was that most of her arrows weren't actually real, but were illusions making only a few do actual damage. But it helped cause chaos and allowed Levi to close in. They quickly got close enough to fight the herd leader and began their assault with the 5 of them. They worked together, covering each other's weaknesses, and landed blow after blow on the beast. Neil fired space bolts that each hit like a sledgehammer with intense kinetic energy, Seela's healing or putting up the occasional barrier or buffing someone. It took them a few minutes, but they soon had the herd leader on the back foot. It was impressive that a group of humans nearly 40 levels below the beast could make the fight so one-sided. Granted, the herd leader wasn't the strongest of E-grades, as they were more suited to buffing up and leading their groups compared to solo combat, but it was impressive nevertheless. Yet, in the same period it took them to nearly beat one, the group of mistbeasts had already killed over a dozen herd leaders and slaughtered over 1,000 normal bovines. All of this without the Mistsong bird directly getting involved besides its summons, and when it got involved, Jake made his way over the hill, and the fort finally came into sight. He saw the massive herd in the midst of being slaughtered by a group of blue beasts that gave off Misty's aura, making him instantly aware they were connected to the hawk. He looked from afar and saw that Misty had summoned some kind of phantasmal form around itself as it still floated above the fort. He saw the magic circles around it as they all came together and formed a single small circle. Mana exploded out of it as it fired off a single beam of energy that arced out and hit one of the many bovines. A second beam came out a moment later, and then it fired a third and a fourth until it fired over a dozen every second. Like a machine gun firing off homing lasers, it launched out attack after attack for the next 10 seconds before the magic circle dispersed. The entire battlefield was now filled with headless corpses of bovines, only around 50 beasts left standing, the majority of them herd leaders. The giant magic attack had slain thousands of bovines in a single move. Jake chuckled to himself as he took out his bow and decided to join in on the fun. The herd leaders alive were all around or above his own level, so why not, though he would have to hurry because the remaining ones were already set upon by the mistbeasts. And Neil and his party were still working on taking down their one herd leader Misty nice enough to not interfere in their fight. Chapter 177, To Pursue Perfection. Philip stood with his soldiers on the wall, all just staring out onto the absolute massacre unfolding before their eyes. The giant blue mistbeasts ripping apart the few surviving bovines after that insane magic spell, unleashed by the Mistsong bird, killed most of the weaker beasts. At first, they had all been impressed by Neil and his party as they engaged the herd leader, but it was just hard to compare it to what the D-rank had done. It was an unfair comparison. To begin with, the chances are the party could only handle 2 or a maximum of 3 of the mistbeasts if they all worked together, and it was very doubtful they could kill them. Meanwhile, the Mistsong hawk could summon 10 times that number while also still posing a threat itself. Just as they were all thinking nothing more would happen, something tore through the battlefield, blowing a massive hole into one of the herd leaders. The wound left behind soon started rotting, and it didn't even have time to move before its head also exploded. More attacks came, and a few sharp-eyed observers noticed that it was arrows, yet nobody could see where they came from, at least none who were on the wall. A single figure spotted approximately 775 kilometers to the east. Philip heard through his walkie-talkie from one of the snipers on the tower. They too were also just watching, knowing they couldn't really contribute much. Philip had a good idea who the shooter was, and he could only sigh in resignation but also felt a bit of confidence. At least we would be protected. Miss Wells, when do you think we can begin the migration? He asked. They weren't totally done with their negotiations yet, but at this rate, everyone was going to follow them back anyway. Jake entered the fort after he and all the mistbeasts got done cleaning up the battlefield. Neil and his party also took down the big herd leader they had been battling with. Jake saw it was level 99, and while it wasn't as strong as the horde leader had been, not by a long shot, it was still a decent opponent for the party. He also saw that 3 of them had gained a level, so that was nice. When Misty saw Jake enter, it dispelled that blue giant mist form it had been using and flew down and began floating beside him. It had already dispelled the giant portal, which subsequently also made the mistbeasts disappear. With this battle, if you could even call it that, Jake had gotten a good understanding of Misty's power, and it indeed wasn't that well fit for straight-up fights with an opponent of equal level. While she had diverse means, her primary power lay in the complexity and diversity of spells, not raw strength. Against a horde of enemies, she was likely the best beast he had seen. Taking down an army of bovines wasn't easily done, even by Jake. he would begin to get tired and wounds would accumulate, as while the herd leaders weren't that strong individually, there were still a lot of them. Yet her powers made her quite ill-fitting against something like the Thunder Rock or even Jake himself. Sure, it would have some effective attack methods, but he doubted most would be that effective if he used his scales and bombarded the hawk from afar. As for how Misty would fare against the Minotaur Mine Chief, honestly, it was hard to say. It depended on if Misty could resist its mental magic and rely on ranged attacks. Another factor was also if the summons were immune. Even then, it likely would not win. If the Minotaur got close and landed any blows, Misty would be in for a bad time. Anyway, Misty is kinda awesome in her own right. I should have her teach me some magic. Sir, Miranda said, walking up to Jake and his hawk friend. Philip has agreed to migrate to the forest, but we won't take everyone right away. As we slowly expand, we will bring them there while still maintaining a small outpost at this fort. She explained a bit more about their plans, Jake just listening and nodding along. It all sounded good, and he didn't really have any objections or interjections. The first group that would go included Philip himself, mainly to check out the forest. He would return again to the fort within the same day, so chances are the fort would be safe. The only thing Jake had to say was to of course inform Miranda about the people left back in the barn, and it was decided that Neil and his party would go with a few of Philip's men to escort them back. With the Minotaur dead and the threat of the daily attacks gone, life in the fort should be a lot easier. It didn't mean it was entirely safe, though. Beasts and monsters would still attack to claim the bountiful experience from the many humans residing within, but it likely wouldn't be in large coordinated attacks like before. Jake could feel Misty happy that they were finally going back. They hadn't been gone for that long, but he understood the mother bird's anxiety. He was looking forward to seeing Hawkie and the egg too. The first group left for the forest less than an hour later, Jake and Misty at the lead, acting as escorts. Mikkel had stayed back at the fort, as he had apparently become very interested in crafting more modern weaponry. It was fine, as Jake had kind of forgotten about the guy, so he only noticed the dude hadn't come along halfway back. Needless to say, getting back to the city took a lot longer than when they left. Misty and Jake couldn't fly everyone, and many of them wouldn't like to be airlifted either. They also brought many things, and Jake didn't have the faintest interest in putting it into his inventory to help them. That would require so much damn planning for him to remember what belonged to who and sorting stuff, and a lot of annoying stuff solved by people just carrying their own shit. Jake only spoke a bit with Miranda on the way, and they agreed to a meeting once they were back and had got everyone settled. Well, an after-meeting to be more accurate. Miranda would have a meeting with Hank, Philip, Lillian, and many others to figure out how to get everyone housing and all of that other administrative stuff that was her job. Afterward, she would give Jake a quick breakdown. Damn, it was nice being the boss. When they had traveled a good while, Misty couldn't wait anymore and took off. Jake could only chuckle a bit to himself as he stayed with the group. While they had traveled damn fast for a caravan, it was still incredibly slow for Jake in the D-grade Hawk's standards. Not long after, they made it back. Only a few hundred people had come along for the first trip, and it was mainly to try and help build stuff for the next batch. Not that Jake was that invested, as he left right after returning after a quick "see you later" to Miranda. He used one step mile to get to his house faster and walked past the no entry sign into the valley. With a deep breath, he took in the atmosphere as he saw the waterfall and pond, as well as the small idyllic lodge. The big nest with two hawks sitting in was also a bit hard to miss. "Hey Hawkie, anything interesting happened while we were gone?" he asked as he casually strolled towards the nest. Jake got a small screech of annoyance, likely because they took so long to return. Yeah, happy to see you too." He jumped up to the nest and squatted down looking at the egg. It hadn't changed much since last, but Jake could feel the faint presence it gave off had increased. "It will hatch soon," he said, both birds agreeing. I guess that's part of the reason why Misty wanted to hurry back. She was afraid the egg would hatch without her being there, he thought, feeling a bit bad about making the bird leave with him. Luckily, it hadn't happened, so no harm was done, and there wasn't any danger of Jake asking them to leave again anytime soon, mainly because of the notifications he had gone through on his way back. He had unexpectedly gained yet another level from the cleanup of the herd leaders, making him reach level 99, the cap of E grade. Ding. Class Ambitious Hunter has reached level 99 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points asterisk ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 86 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake had initially been considering pushing straight to 100 and getting his class evolution as he had done at E grade. The class and profession evolution back then had just been a straightforward power boost, and it didn't take much considering if he wanted to rush it or not. But it appeared that D grade was a bit different, as the second he reached level 99 in his class, he got a quest. Quest, the perfect evolution. As you approach the pinnacle of your grade, evolution is imminent. As you prepare to step out of the lower tiers, you must choose pursue perfection or immediate power. A human may choose to evolve their class or profession immediately once fulfilling the basic requirements or wait to make a perfect evolution. Evolving a class or profession to level 100 before evolving to degrade will result in a portion of the stat gains being deferred. The choice is yours. Objective: reach level 99 in both your profession and class before evolving to degrade. Reward: the perfect evolution D. Upon failure, you will still obtain the evolution D title. Jake wondered if the quest was something everyone got or if it was something unique to new initiates. From the looks of it, the titles were something everyone would get, and the quest was just a PSA of sorts. But he did have some questions still, and luckily, he had a one-way line to a walking encyclopedia. After saying his goodbyes to Misty and Hockey, he walked through the barrier and into his lodge. He walked through the building and out the back door to the porch, where he placed a wooden chair. It was new and not one he had stolen from any dungeons, but one of the many pieces of furniture from the fort that was now superfluous. Sitting down and leaning back, he closed his eyes as he spoke. "Oh mighty Villy, big boss Snake, I have inquiries for thee. What's up with the degrade evolution, and will I be fucked if I don't get the perfect evolution title? Also, how would I even level my race? Hope you're doing well. Love, best buddy Jake." He could vaguely feel his message go out and be delivered to the Viper. He even saw a bit of his mana disappear, much to his surprise. Wait, had he just sent a legit prayer, like recognized by the system as a prayer? Meh, who cares? All Jake knew was that the Viper heard him. A few seconds later, he felt something touch upon his mind, a familiar presence. It felt just like during the tutorial store awards thing, but even more substantial than then. With the presence came the amused voice of the malefic Viper, echoing in his head. "All right, divine message coming through. That title honestly isn't that big of a deal, and you won't really lose anything worth mentioning by just evolving your class right away. Many people do it, even elites, but it would be foolish of you not to get it when you aren't in a rush. You won't lose much if you don't, but you know, everything counts. Any experience you gain that would get you class levels before now get you race levels. Seriously, this is basic shit. Why not just look it up in a book? Oh, and when you reach degrade and evolve your professions, I have a surprise for you. Have fun grinding till then. Love, bestest buddy Villistramas." Jake chuckled a bit as he felt the presence disappear. "Thanks, mate. Well, I guess that settles it. Next goal. Max out prodigious alchemist of the malefic Viper." He would have done it even without the Viper telling him it was smart. He kind of liked completing quests. The next hour or so was spent actually organizing his lodge. He took out all the bookshelves and placed them in the large central room, practically turning the living room into a library. He would need some more furniture soon, as what he had swiped from the dungeon wasn't enough. The bed was also quite bad, and everything was what he would classify as mundane. It didn't have any magical properties. The same couldn't be said about the lodge itself. It was only at a low level, but it did have some basic enchants that made it more robust and some basic helpful things, such as regulating humidity and temperature inside. After sorting stuff, he went outside to talk to the birds. Well, just him talking and them saying bird sounds, with Jake mostly just there to observe the magic circle laid down by Misty and the egg in the nest. It wasn't a circle to nurture the egg anymore, but just one to defend the nest. Jake was pretty sure the egg didn't need any more nurturing, just protection and time to hatch. He considered starting a crafting session, but decided against it. Miranda would come by and not that long to go over what the other people of the city agreed on, and for him to give input, so he wasn't sure he would have time to really get in the zone. Every brew or concoction also took a bit, and it would be rude to make her wait. She was already working hard, no need for him to waste her time more than necessary. Instead, he sat down on the steps of the lodge, a book in hand, one of the many books about fungi and more accurately, how to kill the damn things. By now, Jake was plenty aware that the indigo fungus wasn't an easy opponent, even for one in degrade, if he planned on grinding alchemy anyway. Finding a way to kill that was an obvious goal. It would allow him to explore a new area of alchemy he hadn't tried before, and at the same time, level up the profession so he could get that perfect evolution. Making more potions was also an option, and he would still do so, but he would need more ingredients for that soon. He was beginning to run out, and at the moment only felt comfortable crafting for himself. He could perhaps have some of his new citizens scavenge for him. But the issue is that he didn't really want inferior rarity ingredients anymore. It would help the city if he supplied potions, but it would also make him stagnate. There was no challenge in making inferior rarity potions anymore, and he wanted to avoid it as much as possible. Could I teach someone? He suddenly considered. Possibly, but all of that would have to wait. That would be far too time-consuming currently. Besides, Jake had just felt a presence approaching. Jake looked up from his book and saw Miranda enter the valley. She had a big smile on her lips and was carrying a large platter as well as a wine bottle and 2 glasses. Chapter 178, Names. I do feel a bit bad for the man, but you should have seen the expression of defeat on his face when the Mistsong Hawk made its move. Miranda laughed as she swirled her wine. Degrades do tend to get a bit more flashy, Jake agreed, chuckling along. But I tend to find that scale and power don't always correspond. The thunder rock could make giant lightning attacks, but they barely hurt. Well, hurt a little, but one would think a massive thundercloud did more damage. Are all degrades you met birds? Oh wait, you mentioned a mushroom, she said, grabbing one of the small finger foods from the platter on the table. Jake also took one of the small skewers with grilled meat on, quite pleased with the food. Food didn't have any right to taste this good, but damn, was it heavenly. Or maybe his taste buds were just starved from not eating properly for so long. Who knows and who cares? The food was fantastic. What's more, he could even feel it help regenerate his stamina and health as he ate it. Miranda had mentioned it was made by someone with a cooking profession, so that did make sense. Jake even considered hunting some beasts to give to the cook, but apparently they had plenty already. It did help that they had just murdered a few thousand giant cows. I also killed this huge storm elemental, Jake answered. Most recently was something called a Minotaur mine chief, the source of all the bovines attacking the fort. Miranda looked surprised as she muttered, "You did say you dealt with the source. I should have guessed it was a D grade. You would have known by the time Philip's men got the survivors left in the barn," Jake said. He had mentioned that a few people were stranded there before they left, and he had sent a few people there to check things out, Neil and his party going with them for protection. "I guess," she said, sighing. "I hope that little girl will be okay. Staying at the fort for now seems like it would be best. I don't think it will help to make her run around all the time. After she has had time to get a bit of stability, she can come here. Hopefully we can get someone with magic or skills to help her. If that's even possible," Jake said, also sighing. It was hard being confronted with an issue you could do nothing about. The Minotaur mine chief had scarred many people, and he was sure the majority of the survivors from the barn would also have issues. The Minotaur had been sapient, but was also the most monstrous monster Jake had yet to encounter. Without a doubt, it too had been broken. Children in general have it. But their ability to adapt is also admirable, Miranda said with a melancholic smile. "I am not even sure what we can do for them. What kind of schooling would they need? I heard that they tend to get their classes and professions around puberty, but does that mean children will have to be set in their future that young?" "Yeah, I don't think I even knew what I wanted to be before my 3rd year of uni," Jake said, shaking his head. "But I don't think the first class or professions matters that much, yet I do agree those who know what they want and stick with one path will likely have the advantage." "Well, I am sure we will figure it out," Miranda said, trying to lighten the mood. "We are all learning still, and with time I am sure we can make something great. It isn't like you or I have to figure it out anyway. I am sure someone out there can come out with way better ideas than us." The two of them had been talking about things for the last hour or so. Miranda had brought a platter from the chef, who had also made food for the meeting between the city leaders, and a bottle of wine from before the system. Initially, it was just to quickly go over what they had discussed during the meeting, but it turned out to be just Jake and Miranda eating and drinking while talking about random things. Nothing of importance, at least not to Jake, was discussed at the meeting, but he liked to be informed anyway. Miranda had decided on a council-like leadership structure. She would be the head of the council and have the final decision, with Jake, of course, having the final decision. Actually, rather than a council, it was more accurate to say that she had some advisors or people she delegated work and responsibilities to. With the city expanding by a few thousand, they would need to have a more official structure. With Jake not caring much about other things, there naturally wasn't a reason to discuss it, except it turned into Jake telling a bit of what he had been up to, and Miranda talking about how the system she had gained access to as a city lord worked. Jake was especially interested in the questing system. It sounded cool. Miranda could create quests for the city's citizens, including rewards and penalties, and all of the things a quest usually had. She would have to provide the rewards and give out the penalties upon failure, but the quests served as contracts of sorts. Well, the contract could be nullified if both parties agreed not to deal out the punishment or give the reward, in which case it could be ignored, a bit like when Miranda had initiated the process to take over the pylon. This quest system would initially be used as a way of organizing labor more than anything else. Give out quests to help with building the city, gather materials, or whatever else. It was quite the versatile system, and Miranda even said they could construct items or buildings to help manage things so she wouldn't have to give out quests and administer everything herself. People with administration or manager-like professions could use these items or buildings to then help level themselves. It was pleasant just to sit down and talk to someone like a normal person. Sure, he spoke to the two hawks a bit here and there, but having someone who could answer was a big plus. Thinking about it, Miranda and possibly Lillian were the only humans he felt like he could really talk to. Sure, there were some things to consider, like relative power dynamics with him being their boss and everything, coupled with him being far stronger, but that didn't really bother Jake much. He was best buddies with a god with the power to make their planet go poof, and the god in question also happened to be the god that had blessed him. Now that was the mother of all skewed power dynamics. If it bothered Miranda, she was good at hiding it. She seemed equally excited about talking about the city system and its many features as Jake did talking about the many hunts he was on. He had talked about his adventures to the Cloud Continent, his friendship with Hawkie and Misty, and besides a small comment on how the name sucked, she had just silently listened with a relaxed smile. They also laughed a bit when she said she had just gained a level by drinking wine and eating tasty food. Well, doesn't it make sense to be like a politician when you are literally a city lord? Just relaxing and doing nothing with the power just rolling in, Jake joked. She just laughed along, adding, maybe lying and deceiving the public gives more experience than being good at my job. I can already see myself jumping a few levels from receiving a massive bribe. Miranda laughed before turning a bit more serious. But one thing was brought up at the meeting. What is it? Jake asked, mirroring her shift in attitude. A name, she said. It may seem minor, but just referring to it as the city or the forest is a bit tedious. The empty slot on my interface is also a sore site, which also brings me to another thing. She steeled herself as she took a deep breath, her face slightly red as she asked, I don't believe I ever got your name. Of course, if you meant to keep it a secret, I understand and won't ask Aga. Jake Thane, he answered, shaking his head. We seriously never exchanged names. I thought we did. Well, we did now, Miranda said with a big smile on her face. I mean no offense. But Jake is also a remarkably normal name for one so abnormal as you. I guess, never really thought about it, Jake shrugged. With that out of the way, we need a name for the city too. Your acceptance is required for the name to stick with the system, so I thought I should ask you for ideas first. But after hearing about Hawkie and Misty, I am beginning to reconsider. We are not naming it Townie, Miranda said, barely able to hold back a laugh. Jake didn't find it that funny, but he had to agree that Townie was terrible. The council did have a few suggestions, she finally added on. Let's hear it, Jake said, leaning back with his glass of wine and a large skewer with grilled beef on it. Miranda took out a few papers, each with a list on it that had way too many entries. Did you all just brainstorm and wrote down everything? He couldn't help but ask. Even better, we invited everyone to come with ideas. Let's be. Miranda said, way more excited than she should be. All right, I'm just gonna spitball some and you give me your thoughts, she began as an agonizing session of names began. Newland proposition from one of the newer citizens. Pretty sure the forest isn't new. Newfoundland. That is the same thing. New Hope. All right, remove anything with the word new in it. It's just too corny and boring, Jake finally said, after he saw she clearly had. Which she indeed did as she put away 2 entire pages of name ideas, all with an even worse naming sense than Jake, at least according to himself. All right then. Oh, this next one is from Mark. He propositioned naming it Sanctuary. I think the kid has played too many action RPGs. Even if he hasn't, the name makes us sound like some kind of religious hideaway. Jake immediately shot it down. Mark actually had quite a few ideas, Miranda said, turning the page so Jake could see it. Man, he played way too many games, and I am pretty sure those are all copyrighted, Jake said after only briefly scanning the list. Also no to all of them. Seeing as you don't like the religious imagery, I take it Genesis, Miracle, and the Blessed Forest is out of the question. Miranda asked a bit teasingly, knowing full well those all sucked. I am going to name it Jakeville if this keeps up, he said, teasing her back. A part of me believes you would actually dare do that, she chuckled, and while it would be absolutely hilarious, I doubt it will be wise in the long run. After that, they just put the papers down on the table and began going over them, crossing out names they both didn't like. A lot of them were just the same names as pre-system cities, Jake not liking any of them. Miranda didn't either. They both felt like it would ground people too much in the world before the system. They had to realize things had changed and that they weren't going to rebuild what was. They would create something entirely new, a place for everyone to strive and be safe in this new world. They did their editing with a hard hand until they were left with only 3. Greenwood sounds fine, but Miranda began before her voice slowly died off, with Jake just staring down at them. None of them felt right. The purpose of this place is to give people a place to live in safety, but also one to improve themselves. Jake muttered before turning to Miranda. How about we just call it Haven? Haven, she muttered. It's simple and easy to remember. The name carries meaning. I think it fits, she said, nodding. I also think it goes well with the environment. We are in a forest, after all. The name helps communicate that. Well, I like it at least, Jake said, shrugging. I like it too, Miranda smiled, as she did some good old system magic, and a few seconds later, Jake got a notification. Do you want to name your city Haven? YN Jake instantly agreed as the prompt disappeared, and that was that. There was no great fanfare or anything like that, just Miranda confirming that her city management menu now said that the city was named Haven. Apparently, it had also been updated to display his name as the owner. But she said it had begun doing that just after she learned his name, so the two weren't really related. Cheers, and may Haven have a bright future ahead of it, she said, raising her wineglass. Cheers. The two kept talking for a bit, mainly joking about some of the sillier names before she headed off. She still had work to do, and so did Jake. On her way out, she gave a small bow towards the nest with 2 birds eyeing her menacingly until she was out of sight. Jake stood outside, seeing her off too. When she was gone, he turned around and sat down at the table. There was still a bit of wine remaining, so he emptied it into his glass. Sitting there, he swirled the liquid as he opened his status menu for the first time in quite a while. Status name: Jake Thane. Race: Human. LVL 86. Class: Ambitious Hunter. LVL 99. Profession: Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. LVL 73. Health points: HP 11,291. 1290. Mana points: MP 13,421. 13450. Stamina 9170. 190. 400. Stats: Strength 695. Agility 1118. Endurance 940. Vitality 1129. Toughness 731. Wisdom 1076. Intelligence 559. Perception 2125. Willpower 667. Free points 0. Titles: Forerunner of the New World, Bloodline Patriarch, Holder of a Primordial's True Blessing, Dungeoneer V, Dungeon Pioneer V, Legendary Prodigy, Prodigious Slayer of the Mighty, Kingslayer. Nobility: Earl, Progenitor of the 93 Third Universe. Class: Skills: Basic One-Handed Weapons Inferior, Advanced Stealth Common, Basic Twin Fang Style Uncommon, Basic Shadow Vault of Umbra Uncommon, Splitting Arrow Uncommon, Hunter's Tracking Uncommon, Big Game Hunter Rare, Infused Powershot Rare, Mark of the Ambitious Hunter Rare, Archery of Vast Horizons Rare, Descending Dark Fang Rare, Limit Break Rare, Arrow of the Ambitious Hunter Epic, One Step Mile Ancient, Moment of the Primal Hunter Legendary, Gaze of the Apex Hunter Legendary. Profession: Skills: Herbology Common, Brew Potion Common, Concoct Poison Common, Alchemist's Purification Common, Alchemical Flame Common, Toxicology Uncommon, Cultivate Toxin Uncommon, Malefic Viper's Poison Rare, Sense of the Malefic Viper Epic, Touch of the Malefic Viper Epic, Scales of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Palate of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blood of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Sagacity of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Wings of the Malefic Viper Ancient, Blessing, True Blessing of the Malefic Viper, Blessing True. Race: Skills: Endless Tongues of the Myriad Races Unique, Identify Common, Thoughtful Meditation Uncommon, Shroud of the Primordial Divine, Bloodline, Bloodline of the Primal Hunter, Bloodline Ability Unique. While it hadn't gotten that much longer since last he checked, he had gained quite a few stats. He had kept just throwing all his free points into Perception, not really caring if it was the optimal thing or not to do at this point. It felt right to do it, so he did it. Well, it did help that his regular archery now also benefited from Perception. In fact, he was beginning to get quite a few skills using the stat, and in the coming days there would be many more stat points coming. After emptying the glass, he walked out into the veranda and sat legs crossed in front of the pond. A cauldron appeared between his legs a few seconds after as he took a deep breath. It was time to grind some alchemy. Chapter 179, Baby Hawk. The wheel of time spun as the days passed one by one. Beasts fought, humans struggled to survive and expand their settlements, and a good deal of them battled to claim the many pylons still scattered across the planet. Every pylon was far apart, often separated by thousands if not tens of thousands of kilometers. Jacob had taken 14 days walking with his entourage to the pylons second closest to where he had arrived back on Earth. Granted, he hadn't rushed, but it was still a vast distance. Day 9 of Jake entering his alchemy frenzy, he was interrupted as he got a notification that wasn't about a successful craft or a new level gained. Announcement to all nobles: 10 pylons of civilization have now been claimed. Once 100 pylons are claimed, the World Congress will automatically form. Jake stared at it for a few seconds before shrugging and turning back to his cauldron. Miranda unsurprisingly came in later that day. They talked a bit, but as it was more of a forewarning than anything else, they didn't take any particular actions besides discussing it a bit. Everyone with any nobility title had seen the message, Philip and Mikkel included, as well as one other person Jake didn't know. Philip already knew about pylons and apparently knew they had one, but to the other two it was news. They knew nothing more about pylons than that their lord title allowed them to control one. Miranda shared the fact that they had a pylon with all of them, making it official, and with Jake's approval, they also stopped being all secretive about it. Of course, no one knew where the actual pylon was, though it wasn't far-fetched that many suspected it was in Jake's valley. To everyone's big surprise, no one wanted to try and scout out the valley even if they suspected he kept some good stuff there. Maybe it had something to do with the overly protective D-grade Mistsong hawk sitting in a nest inside. It had already placed quite a few defensive and detection spells around the place. The egg still looked like it could hatch any day, and he was looking forward to it. Jake had just gotten done with a round of crafting some inferior rarity poison that he was practicing with. Neither of them were very useful, but they were still new creations and a stepping stone on his path to slaying a certain giant mushroom. Weak herbicide inferior, a weak poison created to kill plant life and similar life forms. breaks apart the physical body and membranes that hold the plant together, making it wither. Weak fungicide inferior, a weak poison created to kill fungi and similar life forms. This type of poison is made to spread through any physical connection of the fungi, quickly infecting large parts of it. Deals low damage but is hard to cleanse. Both of them kind of sucked compared to just splashing a shitload of blood on stuff, but they did help him learn quite a lot. He wanted to make a potent poison, or fungicide, to kill the damn mushroom lurking below, and for that he needed to start from the bottom. A poison that worked against plants and fungi was fundamentally different from regular human or beast-killing poison. Plants and fungi were rarely ever vitality-based life forms, but instead lived off a type of life affinity mana. So poison, such as necrotic poison and in an even more extreme case, the hemotoxin had barely any effect. They still did a bit of damage just because they were infused with harmful mana, but the result was absolutely minuscule. The method behind crafting was a lot different from other types of poison he had made so far, and it was an exciting challenge to throw himself headfirst into. It was 18 days since he began his grinding, and he was already working on making his first common rarity mushroom-killing poison. His speed was without a doubt impressive, and he had also gained another level that day, bringing him to 78. Ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 78 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. It wasn't even a level every 3 days, and while that did seem slow compared to his prior speed, it was actually quite fast. At least Miranda said so after comparing him to many others. Well, Miranda leveled super fast, but hers had also slowed down a lot, and she had begun focusing a bit on her class also. On that 18th day, he felt a shift from the area outside his lodge. He barely had time to notice it before he heard the cries of Hawkie and Misty, as they both made half-panicked sounds, jumping around their nest. Jake tossed the book he was reading to the side and rushed outside, already fully aware of what was happening. He faintly felt another aura had begun appearing and was growing in presence by the second. The egg was finally hatching. Running up to the nest, he joined the birds at the nest, acting just as anxious and panicked as them. He couldn't help but wonder if he was supposed to do anything as he saw a small crack appear on the egg. Misty, the majestic D-grade hawk that seemed to always be in control, was a mess at that moment, jumping back and forth. In an attempt to calm down, he closely inspected what was happening within the egg with his sphere, where he saw a small figure with fluffy down slowly poke itself out of the egg from the inside. It ate the shell as it hatched, consuming the many potent energies within it. All three of them were anxious but still waited patiently for the little one. It struggled to break out and eat the shell from within, slowly pecking at it, Jake had to admit. It looked a bit creepy, but damn, was it a cute little bugger. Soon, it made a mighty peck and finally got its head out of the shell. Chirp, chirp. It instantly began making what in Jake's eyes was the cutest chirps as all three of them moved closer to watch the little thing. It looked back at them with its big beady eyes as it just continued making its small chirping noises as it struggled to break free. Jake nearly wanted to help it, but seeing as its parents didn't, he wouldn't interfere either. He did, however, use Identify on it to see what kind of bird it was. He had kind of expected it to be called Galemist Hawk or maybe Misgale Hawk, mainly because he lacked imagination. But its race was a bit different than he expected. Sylphian Ias LVL0. Jake remembered that Ias was the name for a baby hawk, so he reckoned it would evolve as it grew to become a Sylphian hawk. As for Sylphian, he assumed it had something to do with sylphs, which he recalled were spirits of wind or something. I'll ask Villy at some point, Jake thought. No reason to bother the god with random questions all the time. He didn't want to be that friend who keeps pestering others with constant inane questions when bored. If it was a powerful variant, could it naturally grow to degrade, and how long would that take? How would chirp? Screw all that, Jake thought, as he just extended his finger towards the bird. It looked up at him for a brief moment before its small beak tried to close around it. It failed miserably, and just began pecking at his hand harmlessly. He couldn't help but chuckle as the small bird gave up and returned to eating its shell. The human and parent birds just patiently watched the little thing eat the rest of its shell. When it was done, it finally got up on its two thin legs and took a few small steps forward, promptly falling on its butt. Burp. It let out a burping sound as it tried to stand up again. The Mistsong hawk walked a bit closer and helped it stand by gently nudging with its beak. The baby hawk managed to stand up proudly again, walked a single step more this time before falling down head first. Hawkie caught it mid-fall with its talons, the small bird trying to stabilize itself. This time it didn't walk around but just stood there, looking around at the three of them. It blinked with its big eyes as if it wanted to memorize all of them. Ever since coming to the nest, Jake had been a bit worried. He feared that he was intruding on something. He wasn't really related to the bird besides helping a bit with that magic ritual to strengthen it and being friends with Hawkie. But Hawkie and Misty had both looked happy, almost elated when Jake was showing so much interest. He felt them warmly look on when the small hawklet tried to bite his finger. So clearly they approved. which begged the question, was he the godfather or something to that extent? Jake couldn't help but remember Caleb and Maja when he thought about that. She had to have given birth by now, which made him an uncle. He knew his family lived because Villy told him, but he also felt like they still lived. It was just a faint intuition when he thought of them. He was looking forward to their eventual reunion. While he could technically just up and leave now, using 1 step-mile into the horizon, he knew that wouldn't be a wise choice. For now, it was best to focus on his own strength and make it so that when he met his family again, he could actually help protect them. Hockey nudged him from the side at this time, pulling Jake out of his thoughts. He saw that the bird looked at him confused and also saw Misty staring with confusion. "Sorry, I just recalled some memories," he said, smiling at the two as he extended his finger towards the small bird again. "It has nothing to do with you, Mini Hockey." Misty gave him an annoyed screech, practically punching Jake with its wing. "Oh, a Misty," he said, chuckling. "So you're a little girl, eh?" Misty still looked at him disapprovingly, likely due to the bad nickname, but didn't correct him. Around 15 minutes had passed since the little chick was all the way out its shell, and it was already waltzing around the nest quite comfortably. It was quite a contrast to pre-system newborn birds that were borderline immobile for quite the period after birth. He couldn't help but use Identify on it again and was a bit surprised. Sylphian IS LVL1, Jake knew beasts could grow in level with other ways than combat already, but it was the speed that surprised him. Hockey had also gained a level while protecting the nest and doing nothing else, proving it even worked at higher levels, but clearly it was far slower for him. Hockey had gained levels way faster while hunting up in the sky with him before, but this little birdie was super fast, not just in levels, it was even jumping around in the nest now. It looked full of energy as it leaped nearly 10 centimeters with every jump. It looked like it was becoming comfortable with not being in an egg quite fast, even if it did fall flat on its face a few times, quickly getting back up with an angry squeak. Jake got nothing productive done for the rest of that day. He had his first prolonged period of just pure relaxation. It wasn't done to regenerate resources or to work on mana manipulation. He was just relaxing with the two newly baked parent birds and the little chick. Only a few hours after hatching, it left its nest, and it began exploring the valley, Jake and its parents in tow. They went to the pond where it angrily chirped at the water, but ran away scared when one of the low-level eels within swam up towards the surface. It fought a valiant battle with the stairs up to Jake's lodge, trying to jump each step but failing with its tiny body. Jake couldn't help but place his foot down and make an extra small step for the bird to use. It happily used that as it made its way into his lodge, where it ran around just looking at things, randomly pecking the wall or floor at times. Hockey took off and returned with some small pieces of meat that it chewed up and fed to the small bird throughout the day. Jake found this very unsanitary and was already preparing to find an alchemy recipe to feed it instead. That, or just make some kind of soup in his very expensive cauldron. The day ended up with Jake sitting on his lodge's steps, the two hawks at his side. The small chick had gotten tired and had found a mobile nest, Jake's hair. This is why he hadn't moved at all for the last hour but just sat there completely still, trying not to wake up the chick. Today had been good. It was relaxing, and Jake felt like his head was clearer than usual. Feeling the small bird on top of his head and the two happy parents to his side filled him with warmth. It was just nice. He was looking forward to the small bird growing up and becoming a big hawk, just like its parents, and he would do what he could to help it achieve that. He very carefully got up, keeping his head as still as possible. He could easily control his body perfectly, and he was pretty sure he could walk with a mountain of books on his head if he needed to, making all those stereotypical British etiquette teachers proud, or allow any baby birds on his head to remain undisturbed. Jake walked to the bookshelves as he used mana to pull out book after book to look for one to help with making some kind of nutrient for the bird. The way he did it, however, was quite a bit more advanced than usual. With the practice of flying people around and airwalking, as well as reflecting further on Misty's mana control, Jake had improved even more. The strings he extended were entirely invisible, and he didn't need them to do anything but touch an object for him to manipulate it in its entirety. That meant he could stand perfectly still as books floated all around him, opening and flipping through pages, done purely with mana manipulation. If he gained another skill selection at this time, he was quite sure he could get a better version of telekinesis than what he saw before. He couldn't stop focusing on constantly improving his ability to manipulate mana, as he still had a few objectives to get done before reaching level 99 in his profession. He needed to make poison and kill the mushroom below, and hopefully, he could do it entirely by using his alchemy skills. Jake also needed to improve his touch of the Malefic Viper and sense of the Malefic Viper to ancient rarity. He wanted all 9 of the stat-giving skills before reaching D-grade to see if that would lead to anything. Even if it didn't, the benefits of upgrading the skills would make it worth it. Pride of the Malefic Viper and Fangs of the Malefic Viper would be gained simply through leveling up, so he just needed those 2 upgraded. The issue was that he wasn't sure how to. Sense of the Malefic Viper would likely be the easiest, as he felt like it synergized so well with sagacity and his extremely high perception. The upgrade to Epicrarity had been exceedingly easy, and while he doubted he could do it that easily again, he had a feeling it wouldn't be that hard. As for Touch of the Malefic Viper, Jake had no idea where even to start. The upgrade to Epicrarity came when he semi-fused the skill with affinities and allowed him to have the effect of the poison mimic in affinity. But that upgrade was gained through an epiphany of sorts. It was quite a few things to get done, and he was so chirp, chirp. His train of thought was interrupted as the little hawk on his head woke up and greeted the world with its small chirps. Jake just smiled as he extended a finger up and rubbed the soft down of the little bugger. But before all that, let's find a delicious recipe for Sylphie. Chapter 180, Fists of Fury. She dodged the attack as she vaulted backward, a few strands of her long hair still caught by the sharp claws of the beast. With her back bent like she was trying to win the World Championship of Limbo, her stance was a bit awkward as another claw descended towards her body. In an impossible move, her entire body swayed to the side as if she didn't have any bones. Simultaneously, she pushed off the ground with her hand and landed a solid kick on the huge 3-meter-tall bear-like beast in front of her. The beast barely reacted to the attack, but it allowed her to create some distance between them. She was breathing heavily, with several wounds already covering her entire body. All of them were healing at a near-visible rate, but she was still far from an optimal condition. Her opponent was a bear-like creature that, in retrospect, actually looked more like a werebear. In actuality, though, it was a sloth, Slothful Warden LVL. It was the final boss of her tutorial, a being she had failed even to reach back then, but now, more than 2 months later, she would face it and win. This wasn't the first time Carmen fought the beast, but it would be the last. She charged again, not giving the beast time to relax. She knew it would recover as fast as herself, so hit-and-run tactics wouldn't work. The beast had 2 modes, slow mode and fast mode. It moved incredibly slowly in slow mode, but its defenses were ridiculous, and it healed its wounds incredibly fast. It was far more vulnerable in fast mode and didn't recover at all, but it made the beast super fast, as the name suggested. This knowledge had taken her losing several limbs to learn. The beast moved again, staying in fast mode. She dodged back, not daring to try and fight it straight up, but instead looking for an opening. She leaned and weaved away from the claws until she finally saw her chance. She landed a right hook on the beast's face, making it stumble a bit back. While her hit was far weaker than the degrades, she had managed to hit the chin and rattle the brain a little. With it disorientated, she moved in quickly and managed to land 10 or so more blows before it used a skill to get her off. Its long hair suddenly grew in length as the long strands, like tendrils, tried to catch her. She jumped back with all her strength, barely avoiding them. Her fists were both encompassed in an orange glow that was already spreading throughout her body, healing her wounds. With every hit, she stole life energy from the opponent, healing herself. At the same time, the lower her health, the stronger she got. She was a berserker, but without the berserking part. Her mind was calm as she swiftly moved forward again, seeing the slothful warden about to enter its slow mode. Won't help you this time. She wouldn't allow it to regenerate. Her fists came down like hail, every one of them leaving a small imprint of energy behind. It tried to defend but was far slower than before. Carmen's attack didn't do any noticeable damage, but they did send energy into the beast's body with one purpose: stopping its healing. Forced to move fast again, it exited its slow mode and returned to fast mode, and they returned to their slugfest. Carmen, calculatingly dodging every hit of the beast while it swung with increasing desperation. After nearly half an hour, it was time to enter the second phase. Carmen had gotten here before and had almost lost her life, but now she would be ready. The beast exploded with power as its hair grew, and it began glowing red. It grew another meter in size, power overflowing from its body. Carmen took this time to make her own preparations as she prepared for the battle's final stage. Pressing both her fists against the ground, she spoke, "Sacred battleground." An aura spread throughout the area, and for a split second, an echo of battles prior swept across the land. Animals were fighting and hunting before the system, and even echoes of a war that had happened in bygone eras, perhaps all the way back in the Stone Age. The visions disappeared as quickly as they came, but the ground remained hallowed. It was now a blessed battlefield where Carmen would bring down her foe. She felt the power of the land flow into her as she activated her boosting skill, Ruination Drive. Carmen's entire body felt like it was burning as orange energy swirled out from every pore on her skin. She didn't hesitate as she moved, facing the degrade in a final battle where only one of them would walk out alive. Her fist landed on the beast, but at the same time it also attacked. Her entire right arm was ripped off with a swipe, but the moment her fist connected, it pushed in a flood of the orange energy, while at the same time dragging out the beast's health points. The severed arm regenerated in less than a second as she dodged a blow from the slothful warden and landed a kick. Spikes of hair flew out, and she blocked with her newly regenerated arm, barely avoiding getting her head impaled. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed hold of the hair and dragged the beast in closer. Its arms were longer than hers, making it an advantage to get in closer. It did mean the hair would impale her now and then, but that is what her regeneration was for. The giant sloth began using a few more skills here and there, but she had encountered them all before. The corrosive breath that leveled an area hundreds of meters in front of it in a cone was avoided as the attack was rather telegraphed, and the crescent beams it released from its claws were easy to dodge when you avoided or deflected its swings anyway. Her body was ripped apart repeatedly, but she inflicted a heavy blow on the sloth for every limb she lost. Her regeneration was pushed to 11, her power only growing as her massive health pool slowly depleted. If she fought outside her sacred battlefield or without her boosting skill, she would be dead already. Carmen knew this entire fight was very tight. It was walking on a tightrope from start to finish, with no guarantee of victory even if she didn't fuck up. She could have fought with others or tried to level more, but she wanted to win alone and do so before capping her class. When the beast looked to be on the verge of death, it made its final stand as energy poured out of it like never before. Carmen had kind of expected this, so she was ready. She summoned 6 items while in midair, retreating from the beast: a sword, a spear, a set of claws, 2 skulls of beasts, and finally a mirror. Her aura spiked as she spoke. Echoes of war. Figures condensed around each item as golden ghostly apparitions were conjured. This was what she had prepared for the last 2 weeks by fighting powerful foes. Combining her class and profession with the sacred battlefield, she summoned echoes of those she had slain. The slothful warden saw these figures and didn't hesitate to attack. The spearman fell nearly instantly, while the one with the sword managed to at least block a single attack before also dispersing. The 2 wolves summoned from the skulls managed to sink their teeth into one of the sloth's arms, while the panther summoned from the set of claws cut a nasty gash across its side. Carmen also charged with no regard for her own safety, both hands behind her as she ran, building up all the momentum she could. The summoned apparitions were also beginning to disperse, as they couldn't remain active for more than a few seconds, the items that summoned them crumbling to dust along with the ghosts. Her right fist was burning with all her energy as she swung a right hook straight for the head of the beast in a reckless attack. The slothful warden saw her reckless attack as it brought its claw forward, ready to rip off her head. The claw came down as she swung her first forward. The claw hit first due to the sloth's long arms, but the second it made contact with her hair, it didn't hit the human, but instead sunk into a mirror that had suddenly appeared. Instead of finishing the human, its blow was reflected back on itself as blood flew everywhere from its own claw, ripping its other arm off. The mirror also shattered to pieces, its power only enough to block a single blow. It was the regalia from slaying a peak E-grade boss monster, a ghost that was bound to the mirror itself. With its attack reflected and the sloth heavily damaged, it couldn't react properly when Carmen swung her fist forward. It impacted the sloth's head, the facial bones and skull shattering to the fist that held everything the woman could muster. An explosion of power sounded out in the area as everything in a 10-meter radius was leveled from the blast. All that remained was Carmen standing alone in the crater, her ruinous drive deactivated, her right arm gone, and her entire body covered in blood. Before her lay the headless corpse of the slothful warden, the final boss of what had once been her tutorial. You have slain Slothful Warden LVL 108. Bonus experience earned for killing an enemy above your level ** ding. Class, Savage Pugilist, has reached level 98 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points * ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 79 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points * ding. Class, Savage Pugilist, has reached level 99 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points hehe. She chuckled as she saw the messages before she began full-on laughing. Fuck, I am awesome. She kicked the slothful warden as she gave it the finger. Fuck you and fuck everything you ever stood for. Carmen, for the first time in so long, felt truly free. It felt like she only now had truly broken free of the prison she was in before the system, as not a single remnant of it now remained. Her entire body was hurting, but she felt elation like never before. She took out a recovery potion from her spatial storage, quickly chugging it down. It would help with the aftereffects of the boosting skill while also helping her recover her resources faster. It was only inferior rarity, but it was damn impressive anyway. Being able to at least move a little, she got on with the next area of business. She went up to the corpse of the beast as she knelt down and placed her hand on it. I tribute this victory to Valhall. The corpse instantly began turning to golden dust, leaving only a single set of long claws behind. She instantly put them in her storage and noted she had gained another level. Ding. Profession, Apprentice Valkyrie of Gudrun has reached level 61 stat points allocated, plus 4 free points * ding. Race, Human E, has reached level 80 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Honestly, that profession was a scam. All Carmen had to do was tribute kills she made to Valhall, and she would gain levels in it. Okay, she also had to prepare the items dropped to summon echoes and do some other rituals and stuff, but it was way easier to level than those professions that felt more like full-time jobs of just creating shit. No way she would have the patience for that. This is also why she had already found someone else to deal with the damn pylon she had just gotten a quest about. No way she was going to waste her time on playing city builder or whatever. She had more stuff to punch and more levels to gain. She briefly looked at the other new quests she had gained about the perfect evolution title and shrugged. She could wait with evolving if it meant becoming more awesome. It wasn't like she was going to stop fighting. She needed more tributes anyway. Miranda entered the valley to give her weekly report to Jake. It had become routine that she would come by with some good food, and they would talk over any new happenings of the city. Nothing seemed unusual at first, but she did notice one thing. The two hawks were not at the nest. One of them being gone was pretty normal, but not both of them. While the birds hadn't allowed Miranda to see it, Jake had mentioned they were caring for an egg, but no such egg was to be found. She hesitated a bit as she went through the ever-active barrier and knocked on the door. It opened a second or so later, her mana sense skill telling her it was done with pure mana manipulation. He is getting a lot better every time I come by. I have brought this new dish. It reminds me a bit of kebab. Boo, Miranda had barely entered and begun presenting today's meal when she saw Jake sitting in a chair with a book, and she was instantly dumbfounded. Not by the man himself, as he looked the same as usual with a mask covering his face and everything. No, what took her aback was the small, fluffy white ball of down sitting on his head. It looked to be sleeping, or at least half asleep, and didn't bother with her at all. She couldn't help but identify it out of pure curiosity. Sylphian ISLVL3, kebab, that sounds great, Jake answered as he made his mask invisible and looked up with a smile. Is that? Yeah, this is Sylphie, Misty's and Hockey's kid. I am babysitting today as they both went out to hunt for a bit, Jake answered nonchalantly. Well, at least that is a real name. Miranda muttered as she walked over and placed the food on the dining table. Hatched a few days ago. She's usually an energetic little bugger, but I managed to tire her out, Jake chuckled as he brought a finger up and tickled the bird a bit. The small hawk happily nuzzled up to the finger without even opening its eyes. So damn cute, Miranda thought as she took out the plates and cutlery and placed them on the table. Jake got up from his small reading corner and went over to the table and helped her. He levitated the two plates and cutlery, placing them on each side of the table. We had the second restaurant open today. The food is from there. Well, it is more of a grill than anything, Miranda said. 2 new caravans arrived this week, a few hundred people in each, so we are always behind in housing. Hank and Louise are raking in levels faster than ever with all the new construction projects. The two of them sat down at the table, as Miranda continued explaining as they ate. The 4 with merchant professions from the fort have done well with trying to facilitate normalizing using credits. A few people who recently got their profession upgrade have also become merchants or gained professions related to economics, helping with the cause. While most don't care much about credits or really have any to use, it is still the best we have. Producing our own currency would just be silly. With the system as a guarantor of the credits, it makes it a far superior currency. The multiverse as a whole also uses credits, so us doing anything else would indeed be moronic, Jake concurred. Exactly, so we have begun some initiatives to normalize using the credits. The restaurants accept it, and most crafters do too, though it is hard to estimate how valuable something is or isn't. We don't really have any frames of reference besides what things cost in the tutorial store. And most of those things aren't something we can make anyway. With that in mind, we began making some official quests to donate equipment and give wages to those working with the construction projects. It has helped a lot, but you lack funds, Jake said as he ate the food, clearly enjoying it quite a lot. Yep, we are pretty much broke, but I talked with Philip, and he had nearly 800. Zero left over after the tutorial store, and we can borrow that for now, and it should get us through at least the first month, and by then we should have some taxation system set up or some other income source, Miranda explained. The thought of asking the owner for any money didn't occur to her. While he was the official leader of Haven, his job was only protection, not funding. This was her hurdle to overcome. I could let you borrow so, Jake began but was instantly cut off. Only if it becomes absolutely necessary, she answered promptly. She had expected the offer, but she didn't want it. Instead, think about if there is anything the city may be able to do for you. Make a few requests and reward credits for that. That is actually a good idea. I will consider doing that, Jake answered, looking like he was questioning why the heck he hadn't thought of that before. The rest of the night was spent just talking over a few other key points. She ended up staying a few hours longer than usual, mainly due to the baby hawk waking up. It was just too damn cute to leave alone, and they played with it throughout the night, making her only leave at dawn. She exited the valley as she cracked her neck a bit. She had a paper in hand with a request from Jake and a bright smile on her lips from interacting with the baby hawk. Despite having another full day of work ahead of her, she was content. Things were looking good for Haven. Her mood was ruined a bit when she entered her office and saw a huge stack of papers with requests and inquiries. Oh well, another 72-hour shift ahead, it seems. Chapter 181, Methods of Improvement. Jake saw Miranda leave and re-entered the lodge to continue his work. It was a nice break to get once in a while when she came by, and he often got something quite valuable out of it too. Today, he had gotten the idea of actually using the city to his advantage. The issues of upgrading his touch of the Malefic Viper and sense of the Malefic Viper had been bothering him more than before these last few days. Especially so after he had reached level 80 in his profession only a few hours prior and gained the next incredibly powerful stat-granting skill. It hadn't taken him long to decide between Fang and Pride. His encounter with the Minotaur Mindlord had made him aware of how weak he was against any kind of mental attack, even if the fight had been on the easy side for him. He feared he would encounter something stronger, as the memory of briefly considering the Mindlord a friend still haunted him. What if it had been permanent, or lasted far longer? What if he had been with actual friends, and it fooled him for long enough to kill one of them? What if Misty had come along and he had made Jake fight it? All of those things had been bothering him, so he wanted to shore up the weakness at least a little bit. So yeah, he picked Pride of the Malefic Viper. Pride of the Malefic Viper, ancient. The arrogance and strong will of the Malefic Viper is known throughout the multiverse. Now you have learned to take after him. Your own pride, now a tangible weapon, allows the alchemist to force their will upon the world far more easily. Significantly increases the effect of all words of power spoken. Your pride increases all resistance to any kind of mind-affecting effects, but be warned that it wanes in despair. Passively provides 1 willpower per level in Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper. May your will be truth, your pride eternal. Jake still had no idea what words of power were, but he figured he would find out eventually. He wanted it for the mental resistance thing anyway. To explore an entirely new thing when he already had 2 skills to upgrade and his profession to level up also seemed like a bit too much. The skill hadn't come with any instinctive knowledge or anything like that. Then again, it just made him do things better. Things he didn't know how to do, but he was better at them now, so yay. He had experimented a bit with the whole force your will upon the world part, and he had just made himself look silly. How the hell was he supposed to do that anyway? It wasn't like it just made all his skills stronger because he wanted them to be, and it didn't make mana manipulation any easier either. Jake was sure there was some trick to it, and he was looking forward to figuring it out. But back on the topic of what he had made Miranda get, he had just asked for one thing: equipment, but preferably weapons. Not anything for him to use, but to experiment on. He had spent quite a lot of time thinking about improving the touch skill and had come to some realizations. Jake had to remember that at its core, Touch of the Malefic Viper was an alchemy skill, not a combat skill. The one time he had upgraded it prior was when he infused the essence in the Valley of Tusk's dungeon. Before that, he had also used his touch on the massive concoction in the Lucenti Plains, and most recently, he used it on the Malefic Beast Orb he created to help the little birdie sleeping on his head. In every one of those cases, he had changed an item, or more accurately, corrupted an item. He hadn't just poisoned them, but made their properties different, even making them be seen as other objects entirely. Jake had a theory that Touch of the Malefic Viper's original purpose was to be used during concoction processes to fuse different poisons, or add the property of another poison to the concoction. That, or just corrupt the shit out of it all and make something far deadlier than before. He had injected Touch into the Beast Core through the cauldron, showing the runes on the cauldron recognized the touch as an alchemy skill. He knew the base runes for alchemy were entirely system-created and actually weren't that hard to make. Given a few weeks, Jake could likely learn to create a basic mixing bowl. They would be shit but usable by anyone with any crafting skill related to potions or poisons, or just knowledge of how to use the runes. He had already done a few experiments using touch during the crafting process, and quite honestly, it went swimmingly. No issues at all, and he even felt like it improved some of his concoctions a bit. He made his best necrotic poison, yet by mixing in some of the effects from his blood towards the end, amplifying some aspect of the concoction, instead of just using his blood purely as a catalyst. It was still a necrotic poison, but it appeared like it could spread slightly faster than before. It wasn't enough for it to change the name or description at all. It was just the feeling he got from his sense of the Malefic Viper. But the fact that it was so easy to do was the issue. Clearly, the skill was already meant to do that, and Jake was just a bit of a dummy for not having done it a lot earlier. Well, he hadn't lost much as it didn't necessarily make the concoction stronger, often just slightly altering the effects. Sometimes making it weaker too, if the effects didn't mix well. No, he needed to go in another direction. He had already managed to alter the skill slightly by expanding its scope, by allowing the effects of affinities to be mixed in, so now he wanted to increase its depth. He wanted to double down on the corruption effect and learn to use it on other things outside of just mimicking a poison. He felt like it was a bit like cheating. But he had asked the Viper and gained a semi-useful answer. The true touch of the Malefic Viper, or any of my skills really, are way outside the scope of your understanding. Your epic rarity version may not be the same as another's, and neither will your ancient rarity one be. Mixing in affinities is just a mere fraction of what the real touch of me can do. Okay, it was actually quite useful, and gave him some good insight into how all those legacy skill things worked. It was pretty much just saying, go right ahead and try to improve it in any way possible. So that's what he did. He wanted to see if he could further corrupt and change items, so he had Miranda put out a quest to deliver him some. He had some items in his inventory, but quite frankly, they were just too good to experiment on. He still had the Staff of Lucenti Realms and the Epic Rarity Scimitar of Debauchery, for example, both of those interesting due to how different they were. One held Mana of Moonlight, a very pure type of mana, while the other was only good because of some fucked up curse. While he wouldn't feel bad about just breaking the scimitar, he would prefer to at least get something useful out of doing so. So he would start out by breaking a bunch of inferior rarity items made by smiths training their craft. It also had the nice side benefit of injecting some of his credits into the economy. However, for now, it was back to trying to make something tasty for Sylphie. Days passed by as his commission was out, and while Miranda collected weapons, he had intended to create something to help Sylphie grow, but he quickly ran into some problems. First of all, he had never made anything like it before, so it was an entirely new area. While that was a bit exciting, he found out it really was way outside his area of expertise. He found a book that described a few recipes, and it noted that creating any kind of nurturing product for a beast was far closer to the cooking profession than alchemy. There were also entire professions dedicated to raising beasts besides that, so maybe it would be better to find someone else to help. He also found out that different beasts required different things. You needed to know the beast's mana affinities, its general species, and last but not least, the grade of its origin. The origin was related to the core of its records, and was something Jake had encountered in the description of his bloodline as an example. Using himself as an example once more, while he himself was the origin of the bloodline, the Malefic Viper was the origin of all his skills carrying the name. Origins then had grades, the grade of the Malefic Viper, of course being pretty damn high. This again tied back to upgrading the skill. If he managed to go beyond the origin, he would be able to change the skill entirely, perhaps making it into Touch of Jake Thane. Actually, let's just stick with Malefic Viper for that one. The origin of his profession was naturally also the Malefic Viper. For beasts, their origin was often tied to the name of their race. Sylphian Ias meant its species was that of a hawk, not hard that one, but the name Sylphian was a bit more challenging to figure out. Jake assumed it was related to sylphs. The issue was, what exactly was a sylph? In conclusion, Jake had no idea where the hell even to start. He would at most make some shitty inferior rarity soup for the bird, and at that point, it would just be better to feed it meat from a high-level beast anyway. So Jake returned to his original goal, which was actually going quite well. You have successfully crafted fungicide common. A new kind of creation has been made. Bonus experience earned ** ding. Profession, Prodigious Alchemist of the Malefic Viper, has reached level 82 stat points allocated, plus 5 free points. Jake breathed in the fragrance of the liquid in the cauldron and nearly gagged. God, was it horrid. He also felt some of the poison enter his system before quickly being eliminated by Palate of the Malefic Viper. As a responsible bird babysitter, he had only been crafting today because the little one was with her parents. They were outside running around as the small hawk was still too young to fly. She hadn't even begun growing feathers yet. Jake wasn't the most knowledgeable about birds, but he was pretty sure most birds tended to grow pretty quickly. Sylphie was definitely growing up slower than pre-system hawks, not that he minded. She had gotten slightly bigger and was a lot faster and stronger now, but just as cute. He was pretty sure the little Ias could kill an average pre-system adult no problem, seeing as he had already seen the small bird peck small holes into the incredible resilient bark of some of the trees. She was getting stronger every day, but he still didn't want her in the house when concocting poisons. It didn't matter when he worked on potions, but the fumes from poison alone would hurt the little one. With the common rarity toxins, perhaps even a chance she could die. Either way, it was a risk he was absolutely unwilling to take. The barrier around the house also served to keep any fumes inside, an unexpected but welcome benefit. Taking a look at his new creation, he noted that the description was pretty much the exact same as before. Fungicide common, a poison created to kill fungi and similar life forms. This type of poison is made to spread through any physical connection of the fungi, quickly infecting large parts of it. Deals relatively low damage, but is hard to cleanse. It was like when he went from weak hemotoxin to just hemotoxin. It added a word here or removed a word there, just indicating it was now slightly stronger, which made sense, as the concoction was pretty much the exact same as the weak version. The primary ingredient of the fungicide was actually his own blood. He remembered how it utterly annihilated the needle-like tendrils of the indigo mushroom when it tried to suck out his blood and wanted an effect like that, but slower. Besides that, he just used some moss and some of the mushrooms he hadn't paid much attention to prior, most of them common rarity. He was beginning to run low on most ingredients, but he did have a plan to alleviate that a bit by once more using the city. He would take that up with Miranda the next time she came by. Yet even with a common rarity fungicide, he wasn't satisfied. He knew it would deal damage to the mushroom, but he doubted it would be enough. So he was going to go beyond common rarity and make an even stronger poison. And to do that, he already had some ingredients in mind. All of them were things he had gained during the tutorial and then just kept hidden away in his spatial storage, the first of which was taken from the Forgotten Sewers dungeon. Lesser Ethwood ashes uncommon, the ashes left behind by burnt lesser ethwood, used in a myriad of recipes related to the soul and mind, has no effect upon direct consumption. With that item alone, it was clear that Jake was going for a poison that wouldn't just infect the body but the mushroom's soul. He didn't need to actually damage the soul, that was something at a level far beyond what he could do. He just needed to muddle the mushroom a little. Make it more challenging for it to detect the poison. He had been inspired quite a bit by the Minotaur Mindlord. While it had been a real asshole, it was competent in what it did. He still vividly remembered the phantom pains he endured and his inability to detect the Minotaur with anything besides his bloodline-related abilities. He wanted something in that vein. A second ingredient he would use for that came from a bush growing beside his porch. Soothing Bellberry Bush uncommon, a bush of soothing bellberries. The berries growing on this bush are known to have a soothing effect on the mind. Jake had borrowed the bush from the tutorial a long time ago and had quite frankly totally forgotten about it until he began forming his plan to kill the mushroom. The bush grew berries quite quickly, and he already picked a few dozen of them. Soothing Bellberry uncommon, a berry that provides a soothing effect to whoever consumes it. He wanted them to work in concert with the ash to help soothe the mushroom. He had found some recipes that he believed could help him do that, but all of them mentioned one final crucial ingredient to make such a fungicide, a part of the fungus itself.